Good morning, everyone. Let me welcome all of you to the Orange County Board of County Commission meeting of May the 20th, 2025. We do have a full agenda this morning. We do want to remind everyone that if you have cellular phones or other devices, please put them on mute. As we begin this morning, I'm going to call on Commissioner Uribe, who will be introducing her guests, who will be bringing the invocation. Following the invocation, Commissioner Uribe will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. And then after that, our Communications Division Director, Dr. Jeffrey Williamson, will read proclamations recognizing Community Action Month, Public Works Week, Water Reuse Week, and Mental Health Awareness Month. With that, Commissioner Uribe, you are recognized at this time.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning. Good morning, everyone that's here, and good morning, commissioners. Today, it is my honor. I love this man. Let me just say that. Major Ken Chapman, the Area Commander, the Salvation Army of Orange and Osceola Counties. Major Ken Chapman is a fourth-generation Salvationist, music educator, and creative powerhouse with a resume as bold as his calling. Before joining the Salvation Army as an officer, he spent 2 decades as a high school band director and international event producer, winning over 300 competition awards and even producing ceremonies for the 1992 Barcelona Olympic Games and 1996 Atlanta Olympics, and the White House Easter egg roll. Known for mixing mission with a touch of adventure, Major Chapman holds a Guinness World Record for longest bell ringing. We all know the red bell ringing at Christmas. Proving his passion goes the distance. He spent an entire week on the Orlando Eye, walked 66 miles along Route 66, and even taught Aretha Franklin how to do the bank head bounce. As he's showing it now, so he's offering lessons after. Although his little wish is to meet Miss Dolly Parton soon enough, Major. He's led humanitarian treks with National Geographic, brought toys to over 300,000 Hurricane Katrina survivors, and helped launch the Pathway of Hope initiative, empower families towards self-sufficiency. Under his leadership, commands have grown exponentially in reach, funding, and community impact. Now, having served Orange and Osceola counties alongside his wife, Major Jesse Chapman, he's a proud father of 3 and grandfather of 4, often spotted playing his cornet near a red kettle or dreaming up the next big idea to serve those in need. Though the Chapmans are now embracing retirement, and this is what's very sad, because at the end of this month, he will be leaving his post of Orange and Osceola County. And this man has done so much for our community. We have trekked through waters together after Hurricane Ian. We have done community cleanups. We had fed those in need, and we've done some crazy things in between. And I want to say that these 6.5 years, this man not only spiritually has been there to support me and my family, but he's been alongside of me with his passion and his service to Jesus Christ, which is always about Jesus Christ. Let's be honest. They're never really going to retire because their hearts are led to serve, and they will continue to serve and touch all of those that come in front of them for a long, long time. Major Chapman, you have been everything to me and my family, my husband, my children. And it's been an honor for my children to serve alongside you and learn at an early age what it means to serve. And, we are better off today than we were when you guys got here. Major Chapman.
I'm tired, y'all. Would you join me in prayer as we bow together? Father God Almighty, we come before you as the creator, preserver, and governor of all things. Everything we have has come from your hand, and we thank you. We are people today who stand in awe of who you are and your grace and your mercy that continues to be outstretched and given to this wonderful county. I thank you today for the leaders who sacrificially give of their lives and their time to make this a better place to live. There are many people in this room today who have many differing opinions. But Lord, your word says that iron sharpens iron, and diversity is good. Controversy is good. But we pray that everything that happens in this room today will be pointing toward you and bring you honor and glory. There are people on our streets who are hungry, who need a place to stay. There are things that are not right. But Father, today we come together to try to make them right. And we pray that the things that break your heart will break the hearts of the citizens of this county. And that we will be a leading beacon of light shining in a dark world, where we can say we are doing our best to give our citizens a quality of life. So bless the leadership, bless the decisions that are made today, and Lord, bless Orange County and help us today to be the people that you need us to be. I pray this in your matchless name, and all of God's people said, amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
God bless you too.
Do you remember when we first met? My daughter's graduating because she graduated last week. Oh, I can't believe it's retirement.
Good for him.
Good for him.
Scoot in, Commissioner. You're way out on the fringe. Get in.
He's got the mini camera thing.
I know, that's a cute little one.
Another for you. Good, and you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Major Chapman. As the Mayor said, there are 4 proclamations for today's BCC hearing, and the first one is for Community Action Month. Community Action Month, and the proclamation reads, whereas community action agencies were created when the Economic Opportunity Act of 1964 was signed into law, and whereas in 1969, community action became a public agency in Orange County under the Board of County Commissioners and later a county division in 1973. And whereas community action agencies have an over 60-year history of promoting self-sufficiency for those with limited income. And whereas community action has made an essential contribution to individuals and families in Orange County by providing innovative and cost-effective poverty-fighting programs. And whereas community action connects people to life-changing services and pathways to prosperity. And whereas Orange County and the nation must continue to promote economic opportunities and prosperity that support all residents who need assistance. Now, therefore, Jerry L. Demings, by virtue of the authority vested in him as Orange County Mayor, does hereby proclaim the month of May 2025 as National Community Action Month in Orange County, Florida, and recognize the dedication of the Orange County Community Action Division, Community and Family Services Department, and its many partners who have had a positive impact on all of its clients. Done and ordered this 20th day of May 2025, signed by the Mayor and all 6 members of the Board of County Commissioners. Receiving the proclamation is Jonathan Cohn, Manager of Orange County Community Action. Mr. Cohn.
Good morning, Mayor Demings. Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning. Come before you this morning with humility and gratitude as we celebrate Community Action Month here in Orange County. On behalf of Community Action staff, partners, clients, and volunteers and other stakeholders, I'd like to express our heartfelt appreciation to you, Mayor Demings, and to the Board of County Commissioners for officially declaring May Community Action Month in Orange County. This proclamation recognizes our collective efforts to uplift our community, and create a better tomorrow for so many residents. And I'd like to take a moment to share some of the accomplishments that were made possible through your continued investment in community actions programs. But first, allow me, if you will, to provide just a bit of context. Your Community Action Division is a part of America's largest poverty-fighting network, and there are several things that make it quite special. First and foremost, it's the team of dedicated public servants who show up to serve their community every single day. Second, it's the 61 years of poverty-fighting experience behind each and every program that Community Action operates. Third, it's the strength that comes with being a part of the team where joy lives, hope grows, and help happens. And finally, it's the knowledge that helping every member of our community to live their best lives takes us all collaborating, partnering, and working together. Through this board's investment in our programs, Community Action provides economic opportunities for many, but more importantly, it creates hope, dignity, and purpose. Just this last year, the Low-Income Home Energy Assistance Program paid over 5,500 utility bills for those in need. The Senior Climate Efficiency Program made 70 homes more livable for low-income seniors. The Family Self-Sufficiency Program helped 150 clients to become more self-sufficient. And over 220,000 residents visited community centers to receive services and be a part of their community. Your Office on Aging connected more than 400 aging Orange Countyans to resources that they needed, and dozens of new partnerships were formed. By proclaiming May Community Action Month, you've highlighted the importance of collaboration, compassion, and resilience here in Orange County. And so, on behalf of all of those whose lives have been impacted, thank you. My ask of those of you with us here today, as we celebrate this month, volunteer and give as you are able, advocate for policies that uplift the vulnerable, and remember that lasting change is made only by working together. So together, we will continue to build a stronger, more self-sufficient community. Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, thank you for your commitment to community action, and thank you for inspiring all of us to be our best selves every day. Here's the community action. Thank you.
Que estás estresado. ¿Estresado por qué?
He has all those fun stuff in school. I don't know, it's like their field day.
She's a mess. Because she's wearing the DC song.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. All right, thank you.
Yay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Cohn, and thank you, Community Action Team, for your great work. Our next proclamation is for Public Works Week. Public Works Week, and the proclamation reads, whereas the American Public Works Association has selected People, Purpose, Presence as its theme for the 2025 National Public Works Week and encourages its members to use this week to educate residents about the significant contributions of public works professionals who stand ready to respond during natural disasters and challenges in the field. And whereas public works services provided in Orange County are an integral part of our residents' everyday lives. And whereas the support and understanding of informed residents is vital to the efficient operation of public works systems and programs ensuring the health, safety, and comfort of our community. And whereas the quality and efficacy of public works activities as well as planning, design, and construction are vitally dependent upon the efforts and skills of public works officials. And whereas the productivity and morale of qualified and dedicated personnel who work in the public works profession are influenced by the community's understanding of the importance of their great work. Now, therefore, Jerry O. Demings, by virtue of the authority vested in him as Orange County Mayor, does hereby proclaim the week of May 18 through May 24, 2025, as Public Works Week in Orange County, Florida. Done in order this 20th day of May, 2025, signed by the Mayor and all 6 members of the Board of County Commissioners. Receiving the proclamation is Krista Tarajaseski, Planner 3 in Orange County's Public Works Department. Ms. Tarajaseski.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, County Administrator Brooks. I'm Krista Tarashevsky, and I'm a proud member of the Public Works family for 12 of my 19 years here at Orange County. The 2025 National Public Works Week theme, People, Purpose, and Presence, helped to define the important characteristics that the public works professionals display each day in their work. The week is intended as a celebration of the tens of thousands of men and women in our country who provide and maintain the infrastructure and services that we call public works. The Institute of the Public, what started as a public education campaign by the American Public Works Association in 1960 has now grown into a national recognition program. This third week of May calls attention to the importance of public works in our community life. The week seeks to enhance the prestige of the professionals who serve their public every day with quiet dedication. It includes our personnel here at Orange County Public Works, where each employee is key to the overall success of our organization. At this time, I'd like anyone in the audience who has joined me here from Public Works to stand to be recognized. On behalf of all the employees at Public Works, we thank you for this recognition, for the hard work that we do to better the citizens of Orange County. Together, we are one Public Works. Thank you.
They're hidden heroes. We turn our water on and it comes out. They're hidden heroes.
And it goes away.
Yeah. Until we start drinking it again.
That's a little angel right there.
Hey, why is Carrie?
You guys should share some of the orange.
What?
Balance it out. Yeah, some of the orange. Yeah.
Oh, this is Public Works. This is roads, not utilities.
That's why I was like,
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I was thinking, I saw Carrie and Tim in the audience. So I was like,
Yeah, no, that's not gonna work. Yeah.
All right, ready? 1, 2, 3. All right, thank you.
Thank you, team.
thank you, thank you.
Thanks to our great Public Works Department, Joe Conkles, the director over there, and some of the top staff. Thank you all for being here. The next proclamation is for Water Reuse Week. Water Reuse Week. And the proclamation reads, whereas safe, clean, and sustainable water resources are essential to Orange County's environment, economy, residents, and visitors, and whereas water reuse provides a means for conserving and augmenting Orange County's precious water resources, and whereas Florida has established and the encouragement and promotion of water reuse as state objectives in chapters 373 and 403 of Florida state statutes. And whereas Florida has risen to be a national leader in water reuse, reusing approximately 900 million gallons of reclaimed water every day, more than 55% of the wastewater treated to conserve freshwater supplies and recharge our freshwater resources. And whereas May, typically a dry month when water demands are high, is a good time to educate residents about how they can help save our precious water resources through water reuse. Now, therefore, Jerry O. Demings, by the authority vested in him as Orange County Mayor, does hereby proclaim the week of May 18 through 25 as Florida Water Reuse Week in Orange County, Florida, and encourage residents and businesses to help protect our precious resource by practicing water conservation and using reclaimed water efficiently and effectively. Done and ordered this 20th day of May, 2025, signed by the mayor and all 6 members of the Board of County Commissioners. Receiving the proclamation is Carrie Cates. Carrie Cates is the Deputy Director of Orange County Utilities. Ms. Cates.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, County Administrator. It's an honor to receive this proclamation this morning. Again, I'm Carrie Cates. I'm one of the Deputy Directors within Orange County Utilities. I'm also the current president for the Florida section of the Water Reuse Association. Florida remains recognized as a national leader in water reuse, and the recycling of water is an integral part of wastewater management, water resource management, and ecosystem management within the state. Within Orange County, more than 60 million gallons per day of domestic wastewater flows are generated within our service area, and that water is sent to water reclamation facilities. While there, that water receives high-level treatment and disinfection and is converted into reclaimed water, where it is then available to be safely reused in a beneficial manner. Orange County is somewhat unique from the standpoint that we are able to proactively and responsibly utilize 100% of our treated reclaimed water as reuse for purposes such as irrigation, aquifer recharge, industrial cooling for power generation, and for discharges that provide environmental benefit, such as maintaining and rehydrating wetlands. Reusing water helps to conserve Florida's freshwater resources and facilitates the protection of our vibrant ecosystems. Along with responsible conservation, water reuse will continue to play a very necessary and vital role in the water supply planning process. Again, thank you for this opportunity to recognize the importance of water reuse as a critical resource for both Orange County and the entire state of Florida as we work together to ensure a safe and resilient water supply for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Department. Thank you, Carrie. Our final proclamation is for mental health awareness. Mental health awareness. And the proclamation reads, whereas excellent mental health is important for an individual's well-being and vitality, as well as that of their family and community. And whereas, according to the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, approximately 1 in 4 adults live with a mental illness, 1 in 20 adults live with a serious mental illness, and 1 in 6 youths aged 6 to 17 experience a mental health disorder. And whereas Mental Health Awareness Month is an opportunity to increase public awareness of the importance of stable mental health and an occasion to promote the identification and treatment of mental illness. And whereas community involvement is an essential part of ending the silence and reducing the stigma surrounding mental illness. And whereas raising awareness about the social impacts of serious mental illness, conversations about creating permanent supportive solutions for those who suffer with serious mental conditions. And whereas Orange County's employee mental health campaign called Mind Matters equips employees and their families with relevant information and strategies to help build resilience, increase awareness, and support superior mental health and well-being. Now, therefore, Jerry O. Demings, by virtue of the authority vested in him as Orange County Mayor, does hereby proclaim May 2025 as Mental Health Awareness Month in Orange County, done in order this 20th day of May 2025, signed by the Mayor and all 6 members of the Board of County Commissioners. Receiving the proclamation is Lisa Claire Graham. Ms. Claire Graham is the manager of Orange County's Mental Health and Homelessness Office.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Commissioners. County Administrator Brooks. Thank you for being here today as we come together to recognize Mental Health Awareness Month, a time to shine a light on an issue that touches millions of lives and deserves our understanding, our compassion, and action. Mental Health Awareness, America's theme for this year's Mental Health Awareness Month is Turn Awareness into Action. This theme emphasizes the importance of transforming our understanding of mental health into tangible steps that promote change and support. It encourages individuals and communities to move beyond awareness and engage in meaningful actions that prioritize mental well-being for all of us. Mental Health Awareness Month is also a time to pause and reflect and remind ourselves that mental health is just as important as physical health. One cannot live without the other. This month is about raising awareness, but it's also about encouraging honest conversations and creating a culture of compassion and support. Many of us face challenges. Some are visible, some invisible. Whether it's anxiety, stress, grief, burnout, it's important to remember that struggling does not make you weak. It makes you human. What matters is not how many times we fall, but how we find the strength to stand back up. And sometimes strength comes from simply reaching out, asking for help, and knowing that you're not alone. So I encourage all of us, let's be there for each other. Practice kindness. Let's check in, speak up, and listen without judgment. Mental health is not a destination. It's a journey, and every step forward, no matter how small, is progress. Thank you so much, Commissioners, Mayor Demings, County Administrator Brooks, for all of your support. Also, the department leadership. We're so grateful for all of the work that is being done here in Orange County. So thank you. And we have some community partners here that can be in the picture with us.
He's stressed, he's tired.
Okay, yeah, you're not your peppy self.
Went to Dr. Phillips after the banquet last night.
Because there's big, Colonials is the biggest.
It was a pretty good group, right? About 60 kids.
Oh, that was 100 and something. It's crazy. It's awesome. I wish I was in it when I was younger.
I was in it. That's why Bobby adopted me.
They didn't want a vegetarian in there.
I was like, can we do sweetie? That pig. Well, you don't eat pig. Was the pig they had the other week? Oh my gosh. Poor.
I love it.
All right. As some are departing, we're going to move forward on our agenda to the next section, which is the period of time for public comment. I'd like to invite members of the public present to come forward regarding any topics of interest or concern that are within this board's authority. However, there are certain matters which are not appropriate for public discussion during this public comment period. These matters would include pending procurement or land use issues. This afternoon, we will have a public comment period when we have our quasi-judicial hearings, and if you're speaking to those matters, it would be appropriate for you to speak during the public comment period at that time and not this morning. We will now move forward on the agenda. Each person will be given 2 minutes this morning. I'll go to Mr. Thalmuller. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard at this time?
We do, Mayor. We have 5 speakers this morning.
All right.
All right, folks. I'm going to call your names all in one batch. When I do, please line up along the back wall in the order called. Approach the podium one by one. When you do, please begin with your name and address for the record. First speaker is going to be David Porter, followed by Dr. Jim Moyer, followed by Lainey Hopkins. Larry, thank you. Followed by Eric Gray, and finally Trini Quiroz.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is David Porter. I've lived in Orange County since 1984. Do any of you know the name Luis Lopez? Mr. Lopez lived in Pine Castle, a little more than a mile from my house. On February the 8th, he was shot to death in the kitchen of his home by Orange County deputy sheriffs. Mr. Lopez was only 26. He was in his house fighting off a home invader when deputies mistook him for the assailant and shot Mr. Lopez to death. Mr. Lopez was begging for help. Instead, the deputies killed him, the victim. Within seconds of arriving at the scene, deputies opened fire from outside and shot Mr. Lopez through the window. The deputies said they opened fire because they thought Mr. Lopez had a knife. They were wrong. Later it was announced there was no knife on the scene. Those deputies were put on administrative leave, in other words, paid vacation. The situation is outrageous and undermines the public's confidence in law enforcement. I'm here today representing Orlando Against Police Crimes, a grassroots advocacy organization. We believe this case is being slow-walked so it can be swept under the rug. Of course, we understand the County Commission does not run the Sheriff's Office, but I'm here with a simple ask. We want to discuss the case with the Sheriff and the State Attorney. On the website for both of those offices, it says they are committed to community engagement, but when we have approached them, we've been rebuffed as we try to engage with them. We're asking you, the Mayor and the County Commission, to use your considerable influence to help us arrange a meeting with each of those elected officials. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Porter. We will now move to the next speaker.
Good morning.
Morning.
Mayor, Commissioners, County Administrator Brooks, County Attorney Newton. My name is Dr. Jim Moyer. I live at 1811 Southern Red Oak Court, Coe, Florida. First, I want to thank Commissioner Uribe. I spent 23 years with Salvation Army. I'm a Salvationist, and you gave me an opportunity to say goodbye to Major Chapman before he retired. So thank you and God bless you. I'm on the Orange Soil and Water Conservation District Board of Supervisors representing the northwest part of the county. I'm going to count by profession, so I'm going to throw some numbers at you. Based on the estimates of the 2030 population, from 1900 to 2030, this county has grown in population. It's 146 times larger than it was in 1900. The state of Florida is 45 times larger, which obviously creates a massive demand on our natural resources. We're during a time with climate changes, unpredictable weather, higher probability of high temperatures, stronger winds, etc. And we're in a state where half of the year there's a risk of hurricane. So I'm here to just advocate for everyone to work together, not for ourselves, but for our children. There's an old Native American proverb that basically says, we don't inherit the earth from our ancestors, we borrow it from our children. So for the sake of our children, please support the environment, soil, water, etc. Thank you, and God bless all of you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Moyer. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
Good morning, Mayor Dimmons and County Commissioners. My name is Larry Hopkins. I hail to you from District 2, Commissioner Christina's Moore area. I'm here specifically to thank each and every one of you all for your support on the medical release, undue medical relief. Last on the 10th, at 5:30 in the morning, I'm up looking at Channel 9 News, and this lady comes on and she says that Orange County forgave blah, blah, blah. And I said this would never happen to me. So I work at the Mitchell's Funeral Home. I got home 4 o'clock in the day, went to the mailbox, Mayor Jerry Dimmons, got this letter where, now, and I ain't ashamed to say it, where $9,500 of my medical bills were released. And I am eternally grateful. I called everybody I could call that day to tell them. Nobody picked up the phone. and the Holy Spirit say, thank God, and then go and thank the county commissioners. I'm very grateful. I'm very, very grateful to each one of you all. I've also expressed my appreciation to Allison Sesso, I believe is the CEO for this organization. I'm grateful. Then I pick up the paper the other day, and it's you all have helped. You all have helped 350,000 people. Now, I am, outside of the 349, I am the 350th to come in here and tell you all thank you. I want to say this in closing. The government is built upon God's shoulders. Romans, the 13th chapter, Mayor, says that God ordains every one of your jobs. And I think you all are doing a good job. I hail to you from Eatonville. I don't see Phil Diamond. I'm going to leave y'all with this. Mayor, if something ain't clean in the water at the CRA in Eatonville, God bless you all. Peace be unto you all.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Hopkins, for your comments, and best wishes to you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Eric Gray. I reside at 921 Spring Island Way in unincorporated Orange County, and I proudly serve on the Orange County Planning and Zoning Commission as appointed to represent District 4 by Commissioner Gomez-Cordero. I want to thank you for your clear and consistent support of Vision 2050 and Orange Code. This moment is historic. I'm not sure if everybody knows this, but with this effort, Orange County will become the first county in the nation amongst 3,143 U.S. counties to adopt a comprehensive form-based zoning reform policy of this scale based on new urbanist principles. This isn't just a local win, it's a national model. I commend you as a body, as well as Orange County staff and our planning division, led by Alberto Vargas and consequently hired by Mayor Jacobs, who happens to be here in the audience today. Vision 2050 embodies a long overdue shift away from sprawl and car-centric planning and towards a future rooted in walkability, sustainability, diversity of housing, and livable design. These ideas aren't untested. They've already shaped successful local communities you may know, like Baldwin Park, Avalon Park, and Celebration, all of which reflect the values of people-first planning. It's altogether fitting that this milestone occurs here in Orange County, a community with national reputation for embracing innovation and urban design. However, I must raise a concern about a parallel conversation happening in Tallahassee across Florida Senate Bill 180, which was initially introduced as a hurricane recovery measure and now includes language that could limit severely the ability of local governments to enact planning reforms that are deemed more restrictive or burdensome than existing rules. As reported yesterday by Central Florida Public Media, this legislation could dramatically weaken local control over land use and growth management. This is troubling. Orange County is leading the way not just in what it is doing, but in how it is doing it, through extensive community input, data-driven planning, and bold consensus-based leadership. For the state to curtail this kind of innovation under the guise of statewide uniformity would be a step backwards. I urge you to not only adopt Vision 2050 as you've been planning, but to continue advocating strongly, loudly for the authority of local governments to plan and grow in ways that reflect the values and needs of their communities. And I want to thank you for your leadership.
All right, thank you, Mr. Gray. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
Trini Quiroz, 2000 Hillcrest, Orlando. It is said that every coin has two faces, the nice face and the not too nice. Even the Pharisees try to tempt Jesus and try to trick him, and then he said, whose face is on the coin? And they say, Caesar's. And the great Lord said, well, give Caesar what is Caesar and give God to what is God. I come to these meetings for over 30 long years. You know what that is? That's 3 decades, a long time. And I hear this thing and I hear the other thing, but I don't see it. I am here always for the homeless, for those who nobody really cares. They are outside these walls. They are all over. There was a gimmick being said that there was going to be a homeless shelter going to be built or refurbished or whatever. And what happens? Not in my backyard. As long as I have a breath, I will advocate for those who nobody speaks. And I am so tired of seeing some hypocrisy. But I'm going to end with this. The Bible, which is the book that rules my life, that wants to give me the strength and the courage to go to public meetings, says, what will it profit a man or a woman if they garnish the whole world and at the end they lose their soul? Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Quiroz. Do we have any other members of the public who wish to be heard at this time?
That was our last registered speaker, Mayor.
All right, with that, then we will close the public hearing portion at this time. And we're going to move to the consent agenda. We're going to ask the County Administrator, Mr. Byron Brooks, to present the consent agenda. Mr. Brooks.
Thank you, Mayor Demings. Staff has no changes to the consent agenda, so we present it to the board for consideration as published.
Motion to approve, Scott.
All right. We do have a motion by Commissioner Scott for approval. Second by Commissioner Uribe. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. Before we move forward, there were some significant items on the consent agenda. I just want to bring to the attention of those who are here in the audience as well as to the listening public. We approved 2 contracts to purchase environmentally sensitive land in Orange County. You heard a lot about what are we doing to preserve our environment. And with this action just a moment ago, a 28.72 acre parcel located in West Orange County will help close the gaps between other publicly owned lands in the area and enhance existing wildlife corridors between the Johns Lake Conservation Area, Tucker Recreational Park, and the Nature Preserve in Lake Apopka. By protecting these uplands and wetlands, this Johns Lake and Lake Apopka watersheds receive benefits, including habitat protection for imperiled species, water resource protection, aquifer recharge, and floodplain storage. Also, a 403-acre parcel adjacent to the county's Savage or Christmas Creek Preserve will enhance an existing wildlife corridor, providing additional water resource protection, aquifer recharge, and floodplain storage. The preservation of this parcel, located in East Orange County, will add to an existing ecological corridor of over 838,000 acres spanning across Orange, Brevard, Seminole, and Volusia counties, which includes the Charles H. Bronson State Forest, Seminole Ranch Conservation Area, Orlando Wetlands Park, and Little Big Econ State Forest. To date, Orange County has purchased and preserved 2,212 acres since the board approved the $100 million to purchase environmentally sensitive lands. So thank you to our board for your thoughtfulness in providing funding so that we can continue to preserve a portion of God's green earth. With that, we're going to move forward on our agenda. We are going to move to the discussion agenda at this time. And we have Ms. Zule Milan, who is the Assistant Manager of the Procurement Division. She's going to be coming forward to present the Procurement Committee recommendations regarding selection of one firm and an alternate to provide building envelope engineering and consulting services. With that, you are recognized, Ms. Milan.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, County Administrator. The Procurement Committee has evaluated proposals for building envelope engineering and consulting services. I'm requesting the board's selection of one firm and an alternate, as well as the requested action on the screen. Commissioner Uribe was assigned to the Procurement Committee.
All right, thank you. And with that, Commissioner Uribe, do you have a potential motion?
I do. I move for the selection of J. Ammon Architect, Inc. with 384.50 points, with ARC Associates Incorporated with 317 points as the ranked alternates, as well as a requested action on the screen.
Second, Wilson.
All right, we have a second by Commissioner Wilson. The motion is Commissioner Uribe. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. Now we'll move to the next item. This is A2. Ms. Milan is going to be framing this item as well, and with that, you're recognized.
The Procurement Committee has evaluated proposals for continuing mechanical engineering and plumbing term contract. I'm requesting board selection of 3 firms and 3 ranked alternates, as well as the requested action on the screen. Commissioner Uribe was assigned to the Procurement Committee.
All right, if there are no questions by members of the board, Commissioner Uribe, do you have a motion?
I do, Mayor. I move for the selection of Atkins Realist USA, Inc. with 497 points, SGM Engineering, Inc. with 429 points, and JAFE USA, Inc. with 419.50 points, with RTM Engineering Consultants, LLC with 402 points, Tags Engineering, LLC with 387 points, and Hansen Professional Services, Inc. with 362.50 points as the ranked alternates, as well as the requested action on the screen.
Second, Scott.
All right, we have a second on the motion. Commissioner Scott, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, we'll move to the next item on the agenda. This is A3, and Ms. Milan will be framing this item as well.
The Procurement Committee has evaluated proposals for geotechnical engineering, testing, and inspections for the Orange County Convention Center North-South building improvements for Phase 5A. I'm requesting board selection of 1 firm and 2 ranked alternates, as well as the requested action on the screen. Commissioner Uribe was assigned to the Procurement Committee.
All right, Commissioner Uribe was busy, so Commissioner Uribe, do you have a potential motion?
Yes. I move for the selection of Terracon Consultants, Inc. with 382 points, with Universal Engineering Sciences, LLC with 375 points, and Tierra, Inc. with 327.50 points as the ranked alternates, as well as the requested action on the screen.
Second, Scott.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, thank you, Ms. Milan. We're going to move to the next item on the agenda, a very important item. Our Director of Legislative Affairs, Ms. Kelly T, is going to come forward and provide an overview of the 2025 state legislative session. We are not requesting action today. This is merely an update on where we are with the legislative process here in Florida and related issues to the work that we do as a local government and subdivision of the state. With that, Ms. Teague, you are recognized.
Well, good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, Comptroller Diamond. It's great to be with you today. I think the Mayor just alluded to the fact that we're not quite done, but we thought this would be a good time to come before the board and talk a little bit about the policy discussions that happened in Tallahassee. We didn't want too much time to pass between the supposed end of session and an opportunity for us to talk about what happened in Tallahassee. Legislators will be heading back. It's unclear when to address the budget. And so I do want to kind of put a big disclaimer that we're still in a period of fluidity, and we shall see. All right, so I'm going to do a session overview. We're going to talk a little bit about the priorities this board adopted several months ago, and then look ahead to the coming extended session and the 2026 session. And then, of course, there'll be a time for questions and comments. Session overview. I always like to do this by the numbers. Okay, so 1,952 bills were filed, 255 bills passed both chambers. It's about 13%, so a little slower than what we saw in the preceding session. Orange County followed 540 bills this session. And right now, as we speak today, the budget proposals that are in each respective chamber are about $4 billion apart. So just a slight rounding error between the two. They've got a little bit more work to do. Wins. Turmoil or disagreements, whatever word you want to use, between the House, the Senate, and the governor's office slowed down several very problematic bills. And sometimes that is, in fact, a win as we try and slow things that are introduced in the process. On the losses side, we're going to talk a little bit about Senate Bill 180, late session land planning amendment that could have major impacts for local governments like Orange County. Okay, let's start with the budget. So, as you know, passing a budget is the only constitutionally required action by the legislature. The legislature did not pass a budget for the upcoming fiscal year. As I mentioned, they're about $4 billion apart right now. At the scheduled conclusion of session, which was May 2nd, there was an agreement in principle announced between the chambers, and since that time, in the weeks that followed, it appears that has somewhat fallen apart. And so it's a little unclear where they are right now. It's believed that tax policy is kind of the holdup between how they're going to approach things on the budget side, whether they're going to go with property tax reductions or sales tax reductions, and what that policy around those approaches leads to from a revenue side. As of today, there are still no allocations, which is really what we look to as the start of the budget process. It kind of breaks things down category by category, and that's usually the sign that the budget process is underway. Board priorities. Okay. These first two items, I want to again note that they are not resolved just yet, but I want to talk about where they are and what we heard during session. The Live Local Act, which involves affordable housing, you all are very familiar with this piece of legislation that passed previously. The House tax package does have language involving the Live Local Act. It eliminates the opt-out provision that Orange County followed for the 80 to 100% AMI category. This is in one of 16 bills that will carry forward as part of the extended session. As I said, it's on the House side right now. There's nothing on the Senate side. So this is one of those unresolved issues that Orange County is very interested in. On the other side, a tourist development tax. This, again, is still not resolved. It is part of the ongoing discussions in the House tax package and the Senate tax package. Right now, there are two different approaches. The House purposes, and it requires an ad valorem offset, minus 25% and any obligated debt. On the Senate side, the proposal allows, that reduces marketing funding thresholds to open up some of the uses for public purpose. And I did want to note, though this is not part of the conversation that we believe to still exist, there was an additional bill that came up on the House and Senate side that attached referendum requirements every 8 years to authorize the pennies. All right, this is the big one. We're going to talk a little bit about Senate Bill 180. This is actually an emergency management bill to give you the context of how the conversation came up. A late session amendment added land management language that had previously been removed. Before I describe what happened, I want to tell you what it does. It prohibits adopting a more restrictive or burdensome amendment or burdensome procedure to comprehensive plans or land development regulations concerning review, approval, or issuance of a site plan, development permit, or development order. A lot. It applies to areas included in the federal disaster declaration for Hurricanes Debbie, Helene, and Milton. The restriction is until, for those three hurricanes, so everyone in that category, the restriction is until October 1st of 2027, but notably, it is retroactive, and so it applies to all actions starting in August 1st of 2024. Of note, burdensome and more restrictive are not defined in the legislation that passed. And it creates a cause of action for citizens and or business owners if they believe a local government is not following this provision. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about how late session actions happen. When we began this process, the language involving Hurricanes Debbie, Helene, and Milton was removed on the Senate floor. That was on April 19th, so it no longer existed, and it was just an emergency management bill with one small provision that essentially said if you were in the 100-mile tract, you only were prohibited from increasing building permit fees for 180 days after a declared emergency. So that's what was alive as we moved into the final days of session. The House amended what we call the bad language back into the bill. That happened on April 29th, and they kicked it back to the Senate where it sat for several days. It appeared that the Senate was not interested in taking up this language, but lo and behold, as the process works sometimes, the last day of session, there was an agreement between leadership, and the Senate ended up taking up the House version of the bill. And so here we are. It is obviously problematic. Local governments universally find this to be troubling. Additionally, if you look at the vote count, it's very clear that This was one of those oddities that happens at the end of session. There was, between the two chambers, one no vote from a Panhandle Democrat who voted against this provision. So we still have some work to do on this issue. Whether that would happen as part of an extended session, or, as you know, the legislature will be coming back. It's the early wave of session, so they come back in January. So whether we talk about a fix in January or it's part of a broader discussion and extended session is a little unclear. But I wanted to make sure, I know it's received a lot of media attention, so I wanted to make sure you all had the benefit of this information and you understood how it evolved throughout the process. All right. I also want to talk about a bill you probably heard a lot about in the news. This was a massive bill. It was a department bill, a Senate Bill 700. It covered a variety of policies from BMAP, Basin Management Action Plans, to like farm employee housing. There's also a provision that like preempted local governments from regulating electric vehicle charging stations. It was a big bill, but what you probably heard in context of this bill was the prohibition of any additives such as fluoride in a public water system. This bill has already been signed by the governor. The other bills that we're discussing today, most of them have not been signed. So they're still kind of in that air of uncertainty, but this one has been signed by the governor. I also wanted to point out one that got a lot of media attention in the last year. Senate Bill 80, which had unanimous support, both chambers. This was a very well-received bill. It involved state park preservation and required parks be managed for conservation-based recreation uses. It bars the Division of Recreation and Parks from constructing sporting facilities within state parks, including golf courses, tennis courses, pickleball courts, and ball fields. And again, it passed unanimously in both chambers. So some positive. On the failed side, so let's talk about a couple bills that we worked heavily on this session. County Commissioner term limits. Usually we don't pay attention to this bill because obviously we have term limits, and what was being discussed was an 8-year term limit, and we have an 8-year term limit. Unfortunately, the language had a not to exceed amount of 8 years, and what we found in looking at it is if it had passed in the way it was written, it would have prohibited a county commissioner who served 2 terms from running for mayor because the prohibition was on serving within the body. So Orange County amended the language and fixed the bill, but ultimately it failed. So no longer in play, but that's an example of how sometimes a bill may come up in several iterations as we go from session to session and requires a lot of effort and hopefully ultimately fails. Sometimes that happens and sometimes it doesn't. Official actions of local governments, you probably heard about this in the context of diversity, equity, and inclusion. These were the bills that involved DEI initiatives. They did ultimately not make it over the finish line. And waste incineration, which is one of those highly technical bills that we spent a lot of time on this session. It generally, let me go through it real quickly, it generally prohibited DEP and local governments from issuing permits for a new waste-to-energy incinerator within a 1-mile radius of schools or zone residential areas. It impacted us. And so we worked on fixing this bill. We got one element fixed, one element not fixed. Ultimately, the bill did not pass. So I suspect we may be dealing with this again in the future, but at least for this session, it did not make it over the finish line. On the past side, I wanted to cover the Transportation Facilities Designation Bill. We have 2 areas in Orange County that received designations, Harris-Rosen Way and Senator Geraldine Thompson Way were both part of the Transportation Facilities Designation Bill. Lastly, utility relocation. This passed and involved a lot of work on behalf of Orange and all of the local governments associated with the Florida Association of Counties. Essentially, this original bill as filed would have required local governments to cover the cost of utility relocation using the communication services tax. Fun fact, we use that for public safety. And so under the board's adopted priorities of no cost shifts or unfunded mandates, this fell squarely within that. So a lot of work was done both from an association standpoint by FAC and Orange County, and what ultimately emerged through the process is the creation of a state grant program. All of the counties contribute a total of $50 million, and it's kind of a grant program that those who are interested in having their cost offset will now compete for, supposedly as part of a grant. All right, looking ahead. As we look at extended session, obviously tourist development tax, as I mentioned, the Live Local Act, also CRAs continue to be part of the discussion, kind of on a tangent, it's part of one of the bills, Senate Bill 110, the House amended language that included CRAs into that bill. The Senate did not agree to take up that amendment, but it still exists somewhere in the sphere of discussion. So we'll be watching that one. And then obviously tax policy, whether it be, an offset in property taxes or a sales tax reduction. I wanted to pause and introduce a few people. Mark Jeffries is here. Yes, Mark is here. He's our boots on the ground in Tallahassee. We also have our intern from University of Central Florida. Jorge Altuna is a senior majoring in political science, so you may come across him in your paths. And Jorge was indispensable for us this session. If you noticed how beautiful the report was, he apparently likes graphic design, so please don't expect that next session. Not my gift. But Jorge did a great job. And then also I wanted to announce our new contract lobby teams that the county worked with for the first time this session and give you an opportunity to hear from them. We have two groups. One is from Becker, and we have Yolanda Cash-Jackson with us and LaToya Shields. Come on up. And then we also have from Sunrise Consulting Group, Andrew Khalil. And so they're going to speak just in a general sense, just real briefly, and give you an opportunity to hear their perspective of how session went, what we can expect looking forward, and then we'll pause and do questions.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and members of the County Commission. My name is Andrew Clell, and I guess I drew the straw to go first. I really want to start with I appreciate you guys genuinely for letting my firm represent you and work with your amazing team between Kelly and Mark. I've known Mark since I started in this process, and he's always been an incredible mentor and just a friendly face in the Capitol and has deep knowledge of policy, and I've learned quite a bit from working with him this session. As far as how this session went, I wanted to comment, Kelly made a comment about 255 bills were enrolled. And I think that's about 20% less than last year. And it's been an interesting session to watch so many impactful bills be filed that relate to local governments. In fact, I think some of the bills that were filed almost have a sharper impact than they have previously in my years representing local governments, but yet less bills passed. I think that's because the legislature did less work. Not less work, but they heard less bills in committees this year while they were still trying to evaluate what the priorities were of each chamber. And I think that maybe led to a little bit as to why we had less bills passed this year, although the ones that passed are greatly impactful. And as Kelly said, the legislature's still working on what the budget's going to look like. In order to get that, you have to figure out how much money you're going to bring in. So they're still working on that, and they're very, very different fundamental policy proposals between the two chambers about how much money we're going to bring in as a state. I guess that's kind of my opening there. I'm available for any questions, and I'll let them talk as well.
All right. Thank you so much, and good morning.
Good morning.
I'm a preacher's kid, so I need response. Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay. Listen, Yolanda Cash-Jackson from Becker here with LaToya Shield, and we have a pretty big team, so it's not just us. But I just want to first personally thank you for the opportunity to represent Orange County. But you have a great internal team, and it's been quite a pleasure. This is my 27th session, and just when I thought that I couldn't see it all, I saw it all. We're in a very unique position going into this extended session. It's one of opportunity to right some of the wrongs. He talked about 180. We'll be tracking that. You have a great delegation, a very diverse delegation that has been open to hear what we have to say, hear what you have to say. But it is and a real opportunity going into this extended session, just because, when you've seen a few things, you know that the opportunity for things that we don't expect may come up. So we will be vigilant about making sure that we're watching the budget, because sometimes they've done some substantive things in the budget in years past. And so we aren't asleep at the wheel. We will be there ready to act on behalf of Orange County. We're here for questions. If you have any, or if I left anything out, the only thing I can assure you that is not done. That's it.
That's true. That's the overarching theme. So, Mayor, we just wanted to pause and offer an opportunity for questions or comments.
Absolutely. First, let me say thank you to all of our lobby team, including Kelly and Mark Jeffries and our contractor team. The issue with Senate Bill 180 is very concerning. While it has passed, the governor hasn't signed it yet. Talk to us a little bit about what you perceive is perhaps an opportunity to change the bill or kill the bill. So talk to us a little bit about where we stand with that.
Well, I think what's interesting about 180 is it involves two very different policy areas. It involves emergency management and it involves this land development piece. And so whether we try and seek a veto on one or the other or both, it allows us more opportunity to spread out the issues and look for stakeholders that have similar feelings to us. I know local governments are very opposed to the bill and working hard to try and secure a veto. We are also working to try and secure a veto. Part of that is just understanding how it fits in the broader sense. It's a much bigger bill than just the land development piece. We have heard some talk that maybe some of the emergency management pieces might be problematic, which would be helpful to us to seek a veto.
Yeah, I just want to say we want to use the resources that we have. Andrew has already had some conversations with Commerce. We're based in Dade County, so we certainly have a relationship with the Speaker and others. And so we will look at trying to bring other jurisdictions in. We happen to be on the Miami-Dade County team, full disclosure. And I know that Jess has done this for a very long time. We worked together for a very long time. So you can be assured that we will, there'll be no stones unturned for us to try to look for a solution and then be communicating with your team.
Can you say what it is that they're really trying to accomplish with the legislation?
Well, if I knew that, I'd be honest. No. We don't know what the ultimate goal is. I mean, there is, as your team has indicated, is a lot of things that are in this bill, whether or not it's emergency management is the goal or whether or not it's zoning is the goal. We're trying to figure out who's behind this and consider a veto is a consideration. That's a consideration, and that's a whole nother can of worms because there's some concern about whether or not there would be the ability to override a veto. That's a very big concern in the legislative process right now that we haven't had before. So there's a lot of options open there.
I know that
Andrew wants to add.
Obviously we're active with the Florida Association of Counties and in discussions with the legislative team there. We know that there are many counties who stand in opposition to it as well, similarly situated as we are currently in Orange County. So we will do what we can through you and through other means to continue to voice, our concern about perhaps the unintended consequences of this legislation. Andrew, looks like you wanted to say something.
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to follow up on your question about what are they trying to accomplish in this bill. And if we Kelly mentioned that it's bifurcated in two different pieces of policy. It's emergency management and it's land development under the guise of emergency management. And if we separate land development out from the bill for a second and we look at it from the state's position, there are some provisions in that bill where the Division of Emergency Management currently doesn't have an updated list of who the main contact is at a local government during an emergency, which may seem far-fetched for us as Orange County, but when you look at more rural counties and very small cities and fiscally constrained counties, it makes sense that the division may not know in the local government who the proper contact is. Another piece of that bill is for local governments, and while I understand it's an additional burden on the local government, well, maybe not. Orange County is a government that probably already has this list, but they would like local governments to provide a list of assets that they have under their ownership already, such as generators and certain high water rescue vehicles. So DEM has that list. So when a storm comes in, we can say, Orange County, they have 3 high water rescue trucks. I don't need to go get some from another county. They have them. Or I can look at Holmes County in the Panhandle. they've got nothing. Well, Bay County's got some stuff next door, and we can start positioning assets over there. They currently don't have that centralized at DEM and a subsequent requirement for local governments to provide them with that. So I think, to answer your question, what are they trying to accomplish? I think they're trying to help be better prepared on that piece of the policy. I can't speak on the comprehensive planning part, but on that side, if that helps your answer.
All right, thank you. We do have questions or comments by members of our board. I'm going to call on them in the order in which we received, at least they pressed that button. We're going to have Commissioner Wilson, followed by Commissioner Martinez Simrad, and then Commissioner Uribe. Commissioner Wilson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you all so much. I know that it's like Shark Week, right? Like you just have to kind of get up and like make sure you're not wearing anything too shiny and try to protect your head. So I kind of wanted to drill down a little bit. When I first heard about the language in 180, my immediate thought was, well, the developers are going to hate this, because anything that sounds like a pause on a update to a comprehensive plan, some kind of an amendment, to me sounds like the advancement of development would be inhibited. So I guess my question is, are there definitions for burdensome? What does that mean? And is there any reference at all in it to flood zone?
To the first question's easy answer, no. Burdensome is not in any way defined, and I think that's the challenge, is the ambiguity of it kind of leaves us with a guessing game of what's involved and what's not involved. There's some flood zone. With respect to the piece of the bill that we were talking about, it just has that burdensome language in it. And so it really could be anything, like any type of policy that was deemed more cumbersome.
Well, and I mean, you know, but our colleagues from the outside lobbying group may not. You know, we are working here in areas across Orange County where, you know, I proposed a potential pause in any development activity along an area that was clearly underwater following Ian and Milton. So, you know, of course, this looks very directed towards that type of discussion in protecting those folks. So I don't know where the insurance companies are coming in on this, but I can't think that this would be something that would help that crisis, right? Our property insurance crisis, because it's being felt in internal counties as well as coastal counties. So any thoughts about the way that industry is approaching this bill, or have they not even gotten?
Yeah, it's an interesting, we haven't heard anything yet, to be determined. What's interesting is if you talk to the Senate sponsor, he brings up quite frequently that he was attempting to target coastal communities who are now requiring homes be built elevated, and felt like that was unnecessarily
So their goal is to put people in floodwaters.
I will not speak for him, but
I will say it. It sounds like the goal is, and we didn't have any no's from our legislative delegation.
No.
That's a huge disappointment, and I hope the public's paying attention. You need to call your local lawmakers. I know that this is going to be bounced around a little bit. A lot of these things have iterations that come back again and again and again. If there's no definition for burdensome, maybe we can do something with it, and we can actually try to, you know, understand a little better what that is. But if this, what you're saying is that it is essentially allowing development immediately in the aftermath of catastrophic flooding in areas that we know are subject to catastrophic flooding. It is so dangerous for everybody. Wow, okay. I have another question. I'm so sorry.
Andrew wanted to add real quick.
Oh, okay.
And I don't want to take up an exorbitant amount of time, but Commissioner, if I may, two things. We've noticed in the past couple of years, they pass a bill and it will have something they're referring to with no definition. And then next year or the year after some litigation has happened, then they come up with a definition. So I can see a similar trajectory for this. The other thing I wanted to mention, if we look at the policy of the state of Florida as far as elevating homes, they didn't address the elevated homes in here, but the Elevate Florida grant program is either just started or it's coming out, where the state is providing grants for people to elevate their homes. So while there's no policy in here, there is some proposed funding to elevate homes. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's happening on both sides.
Right, and I was going to say, I think to the benefit of who, right? That's like that. The end consumer issue is I think critical. So the last one is, I noticed procedurally that several of the things that were passed never went to committee, and isn't that then? I mean, is anyone going to call it out? Does there end up being sort of we're not doing that anymore inherent? Then, I mean, is anyone going to call it out? Does there more or inherited by that a procedural step being.
You can waive them if you have. To see that a couple sessions ago, you would see bills stall in the Senate, and then they would pass the House and then be referred to Senate rules, which is not something that I was familiar with in the first 10 years that I did this. It's a little different now because it's definitely more pervasive than just that one example of things being kicked to Senate rules. So, yeah, this is one of the challenges when you have a large supermajority. You have rules, but not really. Feelings.
Thank you.
Commissioner Martinez-Simrat.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I think the goal of this all was just to preempt a lot of stuff that Orange County is trying to do to develop in a sustainable, smart fashion. So I think that this part of the land use bill was intentional for amendments that we've been trying to make in a comprehensive land use plan, which brings me to just asking what are the expected impacts on Senate Bill 180 on Vision 2050 and our ability to move that comprehensive land use plan forward?
I know that internally staff has been talking a lot about that, not just with respect to Vision 2050, but also code, because you can't have one without the other. I think probably be most appropriate, whether that be now or at another time, for planning to talk through the specifics of that, because we know it impacts it, but how much is a little unclear right now.
Okay. And then what is, when you have a charter amendment that passes, like the rural boundary, does it impact a charter amendment?
I think that's one of the challenges of understanding. Burdensome. How is it applied? So.
It came through a different channel through the voters mandated constitutional reform. So I'm just wondering if that is included within reference of Senate Bill 180 or if it is.
Not overtly. It's not in there in an overt way, but whether it was intended to be or not, I'm not certain.
Got it. What do you expect? I mean, do you have any insight on ad valorem versus sales tax? Do you have any realistic expectations that you could share as we begin to, think and work through our budgets for, we're already prepping with a moving target. Do you have any insight that you could offer?
I'll let the lobby team follow up, but generally I'll say it's clear that the chambers have different preferences. Yeah, the House would like the sales tax approach, and the Senate prefers the ad valorem property tax approach. It's important to note that that's not a direct thing. It would require voters to weigh in because it's enshrined in the Constitution. And so how that would be impacted is a little unclear because it would have to go before voters. That does seem to be the 800-pound gorilla, though. I'll let the lobby team add on, but that's really what makes the $4 billion apart so evident, are those two policy areas.
If I may, just real quickly, the House, just on yesterday, has kind of retreated a little on the sales tax issue and looking towards cutting recurring funds, which is really concerning. We've done that before. For those of us who worn platform shoes for the second time, we've done that before. They took a slice off a percentage of recurring funds, but we got to figure out how to get the Senate and the House at least close enough to do allocations. That's why we're here. The allocations can't be done because they can't decide on the policy of sales tax versus what the Senate would like to do. And one thing I do want to mention is also rural renaissance is on the table. It was still contained in Senate Bill 110, which is a big thing when you talk about rural development and what rural really means and whether or not you have communities who have rural application, which you have some rural communities that are in large counties. So there's a lot that's going into the conversation. But for right now, the House seems to be retreating a little bit on the sales taxes. They got to make up that $4 billion difference, and they haven't been able to do so. They have to do so before June 30th, otherwise the government shuts down.
That brings me to my next question. What is when we say a $4 billion difference, what do we usually start with? Like, how far off are we? Do we usually start at a $1 billion different, what's that discrepancy usually look like?
I guess if I looked back, 1 billion is reasonable, 4 billion is big. The governor wanted a 3 billion, so this is even bigger than what the governor put in his budget. So it's big but not insurmountable. I mean, both chambers have worked together, seem to be working together. We're just going through marriage counseling right now.
Thank you for all of your advocacy.
Sure.
You kind of talked about philosophically where there may be differences between the House and the Senate, but where is the governor on the issues related to tax reform?
If you want to also weigh in, I think that the governor is, he has his own thing that he proposes, that he thinks that they aren't cutting enough, but he didn't get to the number that they're at. Whether or not the governor will veto, there's been some concern that the governor will veto everything, and that's where the overriding of the vetoes becomes important. Rumor has it, and that's all we can go on, and I hate to repeat rumors, but rumor has it that would be that the House would have the power to, or enough votes to override a veto, and the Senate not. But that's street committee. I can't say that that's the case. But the governor has indicated his dislike for some of the policies that are being put forth, which would suggest a veto.
Okay, we know you all do have your ears to the ground. There's always some chatter that happens there in Tallahassee, and you all are amongst those who hear the chatter, and whether or not it makes its way into an express policy position remains to be seen. But we hear it. We hear it here on the ground in our community for those who profess to be close to either the governor's politics or the leadership's politics. And so I know we can't necessarily disregard, what you hear on the ground, because somehow it creeps into the conversation going forward. All right, Commissioner Uribe.
Thank you all. I really do appreciate, this is for the lobbying team, that you guys are representing other counties, because we don't obviously spend a lot of time. We're not very popular in Tallahassee, so to know that you have other clients, it allows you, I guess, knowing like Representative Perez, the Speaker of the House, and Albritton of the Senate, clearly they come from different areas. Now, maybe I'm wrong, because when I had read, I actually saw about $4.9 billion difference, not $4 billion. So that means to me closer to 5 than 4, because, and I've just been, I did spend a little time in Tallahassee this session, but more on transportation, not on this. But the message that I've been reading, it seems like the governor is looking at property taxes,
Yes, definitely.
So I see the speaker more sales tax, but then the Senate and the governor more on property tax.
That's correct.
And I guess for us, that's what worries us, because that's our bread and butter financially for our programs, our departments here in Orange County. And honestly, one thing that worries me that we haven't mentioned at all, and even though we aren't overseeing this, is the impact on public schools if we don't get that settled in time, because they're supposed to be done by, July 1, we should be knowing what we're doing. And Kelly, you said you've been in conversations. Has there, again, I don't have a crystal ball. I've just been reading and watching along, and I really do regular assessments of just seeing what's going on in Tallahassee. And it just seems like I feel like the car's veering to the property tax more than the sales tax, I think, realistically. And have we at all started to have discussions on that? Because we already know on sales tax, we don't get everything back that's ours. But property tax, that's pretty much what we depend on to when we're having all of our budgets. And so has there been any thoughts or conversations of even what's expected, where that shortfall could affect local governments.
Certainly, it's been a conversation at the Florida Association of Counties. And we saw this recently, I want to say like 2017. There was a proposal to add an additional homestead exemption, and it ultimately was not successful. Voters did not support it when they went to the ballot. And so what that looks like moving forward, I think that's the only consideration that a lot of people have is even if property tax is the approach, it's not an automatic. It still has a process that voters will have the opportunity to weigh in on. As you know, we're challenged as a local government. We can't, I mean, obviously we can't advocate, but it's even difficult to educate at this point, given what state law requires and does not allow. So that conversation has generally been placed squarely at the Florida Association of Counties as they work to advocate for just really explaining how this impacts critical government services, public safety, health and human services. I mean, there's a story behind all of these numbers. And I mean, it's interesting because it's almost as if the property tax discussion is really because they can't find the homeowner's insurance solution.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And something very cognizant that we have to be aware of also is the speakers are going to be leading in the next session.
Yes.
So they're not going anywhere. So we could be dealing with this 2 years in a row, but I've found it interesting how our local delegation has been meeting with the Speaker of the House on a regular. I've talked to a couple of our local delegates, and they actually find him very inclusive. He's put them on significant committees, including Representative Ashkamani, and we've gotten, Senator Geraldine Way, and also Mr. Rosen Way. So clearly there is some dialogue. We may not be at the table, but we're in the room.
It's an
Can
interesting
that be
point.
fair to be said, that there's, at least on the House side?
I would argue on both sides, and even the governor's office, because when you don't have uniformity in thought between the chambers and the governor's office, you need the extra votes. And so I know when I was up in Tallahassee, the Black Caucus for the first time was meeting with the governor. And so, when everyone is not marching to the same drummer, you really have to bring in different elements. And so in some ways that is beneficial for a county like Orange, where we generally don't have a significant seat at the table.
And then my last question, and this may be for somebody from the team, is Florida Association of Counties is really dedicating a lot of resources and time and commitment to home rule, right? Because we, as a county, have been hit over and over and over again with things that we pass locally that gets preempted from us. How do you feel that conversation is going? I had the privilege of going to one meeting up with FAC and when I was in Tallahassee, but just curious, how do you think we're getting any traction? Are we able to leverage any of our relationships with other leaders from other counties to try to get us somewhere?
That's a great question. I can't say enough about Davin Suggs and his team. We meet weekly about issues that affect all counties. Because to your point, you're just Orange, but we want to have the collective voice, and they've done a really good job of listening to our issues. So we'll take this 180 issue back. I mean, we've already been discussing it. So I think it's stronger than I've seen it in a very long time. Having commissioners come up is extremely important. So I feel really good about the communication and the level of communication, the impact. I don't think it's a door that collectively the Association of Counties can't get through.
Yeah, and I don't know if Kelly shared, I do a lot of work with Secretary Perdue, and we got the language out of Representative McFarland's bill to remove the MPO, and that was through DOT and meeting with McFarland when I was in Tallahassee to help us at least push through for a little bit longer, because it seems like all cuts are coming like across the board. It's not, nobody's exempted from it. So, okay, well, I'll have to get your contact next time.
Thank you.
When we're in Tallahassee. Thank you.
And we talked about the Florida Association of Counties. They have created a task force internal to the association. I am actually chairing the task force to look at taxation issues across the entire state, to where we'll get input from all of our counties. And I think sometimes when you represent a collaborative, you have more influence that way. So we are going to be proactively looking at these issues to see how we can maybe minimize, if there is some legislation that ultimately passes, we can minimize perhaps catastrophic impacts on local governments. So, all right, Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, and thank you, Ms. Kelly, Mr. Mark, and all the team for the work that you all doing there. My questions are easy, very easy. It has to do with Live Local Act, and if you, I'm still gonna try to talk later with Mr. Weiss and Vargas, but I just wanted to ask you, does this bill, the SB 1730, allows for Live Local Act projects to be done inside of PDs? See, that's why, if that's the case, I can ask, Weiss and Vargas later.
I may need to check on that for you, Commissioner. It's not an easy question. No, I'm just kidding. No, we need to look into that, because the biggest Live Local Act implication right now is the house tax package language, which doesn't allow you to do the opt-out. So that's kind of where the main focus is right now. But let me get you information. Is it 1730?
Yes.
Okay.
SB 1730, and then.
Does it allow you to do it within a PD? Yeah. We're going to have to check.
Okay, and then in that same line, my other question is, how did the change the regulations for Live Local on properties owned by churches?
Oh, okay. I'm going to have to get you specific information on that.
Okay, so I have another question, so I will go straight there. Oh, we can talk later.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Sounds good.
Thank you so
Commissioner.
much. Thank you.
Commissioner Michael Scott.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Kelly and company. Appreciate y'all for the work that you're doing. You shared this session has been challenging because you've encountered circumstances that you haven't seen before. Can you share, I guess, how have you changed, how's that changed your strategy or approach in advocating for us?
Well, it's certainly opened up our avenues for who we can talk to. Again, when everyone is kind of marching to the beat of their own drummer, it creates more allies in the process. Typically, I will say probably in the past, well, since Governor DeSantis came in, there has just been very specific approaches, and everyone has fallen in line and done exactly what the priorities were as presented. That changed a little this session, and so it changed in different ways for the House and in different ways for the Senate, but it allows us to have conversations with people that probably were not people we would have had conversations with previously. So it did open up the process a bit. I think the more interesting angle will be how that translates next year as we start to move into an election cycle. What does that look like? Is there still a lack of uniformity in thought, or does everyone coalesce around one idea because of the upcoming election season? That's definitely a political question, but politics impacts policy, so we'll be watching it closely.
Yeah, election season definitely will inform kind of how things go or don't. Make it more difficult as it relates to doing ballot initiatives. I know that's in litigation. Do you expect any of that to change within the House or the Senate, or it's going to kind of play out in the courts?
That's a good question. Do you know anything about the ballot initiative?
I can just tell you historically, if you remember, you may not remember, but we got into this conversation with class size. Remember the class size amendment? And it passed and passed pretty handedly. I think that they went a little bit too far for some of the folks that want to do ballot initiatives now. I think that there is, with this supermajority, probably an effort to make it even tighter, and I think that's the way that we're going to go. So we see it swing because the initiative that passed is not something that they wanted, so they want to make it even harder. But there is pushback and a lot of discussion on whether or not it should be, because on the marijuana initiative, for example, it was 50-some-odd%, but for that 60% cap, it would have passed.
Right. And then Kelly, other than what we've done, how can we support you in your efforts?
Well, certainly helping keep our local delegation engaged. They're our most powerful voice in Tallahassee, and it's changed over the years. I mean, when I first started lobbying, it was a majority Republican, and then were a couple Democrats, and then it swung the other way, and there was a majority Democrats and a couple Republicans. Now we have a pretty diverse delegation, all things considered, and so helping make sure, the people you interact with, you share constituents, and so helping make sure that they're on the same page and speak with the same voice of interest that we have is powerful, because they have the easiest path forward in a committee meeting to express concern, ask questions, and sometimes we can't stop things in a committee meeting, and that's frustrating because there's a lot of theatrics in a committee meeting. You hear a lot of, I don't support this, but, I'm willing to move it forward because I respect the sponsor. So, sometimes questions are powerful. It helps indicate a fracture or something that's unworkable for the body as a whole. And so our delegation members are a key part of that process.
Okay. Well, Kelly, again, I want to say thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I was watching Kelly kind of to the side looking like a proud mama, so I guess you all are doing a really good job. So thank you for your work. Thank you for traveling here to meet with us today. We certainly appreciate it. I'm good, Mayor. Thank you.
All right, thank you all. We will stay in touch if things happen. I know we'll hear from you. We're going to move forward on our agenda at this time, and the next item scheduled is an item that involves the presentation reference a proposed ordinance concerning the use of fireworks, and our county attorney's office with Attorney Joy Carmichael is going to come forward, and she'll be leading the discussion and giving the board an update. And with that, Ms. Carmichael, you are recognized.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. Okay, we're here to discuss a proposal for an Orange County fireworks ordinance. And the purpose of the work session is to receive the board's direction on a proposal to provide for effective enforcement against the unauthorized use of fireworks by incorporating the state's limitations on the use of fireworks into the Orange County Code of Ordinances. The background we're familiar with is the residents' complaints about an alleged illegal use of fireworks in a neighborhood. The goal for this work session and overall for the county is to provide for effective enforcement of the state of Florida's provisions related to the permitted use of fireworks in Chapter 791 Florida statutes. I'd like to go over a general statement of the applicable law that governs fireworks. It's governed by Chapter 791 in Florida statutes, which regulates the sale, use, and storage of fireworks, and provisions that are relevant to what we're considering as a resolution to our issue is that it requires uniform application throughout the state. It defines fireworks as any combustible or explosive composition or substance or combination of substances, except items specifically excluded from the definition of fireworks, such as sparklers, poppers, things that the state has deemed are more safe. And it provides for enforcement of Chapter 791 by local law enforcement departments and officials charged with enforcement of the laws of the state. In addition, it allows counties and municipalities to adopt reasonable rules and regulations for the granting of permits for the supervised display of fireworks by the following groups: fair associations, amusement parks, other organizations or groups of individuals. Chapter 791 does not prohibit the use of fireworks solely and exclusively during the designated holidays of January 1st, July 4th, and December 31st. In addition, in a footnote, Chapter 791 prohibits local governments from adopting regulations and laws that directly prohibit or interfere with the following: state safety standards and or the right to purchase, sell, use, or possess consumer fireworks. That was, just going back to that, that was a limitation placed on local governments in the year 2000. And that was a question raised at one point by a local municipality as to whether they could pass a law that exactly prohibited or interfered with state safety standards or the right to purchase, sell, use, or possess consumer fireworks. And we've determined that we're not doing that in this proposal. So in trying to address the problem that we've had in the neighborhood, essentially we've considered three possible options. One was enforcement of Chapter 791 in Florida statutes without an ordinance. That's been the mode that we've been in. It hasn't been effective. Second is to enforce the noise ordinance prohibitions against noise in excess of the allowed sound levels, because the noise ordinance has a prohibition against intermittent sounds above a certain sound level. However, that hasn't been an effective mechanism for enforcement either. So our third proposal is to enact an ordinance that incorporates the prohibitions of Chapter 791, and that would provide the following: general prohibitions against the use of fireworks, an allocation of responsibility for noncompliance to individuals, and it would provide for enforcement and abatement of the illegal use of fireworks as a nuisance. Okay, the key elements of the proposed ordinance would provide general prohibitions against the use of fireworks as follows. No person or entity is permitted to use, explode, or discharge fireworks in the county unless the person, and these are actually literally basically copied and pasted out of Chapter 791. The person or entity first obtains an appropriate county permit for the display of fireworks or pyrotechnics as provided in that section number. It's not relevant, that's just a section, well, that one is. Section 2175 of the Orange County Code of Ordinances, sorry about that, that is our provision for someone to obtain a county permit to display public fireworks. The second is the use is by a railroad or other transportation agency for illumination or signal purposes, or the use is associated with quarrying, blasting, or another industrial purpose in accordance with Section 791.04 Florida statutes, or the use is in conjunction with a bona fide agricultural use as provided in Section 791.07 Florida statutes, or the use is on a designated holiday as provided in Section 791.08 Florida statutes. The ordinance would designate the prohibited use of fireworks as a nuisance by stating the use of fireworks on a day or in a manner that is not allowed by Chapter 791 is prohibited and shall constitute a nuisance. The ordinance would provide for enforcement by allocating responsibility for noncompliance to individuals. It would provide for the enforcement and abatement of the nuisance by allowing any person to bring a complaint alleging a prohibited use of fireworks, and for fireworks complaints to be referred to and received by the Sheriff's Office for personal investigation. If the investigating officer finds probable cause to believe a person is in violation of the ordinance, the investigating officer may issue a written warning for the person to cease and desist or issue a citation. If the person does not take corrective action to cease and desist from the activity stated in the written warning in a reasonable time, which we're defining to be 5 minutes, or to be immediately, and that would be within the officer's discretion. The law allows instances where an officer can require compliance immediately if there's a threat to the public safety, health, or welfare. And the officer may issue a civil citation punishable by a fine as follows: $200 for a first offense, $400 for a second offense, and up to $500 and a mandatory court appearance for a third offense and each subsequent violation. That's the general overview of the ordinance, and we're requesting either approval to prepare an ordinance that provides what has been stated for it to be effective countywide. That would be actually within the municipalities as well, or within unincorporated Orange County only. I'll just add just a little feedback on the consideration of it to be effective within the municipalities. We did contact their representatives. We've received some feedback from an attorney that represents 4 of them, and that attorney was Dan Langley. He represents the cities of Winter Garden, Ocoee, Belle Isle, and Winter Park, and he said the general consensus is that they would not want it to be effective within their jurisdiction. In addition, he said if they were if it were effective within it, their ability to prioritize that, and they would not want them to enforce it within their jurisdiction. And in addition, they would, of course, want consideration for their permitting process. Most of the municipalities have their own permitting process for the public display of fireworks. They would want that to remain and be able to utilize their permitting process within it. That was the feedback he had from the managers, the city managers. Nothing, of course, official from the actual governing body. But no other comments did we receive from the other municipalities.
All right, we do have questions or comments. We'll start with Commissioner Uribe, followed by Commissioner Wilson.
So tell me again. Sorry.
I actually went first.
Commissioner Uribe.
I'm sorry, I heard.
She's used to being first.
I apologize.
No, it's okay. I know. First of all, I want to thank you all for this, okay? We have sat in the room with all of your great minds and all of the departments to try to find a solution. When the burn ban went into effect, there was like a hallelujah in the community, and then it rained. And isn't that horrible that we were like excited that there was a burn ban? And then when it rained, the gentleman that many of you have heard that the constituents have come in here who are being tortured through this got a payback when the burn ban was lifted. This weekend, I had multiple messages and video of kind of like a retro response to how they were feeling. And the horrible thing is that this community became intimidated. They felt helpless. And you guys have worked very diligently to really give this some teeth so that these people can have right to peace in their community. And I think that I am just overwhelmed because we actually saw, Megan, what you've done and all of you and Chief and you and really just listening when we sat down to really be creative on how we can do this. I think at one point we even discussed hiring off-duty officers for this community to help empower them to do this. So this is a great thing. I know that you said 4 cities, but we have 13 really, and 12 as the mayor always. I know, but one of them they have fireworks every day, so we will talk about them.
2 don't, so 11 function more as cities.
Yeah, I think that I will say that, especially in my district, I have the city of Orlando interweaving and things like that. And I don't want this to become if you live across the street, you can do it, but if you live in unincorporated Orange County, you can't, You've done a lot of work on this. I'm so proud. I hope I get to do the motion to bring it forward. But I wanted with that. The only other thing I wanted to ask, and we had the sheriff's department at the table when we were all meeting. One of the biggest things we had when we discussed this before is that there has to be a victim, right? That always tends to be the topic of conversation. How would that, because what we had with this specific person, it was just random, it was whenever he wanted, whenever, 9 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I had been out there and experienced it myself. How will that be able to be enforced going forward? Because, one of the things that we did have is we had a lot of videotape footage. We actually had the gentleman blowing him up. We had all of this information, but it was one of those, you've got to see, it's got to happen when you're there. Can you explain that part of enforcement?
So that requirement would still be necessary, that the law enforcement entity or the deputy sheriff essentially would need to see it. As we understand, they're aware of the proposal. They would have the capability to find a measure or a tool to utilize to be able to do that to some extent. I think that's always the limitation with enforcement of violations that must be seen.
Okay.
That was primarily, Joy, if I recall, at the state level in enforcement of the state statute. And part of the reason why we have decided not to include criminal sanctions in the ordinance is to forego the requirement that it actually be visualized or seen or heard by a deputy. And so in this instance, just a citizen, a resident of that same community where those fireworks are being set off by another individual, it would be sufficient when the deputy arrived to take statements from the various neighbors or what have you, and then issue the warning or citation depending upon how many instances there have been. That's the discussion that I believe we've had with the sheriff's office. I don't see Austin Moore, the general counsel, here today, but that's my recollection of what we had determined and decided upon and agreed upon.
Great, okay, thank you.
Commissioner Wilson.
Yeah, thank you. That was a good clarification, because I think that was the whole point of this conversation, was that if a Ring video footage isn't enough, what is, or how do we make it something that is at the very least reportable to the point of being able to build a record, right? Who did you speak with at the city of Winter Garden? Who was the representative that you spoke with that said that they would not agree?
It's just a general statement from the attorney that received feedback, as I understand.
But it wasn't Kurt Arterman. No, I don't think it was.
It was Dan Langley.
Dan Langley.
Okay.
So, and along that point, Commissioner, this is certainly it could be done in an unincorporated area, and if cities wanted to opt in, they could.
Yeah, I was
going to
say, I would want to know, were the police chiefs involved in the conversation? Because quite frankly, the police chief of Winter Garden, I think, would have a much different perspective than the outside general counsel, because they have different, they're encountering different things. We all know that there is reciprocity between all these jurisdictions, so I do think that that's going to be an issue. And when you speak to the residents, they don't care or know who's going to show up. They want somebody to show up. And I think the boots on the ground law enforcement across these jurisdictions are all agreeance that they don't have the tools. So we have the wrong people answering the question. I think it's the right question, but I would have loved to have had a briefing. I know we got an offer like Friday night after business hours, but if we'd like maybe talk about this earlier on, I could have tried to help connect with the police chief. So I would really love to do that at some point.
I want to add, though, every city manager, this was shared with every city manager, city administrator in Orange County. So it did get to every jurisdiction, to the city managers, and obviously they made the choice of who they sent it to. But every city was provided this information and told about it. So.
I would love to know the actual law enforcement. That was it. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation and information. I have a few questions, and I guess they're easy, I guess. So I wanted to ask you, for the process of, permitting and so, are the holidays that, you present here in the presentation, on those days, the people needs to get, a permit to use the fireworks and do all these things, since there are events going all over the place, to be, more safe than sorry. I just mean like, that on, by the rules, and follow the ordinance.
Okay, so for those who are the groups, that large groups where they obtain a permit to actually display fireworks, so that's regulated under their permit, so we can make provisions in that permitting process that actually states that they can, provide fireworks on that day, because the permit when they produce fireworks, it's at a different level than individual. So I think the permit process can provide for that, because I know your concern was whether they would be prohibited or they automatically allowed. But I think we want to govern that through that permit and state exactly the days and what is being conducted at that time.
So if it's a regular, person or whatever, doing fireworks, they need to get a permit for those holidays or no?
No, the individual would not. So an individual would not need a permit.
Okay.
But I thought if you're talking about groups and those large organizations, they are required to go through a permitting process because of the quantity and the danger associated with the display of the public display of fireworks. In that instance, then they would get the permit, and it can provide that, or they would state, yes, we're going to do it on these holidays as well, just so that the fire marshal is aware of that and can properly permit it.
Okay. And in regards to the fines, are those standards fees, 200, 400, and 500?
They can be considered standard. We can't go above 500.
No?
No, no. There's a statutory limitation on that.
Okay. If they get multiples, you mean? Yeah, because it
they
says
can get
the
multiple.
first one, the second.
Yes, but I mean in an instance. So that third tier is if they're cited a third time or subsequent, then it's up to $500 and a mandatory court appearance.
Okay. And then I wanted to know if there are similar ordinance and so in, neighbors counties in regards to chapter 791 or what we're doing today? Do we have any?
Okay, for our neighboring counties, Seminole County has a fireworks ordinance that's similar to the concept that we're considering of incorporating the state statute into the code. Brevard prohibits fireworks in parks without a permit and has a similar penalty tier system as well. And Osceola prohibits the use of fireworks in parks without a permit, similar to Brevard. And it prohibits fireworks during a burn ban, like us, and then Lake County would be the other county. And they prohibit fireworks on public lands, except when possession or use is in accordance with state law. As far as the cities, most of our cities have provisions that allow for the public display of fireworks, and that's the extent to which they're regulating it, saying you must obtain a permit to have a public display. But the city of Orlando, their process, their statement in their code generally prohibits fireworks in the absence of a permit, just generally prohibits them in the absence of a permit.
Okay, and well, in District 4, and I know District 3 as well, we have had, neighbors, complaining and so because they are like, I don't know, gunshots and all of these other things, including fireworks and so, but other things that get into the roof of the neighbors and everything. This is different from what we discussed today?
So this would relate to anything that's described as a firework. So if it doesn't meet the definition of being that combustible type of item, then it wouldn't be in the realm of this. It could be something that could be a noise ordinance violation if it is above our maximum sound level. That's the way that would be regulated.
Okay, so any other question, I'll email you later. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, then if it's a firearm, there are firearm statutes. That's a different animal. That's under state law. It could be unlawful display, a number of other things that we're talking about, fireworks in this case. All right, Commissioner Moore.
Joy, thank you for your work on this, and thank you, Commissioner Reby, for bringing this forward. It seems like when I have a friend who's been dealing with the noise ordinance due to a neighbor who has some mental illness, and clearly we're dealing with this in this situation that precipitated this. And I know about all the time that you have spent and the research that you've done, and so what I'm struggling with a little bit is why the municipalities would not want to adopt this ordinance and not have to do all the work you did. And so explain to me a little bit about would there be a caveat in there that if they were needing a permit for a large display, that they still could go to the cities? How would that work if we had some sort of a hybrid ordinance here with the cities?
Yeah, we could make that provision in the ordinance stating that for municipalities. For example, our code has is separate from this ordinance, a separate provision that pertains to the permitting process to obtain a permit for that public display. So we can just make a reference to that and exclude that from our permitting process to say that if someone needs to obtain a permit for the public display of fireworks within a municipality, then they should use that municipality's process for that.
Okay, well, then I would favor that, because I know with some of these smaller municipalities, the time and the finances to pay, a lot of times they're hiring the attorneys on a per hour basis. So I would favor adopting the county's ordinance for all the municipalities with that caveat.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
And we just have a limited input, for you to know that.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Joy. With the fee structures, the first offense, second offense, is it delineated where those funds would go if someone does pay those fines?
I'm not sure where it would go. I'm not sure if that's general fund or not.
It would just go through the clerk's process, or?
I'm not sure whether it would go, I don't want to say which one. I don't know where those funds would go.
Any thoughts, Byron?
No, off the top of my head, I don't know. So we'll have that information, presuming the board wants to move forward. We'll have that information when this comes back to the board.
Okay, I echo Commissioner Moore's sentiments. I've shared with you just some history as it relates to Orla Vista community, specific to more around the fireworks sales as opposed to the nuisance part of it. And then as it relates to the fine, I know it says the officer has a discretion to issue a citation or warning. I would just figure out some type of way or language where the first engagement is a warning, just knowing a lot of people are having difficult times financially, and so I don't want to put a burden on someone if they generally don't know. I didn't know, and maybe I engage with an officer or code enforcement or however it shapes out, and now I'm paying this fine simply because of my ignorance and not because I'm trying to get around the process. And so figuring out a way where we have education built into it, I think would be helpful. That's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
All right, if you can put the action slide back up for a moment. I'm going to suggest to you that it is my preference that this be countywide. Obviously, I've been boots on the ground, been in all levels of law enforcement. It's problematic if this ordinance is not countywide because of the nature of what a law enforcement officer has to deal with. We are talking about fireworks here. And, the way the city and the county, you can be in a municipality on one side of the street or in the backyard, et cetera. The nuisance of having a fireworks going off is a quality of life issue oftentimes for a much larger area. It's not usually just a problem for one house or one homeowner. And I think that probably had a conversation with law enforcement, you may have gotten a different response. Sometimes what law enforcement will do is that when they think that it may adversely impact their calls for service, in other words, the demand on their time, they may look to others for enforcement or what have you. But obviously, in the case of the sheriff's deputies, they have jurisdiction, lawful authority in unincorporated areas and the incorporated areas, and so they could obviously enforce even within a municipality, but generally you want the law enforcement agencies within that municipality to take the lead on enforcement-related items. But I just seriously think, given the testimony that the litany of persons came in here and provided testimony. It was neighborhood-wide. It wasn't just one home. It was neighborhood-wide. And I think if there was perhaps a gap in the statute or an enforcement under the ordinance, you almost would create a situation where that law enforcement officer who may respond to a problem, a violation, doesn't have the tools in his or her tool belts by which to adequately address the nuisance for those who live in that area. And so I believe that we should look countywide. We can work. This has to obviously, there's no action today. We can certainly work towards getting a municipal process or whatever articulated in the ordinance. But I think what I'm hearing from the board, there's general consensus here that this should apply countywide. And again, I would just echo that as a law enforcement officer myself, that I look for every tool that I can to make our community safe and maintain the quality of life for all residents of Orange County. So with that, I do, in this instance,
Mayor,
yeah,
let me see if I can help
yes,
out a
sir.
little bit. We can move forward with the drafting. Your rules provide that we would move forward with the drafting of an ordinance unless there were 4 objectors. So I think there's a consensus opinion that exists on the board to move forward with the ordinance, and we'll draft the ordinance as a countywide ordinance. And as you know, under the Orange County Charter, the ordinance would apply in a municipality so long as the municipality doesn't have an ordinance on the same subject matter.
Okay. All right. So that's the direction that we're giving you at this point. It doesn't, what I'm hearing you also say is you're validating it doesn't require a vote today. There will be a draft of the ordinance, and that will come back, and there will be a vote at that time. But you've been given the direction at this point, the consensus of our board on how to move forward. So with that, Ms. Carmichael, thank you for your presentation.
We're anticipating June 17th.
June 17th. Okay. June 17th. All right, thank you. All right, we're going to move forward now on our agenda. We're going to, this is the final item of the morning session. We are going to have Mr. John Weiss, our Deputy County Administrator, to come forward. We will lead the effort in presenting regarding the outstanding policy issues related to Vision 2050 and the Orange County Public Schools and Orange Code as well. I do recognize Chair Jacobs from Orange County Public Schools, and she has some of her staff and team members who are present. We're going to go to Mr. Weiss now. That will lead us off in this discussion. Mr. Weiss, you're recognized.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. Thank you. Pleasure to be here. As the Mayor mentioned, have the work session regarding, I think, just some final issues to work through, make sure we got clear policy direction on related to Vision 2050 and some of our engagement over the last almost year at this point with OCPS. So in terms of the outline of this morning's discussion, very quick slide on purpose, a little bit of background and history, specifically as it relates to both Vision 2050 and the Charter. Move into the request that came from Chair Jacobs last week, I think May 9th, and then really talk about some of the policy considerations, both from a legal perspective as well as those implications from a planning perspective. Go through staff's recommendations as to those few final points of issue that where we need some policy direction from the board, wrap up with a summary, and then ultimately kind of come back to those 3 points of issue and discussion to make sure that that direction is clear. Following this presentation, I know Chair Jacobs and her staff have a brief presentation as well, so there'll be an opportunity for, I think, a more collaborative board discussion both among staff as well as OCPS as part of this broader discussion. Just in terms of the purpose, I know again that we've heard a lot, maybe perhaps some separate conversations about Vision 2050, the history of OCPS's issues and concerns on the magnitude of changes. And so we're going to attempt to connect the dots between Vision 2050, where OCPS, what the concerns that OCPS have brought forward, and then especially as it relates to the Orange County Charter, which I think has been a more critical part of the discussion over the last several months. But then, more importantly, going back to the charter, how has the charter been applied and interpreted, and of course its history as well. And then again, finally seeking that policy direction today so that in 2 weeks when we're here for our adoption public hearings, for both Vision 2050 and Orange Code, we have a good understanding of what policies to present for the board for your consideration. So in terms of the work session this morning, obviously work sessions like this are great to get feedback and direction from the board. But we also get feedback from the board pretty much every Tuesday afternoon. We can be stubborn at times, but we listen. And so we hear you as on a variety and diversity of land use cases that come forward, what you like, what you don't like. And so this list here are the things that we hear from the board pretty consistently on a Tuesday afternoon. In terms of future growth and future land use decisions, you want compatible infill development. You want there to be affordable mixed income housing solutions. Certainly we hear from you, we hear from the voters about the importance of protecting the rural area and that rural lifestyle. Strong environmental protections is something that this community has continued to reinforce and prioritize. A diverse and value-added economic development to our community, making sure that businesses that are coming in support diverse job creation. Growth that pays for itself and making sure that those fees and those costs of providing infrastructure. And then to the last one, maybe a little idealistic at times given the way that infrastructure is funded, but wouldn't it be nice if the infrastructure was available before the development actually came online? So there's some challenges in that, but this is the feedback that we hear pretty much from the board every Tuesday about your policy priorities. And so we listen to that and we try to take that feedback into account. And we have as we develop Vision 2050, right? So when it comes to implementation of those policy priorities of the board, it's first important to establish a vision. And I think we've done that as part of Vision 2050. It's important to establish a predictable and efficient growth management framework. And again, staff thinks that we've done that as part of the development of Orange Code. It's also important to calibrate the plan through public engagement. And I know, and I think all of you understand, that Vision 2050 and Orange Code is not where it was a year or even 2 years ago. It has evolved as you all have, as we've engaged each of you, as you've looked at your communities and given feedback to staff, you've talked to your residents, and the plan has continued to change. And it's a very different plan today than where it was even a few years ago, as staff has been working on it. So we think it's a better plan today as a result of that public engagement. And then ultimately, the most critical part of implementation comes down to future land use maps, zoning maps, and the application of land development regulations. If you don't provide that framework and actually apply it and keep changing the plan or don't sufficiently develop it, that vision never becomes a reality. And so it's important to kind of see it all the way through to implementation. So I think the board understands, certainly at this point, and this slide may be more for a little bit of public benefit and context, but as part of Vision 2050, really we oriented and organized the county into different planning sectors. And each of these planning sectors have different contexts about how in the manner in which these areas are expected to grow. So we've got the targeted sector, which are some of our older commercial corridors, where we've obviously wanted to introduce residential. We want to take advantage of some of the existing infrastructure, especially on the transportation and transit side, and so on. And the intended sector is our high growth areas today that will probably be built out in the next 10 to 15 years. But that includes Horizon West, some of our growth centers, and a few other communities. The established sector are some of our older neighborhoods. A lot of those are PDs, but a lot of those are also communities and neighborhoods that were built in the 1950s and 1960s. The rural area, pretty self-explanatory, and the board has said, let's make sure we protect that. And then the same thing with the preserved area, right? These are just really our natural lands throughout the county. And of course, the county's growth plans really only apply to unincorporated Orange County, but we've also got the incorporated areas that are growing as well. And so countywide, when we look across the county, there's about 422,000 people that are coming here. It's not that's creating the demand for growth. Vision 2050 is trying to accommodate that demand for future population increases. So 422,000 people across all of Orange County, of which the incorporated areas are going to pick up about 159,000 or 38% of those. The preserved areas, again, we understand that's not where we want to be growing. The rural areas, we expect some development, but hopefully not a lot. Again, looking to maintain the low densities, that rural lifestyle. The established sectors are fairly well built out, but there's certainly an assortment of undeveloped infill lots where there may be some opportunities to accommodate some future growth as well. The intended areas, that will continue to occur for the foreseeable future, at least certainly in the near and midterm. And then finally, the targeted sector, which is an area of the county, again, 42% of the future growth, we've identified and tried to develop policies to direct that growth into that particular sector. And the challenge is when the board says we don't want development in the rural area, we don't want development in the preserved area, we want it in the targeted area and we want it in the intended area. And so what makes that happen? Well, ultimately it's a future land use map and a zoning map and associated policies that work to make that happen. So in terms of the Orange County Charter, and I just want to maybe spend a second here explaining, at least in somewhat simple terms, what the Charter attempts to accomplish as it relates to the school overcrowding provision. So that's Section 704B2 and ultimately got implemented through Chapter 30, Article 15. Rezonings, so basically the Charter says that rezonings are comprehensive plan amendments that increase residential densities where OCPS cannot certify available capacity shall only take effect upon the approval of a significantly affected local government. So a comprehensive plan amendment or a rezoning that this board may approve, again, pursuant to the terms of the charter, and we'll talk a little bit more about its implementation in just a few bullets, but a comprehensive plan amendment that you approve, if capacity is not available in that school, then OCPS would certify whether capacity is available, then it may not just be a decision of this board, it may be a decision of another board, municipal board, in the event that they have a significant portion of student enrollment in that failing school. So it adds an interesting twist to local government land use decisions because it introduces another local government into that decision-making process, provided there's a failing school. So that charter amendment was initially approved back in 2004, and of course CPS at that time had major overcrowding concerns and massive portables and students in portables and school shift issues with lunges and everything else. And it was renewed by the voters back in 2012. Initially implemented via an ordinance that was approved in 2006, and then ultimately further enacted via an interlocal agreement between the county, between OCPS, and eventually some of the municipalities signed on. Between 2006 and 2019, especially to this multi-jurisdictional process, it was never really implemented, at least the multi-jurisdictional piece of it wasn't, because of that capacity enhancement agreement. And so these capacity enhancement agreements where the developer for this increase in density would pay the full freight or cost of a student station, allowed OCPS to certify that capacity would be available. And so that world worked well from 2006 to 2019, but ultimately following legislature changes, and we obviously talked about impacts of bills this morning. Back in 2019, House Bill 7103 affected OCPS's ability to do CAs. And then the county was basically forced to abate the implementing ordinance of the charter following that action in 2020. So connecting the dots between what the charter says and the vision plan. So the vision plan is not a development application. And so OCPS, when looking at the magnitude of the plan changes, and densities are changing on residential densities are changing on parcels of land, thousands of parcels of land across Orange County to accommodate a future growth scenario. Orange County Public Schools can't know where that development is likely to occur. So therefore, they cannot certify the capacity is available to accommodate the entitlement change that would be forthcoming from both the vision plan and or the code amendments. And so that leads to two possible scenarios should the charter be applied to an ear-based amendment like Vision 2050. Either that the plan amendments can't convey any entitlements, or alternatively, that the vision plan would have to be approved by other jurisdictions, where there may be a significantly affected local government, which, because of the nature of the plan update, might mean every municipality in Orange County. So again, it's kind of important to, as part of a history, to note that the charter really has only been applied to private development as part of the CEA process. It's never been applied to administrative update. And back in 2006, the board briefly had this discussion, maybe in a little bit different context, but the board opined then that the charter should not be applied to administrative code amendments of a local jurisdiction. At least from the county's perspective, this has never really become an issue. We haven't implemented administrative updates to our plan since 2006. But at least one municipality has, I think it was Maitland, that updated their future land use and zoning maps that had some effect of increasing residential densities. Again, smaller city, maybe not to the scale of what Vision 2050 or an Orange Code is introducing. But it also speaks to the fact that there are several municipalities that are finally going through major plan updates. And there's a lot on the west side between Ocoee and Winter Garden, Apopka as well. So the application of the charter to a local government administrative amendment is actually one of the kind of the foundational issues and points of discussion here today. So Orange County staff had worked with OCPS prior to transmittal, certainly shared some information related to the document, and Orange County transmitted the plan amendment back in 2023. But last summer, as we were getting into kind of approaching the adoption hearings, the concerns being expressed by OCPS certainly escalated. And so I had gotten involved in those discussions, and certainly Chair Jacobs had as well. And I think ultimately the communication between the two parties improved, and there was more collaboration and data sharing and sort of understanding what the fundamental points of issue and concern from OCPS were. And so these aren't the exact bullets from those, in summary of that conversation, but they generally shared that they had concerns about the entitlements being conveyed absent the consideration of school capacity. Again, the challenge is they didn't know where the growth was occurring, so it was very difficult to evaluate school capacity impacts. And then ultimately the targeted sector, which again is really important to the county's planning future, because 2/3 of the growth of an unincorporated Orange County, we want to go there. But that's an area of the county that may not have available capacity. And so how do we balance the available capacity or limited available capacity in the targeted sector, which again is where the biggest changes are occurring. And then ultimately OCPS also expressed concerns that they weren't as engaged in the development process as they felt like they should be. So after months of discussions, we worked to some solutions that ultimately have been presented to the board back in March. And so to be clear, under the current planning framework, OCPS is engaged in all development reviews. We also worked with OCPS, and this was a compromise on both parties, to limit the entitlements in the targeted sector to our current planning levels. And again, that's an area where we want growth, but we were sensitive to, the limited capacity of OCPS in these areas, but we wanted to create a process by which would allow residential to go in, but ultimately have school capacity be a more explicit consideration. And so we created this DAA, or Density Activation Application process. And so if there's capacity available, again, it's an area that the county in the plan is identifying for the future residential development. If there's capacity available, move forward. If there's not capacity available, then the developer may reduce the project. They may phase their project, or ultimately they may negotiate with OCPS if there's opportunities for a school site or some other integration of a school into their community. But at the end of the day, if there's because of the size of the project, the nature of the project, there's no ability to solve either of those two things, the policies are drafted in a way that this board, not staff, this board has the ability to consider school issues as part of a public hearing on that land use decision. So ultimately, the developer may request to proceed to the BCC with a public hearing on the DAA as to the issue of school capacity. So we largely had worked together, and we were close on certainly most issues. And going back just a few weeks here, I know the board had received an email from Chair Jacobs really expressing a few objectives that she wanted to achieve with some further refinements and enhancements to Vision 2050. She had, in that email, had requested to extend school capacity reviews to all areas of unincorporated Orange County for all density increases, except those that might be otherwise designated as de minimis by the county. Wanted to require county commission approval for any application that would increase residential uses beyond available school capacity. And that was already there. That was already effectively in the policies. To ensure consistency with the school capacity charter provision, in the event school crowding becomes so severe that the county commission determines it may be necessary to reactivate Section 30-72, which is the implementing provision of the charter in the county code, to consider school capacity in the board's land use decisions. And it's not just the board's land use decisions, again, it's any jurisdiction's land use decisions at that particular point. And that actually speaks to that last bullet, which was ensuring a level playing field for municipalities. So the chair actually had offered two specific solutions with an implicit one, and I'll kind of cover these three a few times later in the presentation. So the changes that the chair had included was, one, to take the density activation application, or the DAA, to consider that as a rezoning as defined in Section 30-741 of code. Again, it's the ordinance that's currently being abated, but to make sure that that was referenced in there, so policy amendment. And then additionally, to at a point in the future, when the ordinance implementing the charter is reinstituted, is that to commit to amending Section 30-742 to add a new Section E. And of course, that Section E is on the screen, to basically say that this section shall not apply to jurisdiction-wide administrative local government update to a comp plan amendment or rezoning, which results in a less than 1% increase in student enrollment for the then current Orange County Public Schools K-12 public school countywide enrollment. And this exemption is limited to one such administrative update in any 5-year period. So implicit in this is sort of a definition of de minimis that, basically asking local governments to accept that the charter applies to us in the same way that it would apply to a private development application, but we can make little changes to the plan provided it's within a de minimis or a 1% threshold of then student enrollment. And then in terms of she had also provided a reference to the flow chart, and this was would be more specific in Orange Code, which again, I'll sort of highlight the change here on the screen. Again, sort of speaking to the DAA itself, and that the DAA wouldn't just be approved by the Board of County Commissioners, but in the event that there's a school overcrowding issue and the charter amendment is re-implemented, that the SALG, or the multi-jurisdictional review, would trigger as well for the DAA. And so at this point, let me ask Georgiana Holmes to come forward. She'll speak to, again, these are all policy issues, but certainly some of these have legal considerations that we wanted to make sure that the board was aware of as we continue the discussion. So Georgiana.
Good morning, Commissioners. Georgiana Holmes from the County Attorney's Office. So normally when I come up here, I'm always telling you guys about some legal consideration, some framework, some statute, some policy to try and guide, shape, direct, and sometimes even prohibit what it is that you're considering as a policy direction. And so in that vein, while you're here to consider the implications of policy requests to Vision 2050 and Orange Code, John and I thought it was important for you to understand a little bit about the framework and history for how we got here, because in this instance, we're not necessarily looking to the legislative intent of what's happening in Tallahassee, or some sort of determination of what words and statutes mean from case law. This is your charter. And so the board is completely empowered to decide what the words in the charter mean by setting that policy that accompanies it or implements it. And so in this instance, because procedurally we have an ordinance that implements the charter, but is currently abated or temporarily suspended, we think it's very important for you to understand that procedurally that's where we are, but what does the charter say? What does it mean? And how should that play into your considerations as you are on the precipice of adopting Vision 2050 and Orange Code? So back in 2004, there was a charter question presented to the voters to ask them whether or not to empower you to set an ordinance that addresses comprehensive plan amendments and rezonings that increase residential densities and impact an overcrowded school at a local municipality. And so to address, so from its inception, the language in the charter was to look to an ordinance to implement that. And so being approved by the voters, the ordinance was, a project that was brought to the board and ultimately landed at a public hearing in 2006. So you can see how the ordinance process was important and to try and effectuate the intent of the voters. So, excuse me, let me set this back. One of the ways that we can look at what the intent of the charter provision it was from its inception is to look at the Charter Review Commission, which is the entity that put the question on the ballot to begin with. And in their final report, they did speak to the importance of determining what things like comprehensive plan amendments, rezonings, significantly affected local governments, what those terms mean. So when you look inside the ordinance that created Article 15 and Chapter 30, you see those definitions. You see what is defined as a comprehensive plan amendment, what is defined as a rezoning, capacity enhancement agreements, de minimis, all of those terms are put into the ordinance based on the public hearing that was held on the ordinance at that time. And you have learned that some of the conversations that were had at the board at that time were what is the extent, what is the breadth of what should be a rezoning, similarly, what should be the breadth of those kinds of decisions that get at increased residential entitlements, and whether or not they would be subject to the charter. And so while we stand here in 2025 telling you how staff is interpreting the provision today, and that it has not been applied to those ear-based amendments, it has not been applied to those kind of legislative policy-making decisions that a municipality is making about the regulation of land within their jurisdiction, that is where we're coming from. We're coming from looking and examining where the charter amendment started, how it was interpreted by the board in its implementing ordinance, and while that is procedurally abated today, it is nevertheless the posture of how we got here today. So the other thing that I think is important to note before I kind of talk about the 6 points that are on the slide is to remember that the decision about whether or not school capacity exists and the approval by the significantly affected local government is limited to the issue of school capacity. And so the plain language in the ordinance is that if the school board cannot certify that capacity exists for the additional students, then it is to delay the effectiveness, and that approval is limited to the issue of school capacity. The reason that that's important is because if we're trying to give legal meaning to what the words in the ordinance mean, then we have to kind of project that out into what it would mean today for Vision 2050. That's the decision that's before you, is what is the implication for interpreting those words and its impact on Vision 2050 and Orange Code. And so specifically, I'd like to highlight that the definition of both comp plan amendment and rezoning in the ordinance itself speaks to increase in residential densities that increase on the property that is subject to the comp plan amendment or on the property that is subject to the rezoning. And so again, while we stand in 2025 trying to give effect to the meanings in the words of the ordinance, it's important to understand that the plain definition, it's amazing how when you stand here, all of a sudden you get thirsty. You're not thirsty all day, and then you stand here and all of a sudden it's like the Sahara Desert. Thank you. So again, on the property is important. So in considering today whether or not to make some of the changes that are being requested to Vision 2050 and Orange Code, you have to look at what was the intent and meaning of those words. And so given that kind of construct and framework, you can see now why the consideration to subject ear-based and local government administrative amendments through the charter provision was not a concession staff could make without bringing that decision to you as the policymakers of what the charter means. Similarly, because it would delay the effectiveness until school capacity could either be achieved or a timing consideration, the interpretation that ear-based amendments and the code If that were to be applied to Vision 2050 and Orange Code, it would delay the effectiveness until any SALG could do their approval. It also may challenge some of the policy considerations that you currently have in those comprehensive, legislative decision makings for land planning in Orange County. Finally, limiting the residential entitlements because of the charter, it would suggest that it could suggest that the municipalities adopt similar provisions in their land planning legislative decisions. And so finally, OCPS effectively is requesting those residential entitlements that we're discussing that increase residential densities would then have to be considered on an application by application basis, akin to concurrency, or I think John's called it an overlay. And finally, we need to look specifically at the density activation application, the request that that be defined as a rezoning. The reason staff is concerned about simply making the density activation defined as a rezoning is because when you look at the not only the legislative history of how the 2006 ordinance was considered by the board at that time, but it is an activation of that density in your targeted sector. That's a little bit different than the way it's been defined and would be a significant departure today should there be a decision to include the density activation application as a defined rezoning. So with that, I'll pass it back to John to talk about a little bit more about the policy considerations before you based on the request of the school board.
Thank you, Georgiana. Just again, stepping through, and all these points were highlighted more specifically and detailed in a memo that was sent to the mayor and the rest of the board last Friday. So I won't go through all of these details specifically. But the chair had proffered some, I guess what was characterized, or what I think she had characterized as some guardrail language to be included within maybe not just Vision 2050, but ultimately a future amendment to the implementing ordinance for the charter. And whether or not that works for the county and Vision 2050, it certainly could be impactful for the municipalities. And of course, the intent of that guardrail language is to close what I think the chair certainly believes is a loophole in local government's ability to update its plan. And so if, as opposed to a private development application, if the local government basically said, oh, well, yeah, if you were to come in and ask for this, the charter would apply. But if we do it for you, well, then that would close. Then that would seem like a loophole or a way to get around the intent of the charter, especially as to the school overcrowding issue and another jurisdiction's ability to weigh in on it. And so, again, I think maybe in the context of Vision 2050, the guardrail language could work, but its effect on and the acknowledgement that the charter should apply to not just to private development applications, but to local governments, I think has much broader implications with our municipalities as well. So we'll talk further about that in a bit. On the targeted sector policies, I you may hear from the chair, certainly to the fact that we believe, and I think OCPS believes, that those policies work for them. Again, they're engaged in the development review, and school overcrowding is an explicit consideration by this board in whether or not to approve residential development in those areas. And so I think those targeted sector policies work for them. And at the end of the day, we are required under state law to plan for and accommodate in our plan a certain amount of future residential growth. And so realizing the effect of the charter and the importance of the school overcrowding issue to our community, we really felt like the policies that staff and OCPS collaborated on really do attempt to balance the requirements of the statutes and the charter and be sensitive to the school issues. The broader application of the DA, I think Georgiana briefly spoke to that, but it also, I think, goes a little bit further, though, in terms of basically creating uncertainty as to what a property owner's entitlements are on a property. And so the color on the map, and so whether that's a future land use, color, place type designation, and or the zoning and transect, it is really important in the areas where there's capacity, in the areas where we're planning for this future residential growth, for a property owner to know what process they're following. And so, beyond the targeted sector, we think, especially into the established sector where there are some changes, but perhaps relatively minor, subjecting the DAA could ultimately create some uncertainty and dissuade investment in housing in our community. And we do remain in a housing crisis, not just an affordable housing crisis in the county. Number 11 up there, residential density increases. And this was difficult for us to start to quantify, and it was important for us to quantify as we ultimately sat down with OCPS and tried to understand the scope of those changes. And so and obviously this board, we've heard you, we've incorporated some adjustments to the established sector in the plan. We are, for some parcels, changing the underlying place type designation and density. But just as importantly, we're fixing the zoning correlation where there were old ag zone properties inside the urban service area and giving that an appropriate but low transect. And so those both would have the effect of increasing residential densities on certainly a number of parcels of land. And so it was important for us to quantify, to certainly attempt to address OCPS's concerns, what that would result in terms of additional residential development. And across the entire established sector, we estimated it was about 5,600 units, which then translates to about 1,700 students. And so to at least the chair's point about understanding local governments need to make certain changes to their plan, we think this certainly would fall in the ballpark of what the board may ultimately consider de minimis or a reasonable amount of change in the plan itself. And then also understanding that if, just like on a Tuesday afternoon today, we get comp plan amendments and we get rezonings, even though Vision 2050 will change the color on the map and redesignate certain parcels, there will still be a property owner that that wants to do something with the property in the future that doesn't comport to the existing future land use and zoning as may be at that time. So we will still get comprehensive plan amendments and rezonings. And should the board reinstitute the charter provision at some point, working in coordination with OCPS, obviously there's no question that those would trigger. So I want to come back to the request and email from the chair, and really those sort of 3 points that I think she was suggesting. One is to redefine the density activation application to be a rezoning. And I think what you may have heard from me as well as Georgiana is that staff believes, at least to the way the policy has been drafted, that the DA is not a rezoning, as it doesn't change the classification of zoning districts. It's more akin to a use permit. And again, to the point of if there's certainly school capacity, they may proceed with development. So if the intention and desire of this board is to call the DA a rezoning, it would require us to go back to the drawing board and come up with a fundamentally different model from that perspective. So at this point, again, given where we are, we would recommend to keep the DA as the process is defined. However, certainly if the board, being sensitive to the concerns of the school board, at a point in time in the future, we've drafted a policy that we think would ultimately address that issue, allowing the board to revisit the DA process in the future. So the DA is something that can be unwound, but it would just have to be replaced with a very different tool. And so LMN 1.4.13 basically, and I'll go ahead and read it for the benefit, to ensure consistency with Section 704B2 of the Orange County Charter, Orange County and OCPS shall monitor residential development, student generation rates, and school overcrowding. In the event overcrowding becomes so severe that the board determines it's necessary to reactivate Section 30-742 of the Orange County Code to ensure consistency with the school capacity charter provision, the board may review the DA process and implement modifications to require the granting of residential entitlements within the targeted sector to be subject to the multi-jurisdictional review requirements of the charter and implementing ordinance. So the board will have a future decision to make regarding re-implementation of the charter provision. At that point or some other point, this board may consider or reconsider the DAA and whether or not that's a process change it wants to effectuate at that point in time. The second one is, again, the chair's request to make a future amendment to code that would basically commit to a threshold language for de minimis. And so again, while it may not be impactful to Orange County or Vision 2050, it would require that the board take a different position than back in 2006 regarding applicability of the charter to administrative amendments, especially ear-based ones. So and then additionally, while the proposed language might benefit from some tweaking or modifications relative to that 1% sort of threshold, it really should be proportional to jurisdictions' student enrollment, not just simply 1% of total capacity across the community. But just as critically, and I think you've heard me make this point a few times, we haven't talked to the municipalities about this issue. Again, the charter discussions have sort of been on the back burner while staff has been working with OCPS on the vision plan and making sure we had a policy framework that would work for them. But this language doesn't just affect us, it has a potential to affect them. And so any commitment on specific language, I think, would ultimately benefit first from future discussions with the municipalities. And so I think that's what staff's recommending here. But certainly before any specific language is committed to or brought forward, that we have more further engagement with the municipalities about the potential applicability of the charter and what language, if any, should be included. And then the last one isn't explicit as to the chair's request, but somewhat of an understanding that the changes beyond the targeted sector where entitlements are currently limited and the other sectors beyond the established aren't changing, is that really the residential entitlements in the established sector are otherwise minor or somehow de minimis. And so again, I think from an evaluation of that proposed policy request change, preserved in rural sectors, those aren't changing. The intended sector requires rezonings to PD, so should the charter be reinstituted, they'll be captured up in that multi-jurisdictional review process. We've already collaborated with OCPS. I think both sides have compromised to get to a targeted sector policy framework with that DA activation application. And then, as we shared earlier, the maximum density change across the entire targeted sector is about 1,700 students. And so when we look at an attempt to better understand available capacity, generally speaking, certainly outside of high schools, there is available capacity in schools within the established sector. And so at this point in time, staff's recommending that we go ahead and proceed with finding that those changes are minor, de minimis, whatever the phrasing might be. And regardless of whether or not the board wants to take a position on the charter, we think in the context of at least Vision 2050, the changes are reasonable and appropriate. So in summary, staff believes that Vision 2050 is a good plan, and it ultimately, we don't believe, certainly with the engagement of OCPS, should in and of itself not result in significant school overcrowding. We believe that Vision 2050 policies balance statutory planning requirements and the intent of the charter, and that application of the charter, at least to certain administrative updates, would set a precedent and have far-reaching implications, not just to the county, but to our municipalities. And again, sort of to those points early on about what we hear from this board on priorities, we believe the Vision 2050 plan, as presented by staff, achieves your objectives through that predictable, through that efficient policy framework. And again, these are the things that we think the vision plan achieves. And again, in terms of infrastructure, obviously we spent a good bit of time on transportation. We spent a good bit of time talking with you about the school side. And again, to OCPS's credit, as we've been discussing and proposing these changes, I think they've agreed, certainly at the staff level, that the policy framework that we are proposing works for them. And so the question isn't as much about the vision plan as it is about the charter. So as we kind of wrap through these three policy questions, I'll kind of reframe them, and certainly, Mayor, I know you want to give the Chair Jacobs, an opportunity, and I think there's a short presentation there as well. But keeping in mind that the ordinance that's implementing the charter is currently abated, there's really three things that we need to walk out of this work session today with. And so the first is, do we want to consider the DA rezoning? And so if the answer to that question is yes, staff has a bit of work to do. Certainly can't get that change done by the June 3rd date. But we do think that should the board want to reevaluate the DA process in the future, that's possible. And we've suggested a policy that provides a clear point of engagement, an opportunity, an intent for this board to reconsider that should that be necessary. So I've read that policy before. I'm not going to go through and read that again. But we think that adding this policy effectively allows this board to make its intent known that that process may be reevaluated in the future. Should local governments remain exempted from the requirements of the charter? Again, staff's recommending that they should remain exempted, and I think for the reasons that both Georgiana and I have spoken to. However, if the board thinks that the charter should potentially be applicable to local governments, if and when school overcrowding concerns require reimplementation of the charter, then that's really a bigger conversation that needs to happen across our community, not just with the development community, but with our municipal partners as well. So I don't actually, to this point, and Georgiana may be able to provide some additional clarification, this may not be a decision that the board needs to make today. Again, in terms of final language, staff certainly recommending that we sit down and talk with the municipalities further about the charter and about its intent and impacts, and ultimately figure out how and when to bring back some specific language, whether it's in the form of an ordinance or a future ILA. And then to the third issue, I think we've set forward at least staff's rationale for why we think the residential entitlement changes throughout or beyond the targeted sector are relatively minor, should remain exempted from both the DAA, and then any increases that are a part of the Vision 2050 plan should go ahead and remain exempted, be considered de minimis or relatively minor. However, if the board wants to revisit that, we would obviously have to amend some of the policies, specifically those that are identified and limited to the targeted sector, would have to have broader applicability, and then same thing with the DAA, then it would have to be it would effectively turn all those other parcels into an application where somebody would have to activate that density and or possibly come forward to the board regarding the event of school overcrowding. And so again, I would think for the reasons that we've suggested earlier, some of the uncertainty that creates in the process counterbalances with the fact that largely speaking, the changes are minor and there's generally capacity in the established sector to accommodate those minor changes. So Mayor, that is our last slide from a staff's perspective, but we'll come back to the three questions, but certainly want to give you and the board an opportunity to hear from Chair Jacobs. Understand again, she's got a short presentation and may cover some of these same points and questions as well. Mayor, thank you.
All right, thank you. We are going to give Chair Jacobs or anyone from her team the opportunity to come and present before we go to the board for discussion.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome, Chair Jacobs.
Thank you, sir. Skip the presentation. It's only 4 slides, but I think I can make this simpler. I do want to introduce, though, with me, I have Dr. Ana Diaz. You met the last time. She is the Executive Director of the Orange County Association of School Administrators. So she represents all of our principals and APs across the school, across the district. I appreciate you being here and your concern and interest for this. I also have with me Jad Brewer. He's the Director of Program and Facilities and Land Use and a whole bunch of other things. And he is here, so if I am in over my head, he's going to come up here and provide corrections or clarifications. And also with me is our outside counsel, Chris Wilson. Likewise, he is invited to jump to the podium at any point in time. Okay, y'all just heard a lot, so I really do want to simplify this. Bottom line, you've got a deadline, and I know that the mayor, I know that the staff, and I believe that most of you all want to get this in by the deadline. I could spend a lot of time debating what I just heard largely in terms of what are we asking. So let me just try to clarify that. We want language in here that allows you the flexibility in the future to make decisions. We want you to have those options when you are presented with a situation that you don't have today. And that's bottom line. If you look at each one of what we're asking, that's what it comes down to. We're not asking you to implement the charter ordinance. And I've had an opportunity to talk to most of you individually. It was needed in 2004. And I think it's important, again, to understand why, and why some of what I've just heard about the ability to overhaul your comp plan and other jurisdictions being able to do, I think it's important to understand the risk that we had. So schools very overcrowded, pretty across the board, across the district. Mayor Martinez comes in and he's like, we just can't keep doing this. So I want to make sure the board knows what are the capacity figures before they vote. That's part of what we've been asking for. 4 years at the table. I wasn't involved until the last 6 or 8 months. Asking for the ability for you to have information before you approve residential development. Approving, I think it was like 172,000 units as part of this update, and entitling them, which is what it started out, entitling those residential units so that you didn't get a chance to go back and say, whoops, wait a minute, when we did this in 2025, it sounded like a good idea, but 3-4 years later, you're going, well, we shouldn't have approved that one. We wanted you to have that information. That's why we said, can you make that zoning? And ultimately, there was an agreement. Still not quite sure why, but I know there's a reason, and I know that they can explain it better than me. They didn't want to do a zoning change, but they proposed this density activation. So what that means is they don't get to move forward with any residential above what they have until you get information. I can tell you, I would never want to be a commissioner and be asked to approve a large development and have no idea what the impacts were. On top of it, you wouldn't even be asked to do that because you will have already voted on that in a couple of weeks. That was the hard-fought battle to get the density activation. Again, I don't know why that was so difficult, because to me, that's like basic. We were doing that back in 1998. Commissioners knew the impacts before they voted. So, got that done. Martinez comes along and he says, you know what, that's not good enough. The situation is so severe. I want my staff to recommend denial. You all make the final decision, but that was the recommendation. And of course, that had just, the development community just was coming unglued, and you can understand why. And as I've explained to you, some properties started to annex, mostly into the city of Orlando, and then the city of Orlando really, for me, crossed the line when they approved a multifamily development in a school that was, for a school that was overcrowded, and not a single one of the students resided in the city of Orlando. And that just, as a citizen, didn't seem right to me. And that's where this came from. So bearing that in mind, the charter amendment was introduced, the charter was introduced in response to some extreme times. Extreme overcrowding and the lack of intergovernmental coordination and cooperation and mutual respect that I think we should all expect. So, fast forward to today, and you know the rest of the history, you know about the CEAs, I don't need to go through that. But one of the reasons that we are focused on not having an unlimited amount of residential that you can increase your comp plan by as a government is not what we're afraid you'll do, it's what we're afraid other jurisdictions will do. If they can increase their zoning at the same time they increase their comp plan and double or triple the residential developments that they're approving in one single vote, they don't know the impact, you don't know the impact, and they could be impacting schools all over the county that you have no control over, but you represent these people. Am I making any sense about why the problem isn't the developer? We like to think it's the developer. Developer just comes in and asks. That's their right and kind of their responsibility. They're trying to build things. It is the government that says yes or no. But at least in that normal process, you have that information and you're making it. If local governments are allowed to increase their zoning, not just their long-term plan, their current entitlement zoning, and they can do it without regard for the impacts on schools, without regard for any other jurisdiction. I can think of a city who would do that, and I think you guys can think of a city that would do that, and just run ripshod over the school district and every other jurisdiction. If you don't have the ability to reel them in, and that's what the charter amendment could do, it doesn't have to do that. If and when you re-implement it, you're going to decide what it does and how much it does, but I want you to keep that option open. That's all I want you to do. Not make that decision today. Don't shut the door on the possibility you can make it in the future. And that's the basis for all of our recommendations. We have two. To everybody's credit, we've gotten down to only two. And I think that's like nothing short of remarkable. And nobody has thrown food. There's been no bodily harm. I don't even think anybody's raised voices, but I know a couple of us have been tempted to. So I do want to commend everybody that's been part of this process for their civility and their goodwill. So that's the why. So in order to do that, and that's the basis for the couple of things we're asking for. So we've got this DAA that covers all the targeted, and that puts you, Mr. Weiss said, that takes the power away from the staff and puts it in your hands. It should always be in elected officials' hands. At the end of the day, all major decisions should rest with you, and you should know real time the impact. So what we want is for the established area. It doesn't fall under the DAA. It gets its entitlements today. That's the way it's dealt with. We were initially pretty concerned because we didn't know how much development, where it was going to be. We have more overcrowded schools in the established. The areas they're talking about, the targeted, is where we have vacancies. So in some ways, we were equally concerned about the established. You all reduced the densities in a lot of them. It was a small area left. I think Mr. Weiss said it's equivalent to like one school of students. That's about all it would increase. So we don't have a problem with that because that's over 25 years. He makes a really compelling point. It's not that much. Only thing that we have asked for with that is define how much you can do as part of your comp plan update. How much residential are you going to allow in that area? And if it's so small, then you can define that in this process. You can call it de minimis. You can set that number where you choose to set it. We gave an example of 1% student population because that's something that we believe we can handle, and it happens to fit exactly what they've been asking for. So if you do that as part of your process, and if somewhere down the road another jurisdiction is just way out there and wants to increase their comp plan and their zoning, you can at least say, we set the template. We lead by example. And if it gets really bad, you could implement that charter ordinance and you could close that. But it's going to be hard to do that if you have already allowed yourself unlimited amount of development. You're not really doing that because it's very small. We just want it defined as de minimis so that every other jurisdiction can understand there is an amount, and ultimately the county decides it because it's a charter county and you have that authority should you need to use it. So that's that's one out of two. Just define de minimis and use that as the reason that the established goes through without the other checks and balances. The other thing, and again, pretty minor, I think, the charter ordinance was abated 5 years ago. Made all the sense in the world. We didn't come in and object. You know, we started it by saying we can't make it work. We're fine with that. We do think that that interlocal negotiation process at 5 years has gone on too long. And what we would ask of you is to give staff some sort of a deadline to bring it back. And it's important to understand that while you might not agree, what you need is Orange County, City of Orlando, and OCPS. You don't, the way your ordinance is written, you don't actually have to have the City of Orlando. But if you can't come to an agreement, they can go through mediation. If they go through mediation, you're still not happy, you can move forward, rightfully so. You're a charter county. You have the charter authority. We would like for your staff to bring that back to you in whatever form it is so you can approve that. The reason is, again, we're not trying to get you to re-implement the charter ordinance. But what I see, what I could imagine easily, is you get to the point where you are having a problem with another municipality. You don't have this interlocal worked out. The interlocal primarily is going to say, if a municipality wants to approve a development, this is the process. It comes to the school district, they certify or don't certify, and then how does it go through this multi-jurisdictional process? What is that process? If you don't have that worked out, and then you want to pull... Yes.
Chair Jacobs, I didn't know if you were going to advance the slides.
Oh, I'm not doing the slides, sir.
No,
skip the slides.
Okay.
Yeah, skip. So sorry. Yeah, that was a long cover slide. I'm almost done. I am sorry. So almost done. If you have the rules mapped out and you need to use it, it's a lot easier. If you don't have the rules defined and you're in a crisis situation, that's kind of a lousy time to figure out the rules. So we're just strongly suggesting that you finalize how it will work if you ever need to use it. Again, it is a tool of last resort. The fact that you have the tool, honestly, gives you a lot more leverage that you have it than if you didn't. And I would hope that the fact you have it and you are ready to use it should you need to helps to keep everybody a little more online. So that's what we're asking, those two things. Everything else is resolved. Let me know if you have any questions. And we did include the language that we sent to the county to address those two things. I could go in a lot more detail, but your eyes would glaze over. And
okay.
Thank you.
Stand by, Chair. There may be questions, I'm not sure. But so far, John, did you have anything else before we
I do, and actually, maybe I could help translate or connect the dots back to staff's presentation and then what I think I heard from the chair, especially as to that critical board direction that we need following this conversation today. And I may take this a little bit out of order given what I just heard, but let me see if I can kind of help the board with this. So the first policy question, again, this goes back initially to the chair's email from May 9th. I think you may have heard something related to this, sort of these three questions or issues today. But the applicability of the DAA, or considering the DAA rezoning versus not being rezoning. I think what I understood from the chair and OCPS is that they're okay with the DAA process as proposed. Add the policy language below.
Yes.
And
the policy language. You provided the flexibility.
Yes, yeah, and the ability to go back, right? So I think if that's certainly the board's, given this position by OCPS, keep the DAA, and again, include the policy with the adoption package for Vision 2050, and we have the ability to reevaluate it at some point in the future. Okay, so I think to this question, if they're good, we're good, well, we've got what we need from the board if that's the case. Mayor, I don't know if you want to confirm with your peers.
Okay, I think so, but we have board members who have expressed a desire to speak, and I'm not sure if their questions are related
perhaps before we get to
this,
the questions themselves, then I'll.
Yes.
Oh, you want to come back? 'Cause John's going to go through the other 2, so the board's.
Okay.
Well, if
so-
there's consensus on this, especially given the, okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Again, apologize for all right. So again, I think we've got direction if there's consensus on the DA, keeping it, adding this policy. I'm going to skip this one because I want to come back to that. But in the established sector, and I think given the analysis that staff has done, largely concluding that the magnitude of changes outside the targeted, specifically in the established, are relatively minor, and that appears to be an area where OCPS has available capacity, largely and generally speaking, not specifically speaking. Again, staff was recommending that these areas remain exempted, that the limited entitlements that would occur as part of Vision 2050 and Orange Code be granted as part of the board's approval. I think I understand from the chair's comments that they're also okay with this limited scope of change, provided the board circles back to the question 2, which was putting some type of understanding around that limitation. So, Chair, you're defining de minimis or defining that limited. So, at least absent a specific definition, which I think is more important in the previous slide, keeping, not applying the DA, not applying the entitlement limitations in the established sector, seems like OCPS is okay with, again, provided the board addresses the guardrails of the prior question. So, Mayor, in terms of this, is the board's comfort as to keeping the established framework as proposed.
Okay. I'm just trying to see if the board wants to speak to the issue or not, because I'm not sure where they are, but I'm going to open it up for any members of the board to speak to the question John is proposing, if the question is on point about what he's indicating here from what you see in number 3. Okay, all right, Commissioner Moore.
Okay, so we'll get to you then. I had a question. So Chair Jacobs was talking about a definition of de minimis here in the established sector, which is clearly our established neighborhoods where I'm assuming we're not expecting a lot of growth except for maybe ADUs and those kinds of things. And so I'm a little bit confused about why that's even necessary if it's an established sector.
So as staff has worked to better understand and of course then share information with OCPS as to the magnitude of changes in the established sector, we've realized that they're relatively small. And so again, sort of going back to that, I think it was 5,700 dwelling units on the thousands of parcels that are being designated as established or under the established sector would result in no more than 1,700 students. When you look across
countywide, over 25.
Over that entire area. And so that's the dwelling unit change as a result of the new future land use and zoning designations for these properties under Vision 2050 and Orange Code. And so in the established sector, and again, it's kind of an art more than a science, we think there's almost 7,000 seats of available capacity in the established sector. So the magnitude of the density change, certainly across the system, is relatively minor. Now, the chair's making a point that it's important to define it as de minimis as it relates to maybe not just Orange County's plan, but potentially future municipal plan updates. But that the specific definition of de minimis, at least certainly to my counsel, is it's almost impossible to make that decision and distinction today because we haven't met with the municipalities to talk about our plan update in the context of their future potential plan updates.
Which we're okay with as well. We just want a commitment.
Sorry. Okay.
Yes, thank you. Which we're okay with as well. Well, we want you to commit that you're going to define that, and the reason is if you're going to do 5,700 and you just say, we like 5,700, then Apopka says, we like 570, and if we are trying to set the standard that if we ever need to, we hold everybody to, we need to define it so that we can hold them. If you don't think that 1% is the right definition. We want a commitment that you're going to define what is allowed to go forward without you individually approving those. What is allowed to go through, that sets a standard if you need at some point in the future to be able to say, hey guys, you're not playing fair here. This is what we did. This is what we want you to do. So that's it, okay? Again, just commit. There will be a de minimis definition and standard.
Well,
All right, so
okay.
Commissioner Moore, you're still
I'm still
on
talking,
this,
sorry.
and then I'm hearing Commissioner Wilson. You want to follow up? Okay, so I just want to kind of keep us on point, and that way, okay, Commissioner
Okay.
Moore, then Commissioner
Well,
Wilson.
I'm going to contradict what I said a little bit earlier. I'm not comfortable with telling the municipality that, and so I think you need to take that message to some of them, because I know they're violating it, and I know how hard that is when they do that. And then we're also a little bit in a sticky situation. My granddaughter's school, I was just there this morning, so I was late, and they were at 730 students last year, and now they're at 600. It's an 18% decrease in 1 year. And I'm concerned for you, with this open choice, how we're even going to give numbers to those sorts of things. So maybe you can answer with the populations going up and down. The research I did was most of the targeted areas were going to be fine because you would like new students. I'm assuming you would in some of these blighted urban cores where we can really help and help that school population. I mean, that's our goal here. But even in the suburban areas of my district, I've seen those numbers go low, and I wake up this morning and I read the newspaper that you're not building any new schools. So I'm a little leery of putting a de minimis on here in the current world that we're in, but I understand it back in 2004, and I had to run that school tax thing, try to get money for schools and fight like anything to get the money for you. But I'm a little concerned, Chair, that we're in a little different time.
Absolutely. Thank you. And I really appreciate that question. And you're absolutely right. We are. Part of what we've seen in declining enrollment is vouchers. Part of it is homeschooling, actually larger percent homeschooling. And the other part, believe it or not, is in 2021, we actually had a decline in birth rates. So those are the kids that are not in kindergarten right now because they weren't born. But that has ticked back up. But to your broader question, if I could predict that this is the trend we're going to be on, we wouldn't need to have this conversation. We wouldn't need zoning or planning. We would just know it. We can't predict. I just want you to have tools in the tool chest that you can use and that you can apply fairly to everybody where you have set some standards on yourself. Standards that you as board members get to vote to change from time to time, but that aren't thrust on you by a single vote. So that's what I want. Why do I think things might be different? One, we're looking at a population growth of over 400,000. I know that all 400,000 of those people are not going to put their kids, they're not going to homeschool them, and they're not going to put them in private school. I don't know what percent. And if we knew that, this conversation would be easier. But I do also know that our potential for impact fees, which right now pays almost 80% of the cost of new construction, are going to go down at least 30% because of the bill that just passed. I also know that in 2008-9, they reduced our millage by half a mil out of 2 mills. And fortunately, we had the sales tax. I wish I could promise you that will be renewed. I got to tell you how thankful we were this last time that you all did not go forward with the transportation sales tax, because we were really afraid that both of them on the ballot at the same time, and they might both fail. And if that had happened, that would have been devastating to us. So can't count on that in the future. Can't even count on the fact that the legislature will continue to allow us to put a referendum out there. So I can't predict the future. None of us can. It might be fine, but it's like an insurance policy. I'd rather have the insurance policy and never need it than need it and never have it. And I want you guys to have that insurance policy, not just because I like you all, but because I live here and I care about our schools and I care about our kids and I care about my grandkids and everybody else's, and you all do too. So that's what I'm asking for. Just keep the doors open, the options open. Thank you.
Okay.
All right,
I didn't have
let's
any
try
more
to
questions.
Let's
Go
try
ahead.
to get through this, Chair Jacobs, if you would just indulge us for a moment, let the board kind of proceed with kind of the questions that the board may have. We're kind of, because the topics may change, I'm not sure when you all press the button at a time, and you may have pressed it to ask about something.
I scratched the first
But
couple things.
Let's I'm trying to just stay on this
Absolutely.
topic.
So I'm not going to touch the first topic that has now been kind of, I feel like we've moved past that.
All right, Commissioner Wilson.
So my question is, and I think this is, as much as I love like micro looking at definitions for de minimis in capacities for school, I think we've got to zoom out a little bit, knowing we do have some tools now that we may not have had, and these are not comp plan type issues in this realm as far as our update, but we now have charter amendments in place that will help us navigate the relationships with our municipal governments as long as these potential annexations are happening outside the urban core, which is the established sector. If I'm understanding, our maps sort of line up. Is that correct?
The established is inside the urban service area.
Okay, inside the urban service area, but built out up until...
Largely built out communities, okay. And one of the other interesting pieces, a lot of the established sector also is within PDs or planned developments. Okay. And so even further limiting the scope of potential changes absent review by the charter provision is you'd have to rezone to opt out of a PD and into Orange Code.
Okay, and then how many of our municipal governments do we currently have joint planning agreements with?
So the joint planning agreements are largely a different subject. They address future annexations,
but that's my point, is there another tool in our tool chest that will allow us to potentially satisfy what I believe is something that has been omitted from joint planning that I'm hearing that the charter wouldn't have gotten to, right? Because if you think about what we would have to do to stop an application after it was approved here at some other level in a municipal government, or the other way around, and what the potential implications to property rights are, it sounds almost like it needs to be baked in through the understanding of what the growth patterns should look. And that is a joint planning agreement issue. So I guess my question is there a potential path forward for this topic in our joint planning agreements? And I know that they're on timelines. Some of them are, in the process right now of being worked through, that we can address this topic.
So at least classically in terms of our JPAs with the municipalities, for the most part, generally speaking, they don't address land use issues. I think COE may be one of the few exceptions that has basically an agreed upon future land use map. And that's why it's had to come to the board half a dozen times or more regarding amendments to that, because anytime a property gets annexed and they wish to assign it a different future land use, then an amendment to that JPA has to come forward. But again, and I think this certainly was shared in the memo, a COE, Winter Garden, and a POPCA all have comprehensive plan amendments, ear-based amendments, similar to what Orange County is doing, that are underway right now. And we don't have any agreement with them regarding limitations or how they may be addressing school capacity issues that the OCPS may be raising as part of those plan updates. And so certainly, staff would recommend that OCPS, if there's concerns on schools, that they raise those concerns directly with that municipality. What the chair is suggesting, and it really may not be about, again, Vision 2050 as much as it is preserving a tool in the toolbox with respect to the charter, that Orange County enter into a future agreement at the minimum with OCPS and Orlando that would further limit or potentially limit the magnitude of impacts associated with those plan updates. And that's, again, the part that staff would counsel is that we have not had conversations as to the charter, as to those municipal plan updates, and the impacts of any limitations that might introduce. Orange County staff for 9 months has worked pretty closely with OCPS to calibrate Vision 2050 with an understanding not just to the board's concerns, but to OCPS's. And generally speaking, Vision 2050, we think, it accommodates the requests of OCPS to address school capacity and planning issues as part of the development process. I can't speak at this point in time to municipalities. And so we can certainly, and maybe this goes back to the second point more so than this one, which is really, is the established sector changes reasonably okay? But as to the commitment to language defining de minimis and enacting a threshold by which would be restrictive to other local governments, I wouldn't suggest we commit to that until we have a conversation with those local governments about that impact. That's just certainly my advice to you all. We can commit to a conversation, but committing to restrictive language, I think, is a different matter entirely.
Well, and this is just a follow-up to that. I would very much support looking for those avenues, because I think as far as the way the board is going to evaluate in the future comp plan amendments that come through here, if any reflection of the way that we've evaluated them thus far, it would be extremely helpful to know that those things had been processed before it ever got here, as far as what the report looks like that we're getting from OCPS, and potentially what the alignment is between the municipal governments and the county. So I don't want to bake in anything into Vision 2050 that is either prohibitive of the goals, which I think we all understand that we're going to have to, really identify these places that we can make some additional density happen to be able to accommodate, and we don't want to sprawl out. We're trying to avoid sprawl. We're trying to re-emphasize the idea of this livable and walkable community, and having development happen in places where we can get adaptive reuse and redevelopment. But what that looks like to the school board, I know, is it's a new concept, right? So that siting is new. And I'm excited to hear that there was a lot of work put forward about the way some of these adaptive reuse or infill type urban school settings could work. So I'm very excited about the future, and I don't want to hold up this plan. So I want to make sure that if there are other tools, whether it is interlocal agreements, joint planning, that I want to just go on the record by saying that I would really support that.
Okay, hold that thought, John, and we'll go forward and hear from the others. Commissioner Martinez-Simrad.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, staff, and thank you, Chairwoman Jacobs. So I listened to both sides, and staff, you make such excellent points. And Chair Jacobs, you are so very good at framing out the argument and understanding it. And it seems like so much work has been done to get close, where it's just two things that are really highlighted. And I'll tell you, I don't have the expertise to outline what planning does, and I don't have the expertise to outline what the school board does. I am a public teacher at a public institution, and I can tell you, my mom was also a public school teacher for 40 years, that working in a very crowded classroom impacts quality of education. And so I do know that from my professional experience, but I don't have the expertise to kind of figure out all of the technicalities of what's being asked. And I would be so hopeful that, county and Orange County Public Schools can come together and just figure out what works to make sure that we don't get into a situation where a planning document impacts quality of education, or that a school is impacting the ability to build a development that does make sense in an area where we do need it. So I just hope that there's a way to just bring everybody together and sit down and just talk a little longer. And maybe it's not even longer. Maybe it's just one meeting. It sounds like it's almost there. Is that feasible? I don't know how to navigate all of the nuances of the technicalities in this.
Commissioner, I think with respect to Vision 2050, I think we're there. I think, again, the plan framework is workable from OCPS's perspective as well as staff's. However, the residual concern, again, because the county is proposing kind of broader, but perhaps relatively minor de minimis, density changes in certain areas, that the county consider or commit to language to limit others in a similar fashion. And again, I don't think it's the plan as much as it is the application of the charter to ongoing or future municipal plan updates. And again, I think we can continue on the path with Vision 2050, certainly for next Tuesday. I don't know that I heard anything today that causes a major change or unwinds that. What's more complicated is the discussion regarding the potential application of the charter, the requested amendments to the ordinance, and or the future amendment to the interlocal agreement that would establish some guardrails and limitations. And that's the part that I'm cautious about specifically committing to. We can commit to the conversation, but what the outcomes of those conversations and the feedback from those municipalities, I don't have that. We don't have that as we stand here today. They're aware of this, but as it specifically relates to their either ongoing or planned updates, that direct conversation with them has not occurred.
I understand. I understand what you're saying, John. I just want to make sure that we don't get into a situation of what, from an economic perspective, trends repeat themselves. So we're going to see a trend that will come to fruition of what we observed in the past. It's a cyclical economy of what we see. So the charter was passed for a reason, and it was abated for a reason, and I just, where you guys are the experts at planning, they're the experts at schools. And I have 2 school board members that are within District 5, both of which support the position of Chair Jacobs as well. And I know that the board is supporting her. And then I also know that from my perspective, it's to help protect the will of the voters. And so I don't feel comfortable sidestepping a 2004 charter amendment when the school board is saying that there's problems in the Vision 2050 with executing that amendment. So I just wish that there can be some more dialogue and discussion, because it sounds like you guys are almost there, and she's just asking for the ability to, if it's necessary, to lift the abatement. And I know that creates more work on your side, but maybe there's still some grounds that honor both sides' efforts.
Byron.
We're going to go to Byron.
I was going to perhaps try to clarify a point. It sounds as though that with respect to Vision 2050 Orange Code, kind of what's proposed, there is agreement. You were asking about hopefully there's agreement. It is the post. It is what happens afterwards is the point of this discussion, and where the chair is essentially saying, hey, can there be a commitment that the cities will agree to approach this the same way? John's simply saying, I don't know if they will or won't. We can commit to having those meetings, those discussions with the cities. So I think, and perhaps that's the fine point, only to address that you were saying, I think there is agreement for the most part as it relates to Vision 2050 and Orange Code.
Okay, we'll go to.
So our original request was for those 5,700 whatever parcels, is they also come to you individually to be increased or use the same development or density application. Just treat all of them the same. And then what you've held to is the process that's been in place for over 25 years, that before you increase entitlements, no?
I thought you said you were in agreement about the established areas.
No, what I'm talking about right now is we wanted the established areas to go through that same process. Right. And John and the team have said it's such a small number, okay? And so we're saying if you're going to kind of exempt it from going through that process, exempt it with some limitations so that it's clear that it's not just you can do anything, it's exempted. Define it by something, put parameters around it. You can change those later, but just put that in and make that part of Vision 2050. Because then you have said part of our process is we only approve additional residential entitlements if they go through the DAA or they're de minimis. That's what we want. Just say you can only do it if it goes through DAA or if it's a small amount that's de minimis. Instead of just saying it's 5,000 units, it's de minimis. I don't think that's so hard. But I do think it makes it consistent moving forward, that it wasn't just some arbitrary thing. We've agreed, you've agreed, it's de minimis.
All right, John, I guess you can take another crack at it. You've been sitting at the table with the conversations, and by virtue of your pacing, you kind of see it slightly different than what you heard.
Mayor, thank you. And let me move off of this slide and actually back to the second one. So again, I think we've quantified or attempted to quantify that the established sector changes are relatively minor, especially given that OCPS has, generally speaking, school capacity within the established sector. So the more important question, at least as of today then, again, separating out Vision 2050 and the school issues is, again, the effect of the chair in her request is to basically say no and overturn that 2006 board interpretation, again, fresh off the charter, that local governments should be exempted from application of the requirements of the charter. So that threshold question that's before you, again, has some precedent back to 2006, but it doesn't just affect you. It affects the municipal governments and their ability to do long-range planning in our community. And so, at least as to Vision 2050, I think the processes work. I think the changes are relatively minor, but to put a box around not just Orange County, because again, we've collaborated, we've listened to OCPS's concern, we've adapted a growth management framework that's sensitive to those issues and needs. What the request is to similarly ensure that other local governments adopt such a framework. And we haven't talked to them about that. And again, that remains the concern, not just as to Vision 2050, but specifically as to the charter and its applicability to local government-led administrative updates to their plan that in some cases are actually required by state statutes. And so, again, this is a conversation we can commit to in coordination with other local governments over some period of time. The board can certainly give direction to that, and that could occur even independent of re-implementation of the multi-jurisdictional review of the charter. It's possible, and again, the chair made reference to the ILA. I think you need the ordinance to effectuate at least part of the ILA, but that doesn't mean that the multi-jurisdictional review piece has to be triggered, at least in its full form. But we can commit to a conversation, certainly at the staff level, and the board can direct us otherwise if that's your desire, but we can commit to a conversation with the municipalities regarding school planning and capacity, long-range planning, local government-led administrative amendments, and not just what we did in the context of Vision 2050, better understand what they may be working on and work to understand if it's appropriate for the board to consider some limiting language in a future amendment to either the ordinance or the ILA.
Okay. I think there's right now some general consensus around that, but I want to hear from the other members of the board. Commissioner Uribe and then Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Okay. I did want to ask, so we're rezoning the entire county under Vision 2050, and hadn't we see this issue rising along with multiple jurisdictions with OCPS? I mean, this is not like new. This is something that's been there, and how was it not? I know you made a comment of, well, it's hard to get us into the deadline now, but didn't you guys see this happening? I mean, this isn't something new. We didn't just build new schools. I mean, this is a major issue that we're dealing with municipal jurisdictions and OCPS.
So the issue specifically in terms of the applicability of the charter is a much more recent discussion. Again, staff's interpretation and direction following the position of the board from back in 2006 is the charter did not apply to local government-led administrative amendments. But irrespective of the applicability and the interpretation of the board from 2006, staff certainly understood the real concerns that OCPS was bringing forward about the changes in the development and the entitlement process, and we worked collaboratively for months to get to a policy framework that does work for them. So again, it's not in the context of Vision 2050 that I think concerns remain. It's the conversation regarding the charter and its applicability to other jurisdictions and including the municipalities.
Mayor, did you have a?
was trying really hard not to get into the weeds, but I do need to clarify. When John is talking about the decision that was made in 2006 that said that these administrative comp plan, whatever you want to call them, that they're exempt, the charter amendment does not say that. What the people voted on does not say that. It says any comp plan amendment. It doesn't say any private comp plan amendment. It doesn't say that a city can just skip this whole process through their comp plan. It doesn't say that. That's kind of a bizarre thought, that we would give a city the ability to do a complete increase of their zoning through this comp plan process and bypass it. So that's not what the charter says. It's not what the ordinance says. The ordinance actually says that increase, which this is, does not fall under that ordinance as long as it does not increase residential density. Hence, if it increases residential density, it is subject to your ordinance. So it's subject to your charter, it's subject to your ordinance. The language he's referring to is when the county sat down with the municipalities to draft interlocal agreements, the municipalities were not okay with it. That's not surprising. They didn't like anything to do with the charter amendment. So they couldn't get that language in. So yes, at a board meeting here, I proposed, I think, 6 amendments to the interlocal agreement. 6 of them passed. That one did not. That is not representative of the will of the people. It's not representative of what this board did when they passed the ordinance. It's representative of the agreement they could not reach with the cities. And yes, at the end of the day, none of the other board members supported me in my desire to make the language in our interlocal agreement consistent. And of course, even if I had prevailed, that interlocal agreement wouldn't have been executed because the cities didn't like it. Does that help clarify? Okay, thanks.
Yeah, it does. And I have to go back. I mean, John, I mean, you keep saying an average of the school, but I don't think we're talking about an average. We're talking about individual schools, because you have schools that are over capacity at this point, and you've got schools under capacity. So while we keep talking about this average number, that's really not accurate, because we can't say the same. We're not going to bus kids for 2 hours across town who live on the west side to come to Apoco or to come downtown because they're over capacity. And so I think we have to be really cognizant of that, because we hear parents talk about this issue already and that situation growing. And I'm kind of, I keep going to this, and any time that we take away the authority and the ability of this board to make a decision moving forward and we give it to staff worries me. We tried to do this before with the whole DRC process. We're doing it again. But most importantly, we're handicapping future county elected officials. I mean, we're all here for a timestamp, and there's a will of what the voters did want, and there is a right for this commission to know what's coming through. I think that's all we're asking is, let us see it come through before we say yes. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. No, when it comes to this capacity issue, it will.
No, once it was above the Trans Act, it would.
But will we be able to stop it at that point? That will be the question, because it makes me very uncomfortable when we talk about discussions, like discussions with municipalities without having something set in order and in stance. I would actually prefer to see the language on the zoning. You keep calling it an overlay. We have overlays. They work for a reason. They're there for a reason. And I think that we should make sure that we don't limit our power as elected officials or the future of elected officials on this stance right now. So that's where I stand. And I don't know if I'm off. I don't know if we are on the same message, Mayor, of what you're saying. I just don't see the harm of giving this board more power than taking it away. And I'm gonna believe in that. That's what we're here for.
John, I don't know if you have a thought. Otherwise, I'm going to move on to Commissioner Gomez-Cadero.
You can move on, Mayor.
Oh, okay.
All right. Commissioner Gomez-Cadero.
Thank you, Mayor. I had like 7 questions, and all of them during the discussion have been answered. So, you know, and the last one was the multi-jurisdictional. So that was a good discussion. I just wanted to ask you, John, and just, you know, just to ask you, can we continue, is a question, can we continue with Vision 2050 and then revisit all this charter and the EAA and issues for the future?
So staff and County Attorney's Office can confirm, we believe you have the authority to adopt and implement Vision 2050 and Orange Code, irrespective of the application and provisions under the charter, for a few different reasons. But yes, you can move forward. Okay. And then the question that perhaps remains between the county and the municipalities and OCPS following is, to what extent should the charter be applicable, and or to what extent to local government-led administrative updates, especially those such as our ear-based amendments, and should there be any appropriate limiting language in terms of a local government's abilities to, and the magnitude by which they can amend their plan in the future. That's the policy discussion that staff has not had with our peers inside the municipalities, or in policy discussions they have not had with their elected officials either. And so that's the part that, again, staff, we think that the established sector changes are relatively minor, certainly fall within the general capacity of available capacity within that sector, not on an individual parcel level, but perhaps certainly sector-wide. We think the DA process works in terms of giving this board, not staff, this board, the ability to review those considerations on a project-by-project basis where there's not school capacity. So then it comes back to the remaining issue of the charter and the applicability to local government administrative amendments.
Okay, thank you.
And that can be a separate conversation with our municipal partners over whatever period of time this board directs.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. John, I really only had one question. So when you all were having your conversations, like, how did you land on the term, like, de minimis? I mean, I know what it means. I know it's more of a legal term, but, like, how did you land on referencing de minimis?
So, again, applicability of the charter is still perhaps a question that this board will have to decide, not necessarily now, but certainly at the point that you're faced with an update to the ILA or the ordinance. But in terms of de minimis, you know, again, to the chair's point about what the charter says, you know, should it be interpreted in a way that applies to local government amendments? And if so, is there any flexibility that it should infer to make reasonable adjustments to its plan without and be able to have those adjustments go into effect without having either OCPS certify or enacting the multi-jurisdictional review process. So it's more art than science, certainly at this point, in terms of de minimis, minor, whatever the phrasing might be. The chair is attempting to as to an administrative update, and then have that introduced into an ordinance and or as part of a future interlocal agreement.
Well, so the only reason I referenced that is obviously we have term limits, the board's going to change, and I think perspectives will change with the board. I recall as a county employee, and I think this was when Chair Jacobs was mayor, there was conversations, it's when I first learned the word de minimis, about personal use of cell phones and text messages as it relates to your county issued device. And, you know, no one could clearly define that. And it was like, okay, is 3 text messages personal or is 5? And so I'm just sharing just my thought of how that might be subjective in future boards and be a point where someone could bring legal call backs because their interpretation of de minimis is different than what the board is. And so I just kind of want to put that to the forefront of your mind. I'm sure you thought of it, but I just want to kind of just put that again to the forefront of your mind.
And from a staff perspective, we've done the analysis attempting to capture the magnitude of changes within Vision 2050. The chair and OCPS proffered, you know, a proportion or a relationship of that de minimis threshold back to student enrollment. Either one of those could ultimately be subjects to future discussions and decisions by this board, OCPS, and the municipalities. But again, we have it. The charter applicability is somewhat new, and we have not had the opportunity to engage our municipalities as to this point specifically.
I got you. Okay. Thank you, John. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, so after the full discussion, what we'll do is now take the three summary items separately and see if we cannot build consensus, majority of the board. So number one, we had discussion about number one, and believe that the school district profit some language that you see here. With that, there's agreement about this, okay. And this is, at this point, this is a conversation between the board. This is the board's decision, okay. And what I'm attempting to do is by consensus say that we have full consensus with what staff is recommended in number one, okay. If there's no disagreement, we have consensus, okay. All right, so by affirmation, number one is good.
Mayor, I have a question. Are these three does the school board have a preference on any of these three, or are these only from staff's perspective?
Okay, well, you just heard the discussion from the school board about their position. Yes, they have a position. That's what Chair Jacobs just went through. But she also said with number one, they're okay with this. Okay, so let's not go back over the full conversation. I'm trying to move us forward. There's by affirmation, the board is okay with number one. Okay, we're going to move to two. All right, number two. The question that was proffered here is, should local government amendments remain exempted from the requirements of the charter consistent with the 2006 direction of the Board of County Commission? You heard full discussion here that at the time, back in 2006, Chair Jacobs proffered 6 or 7 items, and admittedly she said that there was one item that the board did not vote with her on, okay? And the board took a particular, made a particular policy going forward that has remained consistent in how the Board of County Commission, and hence the county, has applied the ordinance since 2006. Is that correct, John?
Yes.
Okay. This is what, and so the question here is, does the board remain consistent or in agreement that we will continue to follow the administration of the ordinance as we have always done since 2006, or do you want to change?
Caveat that we're going to continue discussions with the municipalities and OCPS.
Okay.
Because this is where that conversation comes in.
Okay, so
Mayor, at least to this question, there could be a maybe. In terms of the board making a final decision today. Again, what we certainly heard from the chair was a desire that, I think she says no, and again, their specific request is that they don't think local government should be exempted from the provisions of the charter. And so, but perhaps for some limiting language. And again, in terms of what staff would recommend as certainly you could make a decision today, but in terms of, do you need to make a decision today? Certainly not in the context of Vision 2050. We don't believe so. But you could answer with a maybe and allow us to have those conversations with OCPS, with the municipalities about, one, the applicability, but also the practical effect to their current and future plan updates as to the effects of the charter and any limiting language. So staff could recommend and certainly support a maybe as to that point.
Okay, so there's two parts. Let me kind of control how we move forward at this point. There's two parts to this question. One is, if the board decides that we want to continue as we have since 2006, that would be a yes. There's no changes needed. What John is pointing out is that if no, should the board direct staff to consider a future amendment, or should staff?
He gave us a maybe.
His maybe is that we continue to have a conversation with the school district and the municipalities, okay, about that path forward, okay? But he's suggesting here that we will continue to move forward with the process of our submittal to the state related to the Vision 2050 and the changes to Orange Code, okay? That process continues.
I think we can both agree. I think we can both agree. If you just strike the word no, and it's should the board direct staff to consider, I think we're both okay with that. It leaves the future open.
That's a maybe.
I think it's a maybe. I mean, certainly to the word consider is not obligating the board to specific language or to getting even specific language across the finish line.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, all right. So I hear conversation, but if you want to share the conversation that you're having.
It sounds like we're on the same page for this, at least as far as making sure we're continuing this conversation with our municipal partners. That's where I feel like we've landed and would love to move on to the next slide.
Okay. Is there any member of the board? Okay. All right. So we're consistent. John, you have the direction.
Yes, sir.
It's a maybe. Okay. That's going forward with the conversation. Okay. All right, we'll go to 3. And this is the final area is should the established sector density changes be considered de minimis? We're kind of all over the place here because that's very difficult to define based upon this dialogue that we've had today. What is de minimis?
So without getting into the definition of de minimis, which I know is an important point, and Commissioner Scott, you kind of raised that as well. Whether we use the word de minimis or relatively minor or appropriately minor, again, the framework as presented and proposed and recommended by staff has the effect of changing the future land use and zoning designations on properties within the established sector. Again, the magnitude of those changes are relatively minor and certainly would appear to be both minor in total number, but also compared to the available capacity within the established, school capacity within the established sector. And so staff's recommending, again, as part of developing and implementing a predictable and efficient plan, that those areas be granted the entitlements pursuant to the new future land use and zoning designations, and therefore not need to be subject to the DAA and any limitations on entitlements. That's staff's recommendation.
We're actually not disagreeing. Right. Okay. Yeah. So we're good with yes. Okay, we're not, we prefer no, but we conceded a while ago that it is a small amount and it's de minimis and we're okay with it. Only thing we're discussing now is can we call it de minimis and say that at this point de minimis equals whatever you want it and you can change de minimis later. Just explain you're exempting it because it's de minimis. That's it.
All right. So the Chair Jacobs is indicating that at least she is in agreement with the yes, but somehow trying to define de minimis. And we'll have to see if we can get to there what that means. But as we work towards the draft of the ordinance, as this comes back to the board, we should not have to have a whole lot of conversation about these issues, okay? I look to the county attorney because your team is going to have to draft this ordinance and be engaged in the process.
Nope. Are you going to let them?
That's future. Yeah.
Okay.
We're good.
Okay, we're good. All right. So by affirmation, the board is saying, Commissioner Scott, he disappeared on me. Okay. By affirmation, the board is good with the direction, the yes. Okay. All right. So by affirmation of the board, that's the direction we're going to move forward with the yes. Okay. All right. Given that, I think we fully discussed that issue. Chair Jacobs, and to your team, thank you. To our team, thank you. At this point, we are going to go into recess until 2 p.m. We'll start the afternoon session at 2 p.m. All right. Thank you. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Let me welcome you to the Orange County Board of County Commission meeting on May the 20th, 2025. We are now in the afternoon session of the meeting in which we deal with generally our land use related issues. We're going to start this afternoon with our Planning and Zoning Division. Ms. Lakin O'Hara is going to come forward and she'll be presenting the Board of Zoning Adjustment recommendations. With that, you are recognized.
All right. Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. On May 1st, 2025, the Board of Zoning Adjustment heard 12 cases. 9 of those cases were recommended for approval. 1 case was recommended for denial. 1 case was recommended a partial approval, and 1 case was continued. The BZA appeal deadline was Friday, May 16th, and 1 appeal has been submitted. That was for case SE 2409086, Derek Bruce for Orlando Torah Center. And then it is my understanding that Commissioner Wilson would like to pull Thomas Carr, which is case VA 2506017, for a board called hearing. The Zoning Division will be requesting that these cases be scheduled for separate public hearings. So with the exception of case VA 2505014, which was continued, case SE 2409086 that has been appealed, and case VA 2506017, which was pulled for a separate hearing, we request that the BCC accept the BZA recommended action and findings.
All right, with that, other than the items noted and the 1 item that was pulled for a separate hearing, is there a motion for approval?
Gomez.
Motion by Commissioner Uribe, second by Commissioner Gomez-Cordero. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. And with that, we'll move to the next item on our agenda, and this is A1, and this is a shoreline dredge and field item. And with that, we'll open the public hearing on this item, and Mr. Tim Hull, our Environmental Programs Administrator, is going to frame this item. With that, Mr. Hull, you're recognized.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. Today, I'm presenting a shoreline alteration dredge and fill permit application number SADF 2401002 for the applicant 2023-011-803 W 2nd Avenue, Florida Land Trust. This item was continued as a public hearing on March 11th of this year, but it was continued to today at the applicant's request to modify the plans, which I'll discuss later in the presentation. Here is a location map. The property is located at 803 West 2nd Avenue in Windermere on the shoreline of Lake Butler. It's identified in red here on this map. And here is an aerial photo of the subject property outlined in yellow. And here are photos of the existing conditions. As you can see, the applicant has an existing seawall shown in the photo on the left, and that's not proposed for any changes. And they have an existing boathouse in the photo on the right, where a small portion of new seawall is proposed beneath that small dock walkway you see in the center. They're proposing to put a seawall underneath that. Staff was not able to find a permit for this existing wall or determine if it predates the code. However, it's been in place for more than 20 years. It was installed by previous owners of the property. Therefore, there is no enforcement action for that existing wall. Here are photos showing the existing seawall around that boathouse. As you can see, it's failing and crumbling, and that is what is currently proposed for replacement. And then here's the previous site plan that we showed you in March. The applicant was proposing to construct approximately 26 feet of new vinyl seawall right in front of the boathouse. That is shown in pink, and they were proposing to fill in that boathouse with approximately 500 square feet of impact to the surface water. However, the applicant became aware that the town of Windermere standards will not allow them to keep that structure if they executed this plan, so they requested the continuance and have since modified the plans and will keep the boathouse as a boathouse. Here is the revised plan. As we saw in the photos, the portion of the seawall that runs around the boat slips and the boathouse is in disrepair. So they're proposing to reconstruct approximately 76 feet of that wall under the boathouse, as well as a 24-foot return on the southeastern parcel boundary. And then, as I mentioned, they'll do a new little 4-foot section of seawall at the front of the boathouse under the walkway. The neighboring property to the north has a seawall, and there are also other seawalls present on Lake Butler. Here's a cross-section of the replacement seawall. The contractor is unable to determine the extent of the damage to that failing seawall because it's beneath the walls of the boathouse. Therefore, they're proposing some flexibility here to either completely remove and replace the failing seawall under the boathouse walls or place a new wall within a maximum of 1 foot of the existing wall, and the old wall would remain in place, whichever is required based on site conditions. Here's a cross-section of the portion of wall that's not proposed to be touched. But you might have seen the photos, they don't have any plantings or riprap, and so they're retroactively going to add riprap and plantings in front of that existing wall. The considerations on this project, it was reviewed in accordance with Chapter 33, Article 4, and the review criteria and conditions of issuance therein. Notification of the original public hearing and today's continuance was sent to property owners within 500 feet, and EPD received no objections. Our finding is pursuant to Orange County Code, Chapter 33, Article 4. EPD has evaluated the proposed SADF permit application and the required documents, and has made a finding that the request is consistent with Orange County Code, Chapter 33, Article 4, Section 33-129. And accordingly, our action requested is acceptance of the findings and recommendation of the Environmental Protection Division staff and approval of Shoreline Alteration Dredge and Fill Permit SADF 24010002 for the applicant 2023-011-803 West 2nd Avenue, Florida Land Trust, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report. This is in District 1, and that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is the applicant or a representative of the applicant present? And if so, would you like to come forward and offer any testimony? And as you come forward, if you would give us your name and address for the record, we would appreciate it.
My name is Marcin Lewandowski. I am the representative for the trust, 2023-11-803 West 2nd Avenue. I have nothing to add to whatever is already been stated.
All right, well, you can stand by for a moment then. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing. We'll go to the district commissioner. Commissioner Wilson, do you have a motion?
Yeah, I want to thank staff for regrouping on this and having gotten through the, I think, issues that Windermere raised, and I appreciate the work. With that, I make a motion for approval.
Second. Second, Gomez?
All right.
We already said.
Everybody, it was a tie. All right, the second that we'll give to Commissioner Gomez Cordero. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, thank you, sir. We're going to move to the next item. We'll go to B2. We'll open this for public hearing, and Mr. Thal Mueller is going to be framing this item, and with that, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. This item is case CDR 2309270. This is an amendment to the Orangewood N2 PD, specifically a 2.92 acre parcel located on International Drive, just north of Paradiso Grand, south of Central Florida Parkway. The request is to convert some unused tourist commercial entitlements assigned to this PD parcel to 267 multifamily units. In addition, there is one waiver from Orange County Code to allow increased building height. Here we have the future land use map. Property is designated Activity Center Residential, indicating it's in the iDrive Activity Center, which allows both multifamily and tourist commercial type uses. As previously mentioned, the property is currently zoned PD as part of the Orangewood N2 PD, along with all the surrounding area. Here we have an aerial map of the property. Site is currently undeveloped. Surrounding area is developed with other similar tourist commercial uses, a mix of multifamily, hotel, timeshare, and tourist commercial uses in the area. Here we have the overall plan development land use plan. The subject parcel is outlined in the thick black line there in kind of the center of the PD. PD also shows the overall entitlements and development standards. And with that, staff recommendation is to make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and approve the amendment to the Orangewood N2 PD, subject to the conditions of approval listed under the DRC recommendation in the staff report. This item is in District 1, and staff and the applicant are available for questions.
All right, thank you, sir. Is the applicant on this item present? Please come forward.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. For the record, Rebecca Hammock with Polis and Bennett. Our address is 2602 East Livingston Street, Orlando, Florida, 32803. I'm here on behalf of the developer, Kamaya Real Estate. We concur with staff's recommendation, and we are in agreement with the conditions of approval, and I'm here to answer any questions that you may have.
All right, Ms. Hammock, if you'll stand by for a moment. Do we have any members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing. We'll go to the district commissioner. Commissioner Wilson, do you have a potential motion?
Yes, I move for approval, subject to the conditions in the staff report.
Second, Moore.
All right, Commissioner Moore is the seconder on this motion. And with that, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, we'll move to the next item, and this is item C3. We'll open the public hearing on this item as well. And Mr. Thal Mueller, we look to you to frame this item.
Thank you, Mayor. This case is, or this item is case PSP 2309-288. This is the Dean Road Townhomes PD, Dean Road Townhomes Preliminary Subdivision Plan. Request here is to subdivide 10.65 gross acre site located north of Elm Street and the west side of Dean Road, just north of East Colonial, to allow for the development of 46 single-family attached residential dwelling units and associated tracts and infrastructure. This case was continued from the April 22nd, 2025 board meeting. Here is the overall affected PD and PSP area shown on the future land use map. Property does have low, medium density residential future land use designation. As previously mentioned, property is currently zoned PD. With a mixture of single-family and retail commercial land use or zoning designations surrounding the property. Here we have an aerial of the site. As you can see, the site is currently undeveloped. There is, as identified on the land use plan, a large wetland area on the west side of the site, which is not going to be impacted with this proposal. And then surrounding the property, we have a mix of residential uses, institutional uses, and commercial uses there to the south. Here we have the subdivision plan showing the infrastructure, wetland areas I mentioned, and lots and tracts. With that, staff recommendation is to make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and approve the Dean Road Townhomes PD, Dean Road Townhomes PSP, subject to the conditions of approval listed under the DRC recommendation in the staff report. This item is in District 5, and staff and the applicant are available for questions.
All right, thank you, sir. Is the applicant on this item present? If so, please come forward.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners.
Afternoon.
I'm Carolyn Haslam with Ackerman. My address for the record is 420 South Orange Avenue, Suite 1200 in Orlando. We are in agreement with staff and are here to answer any questions.
All right, thank you very much. If you'll stand by. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing. We'll go to the district commissioner, Commissioner Martinez-Simrad.
Thank you, Mayor. The one thing on this development is just that I wanted to note, they kind of fell in between two district commissioners, Commissioner Bonilla going out and myself coming in. And throughout this the process, I learned that when we do roadway improvements, we can't replant trees that are on sidewalks, and trying to get people in this area particularly to use multimodal transportation and such becomes really important to preserve the trees. So I did ask for them to go back and to try to find a method to protect that shade line. Unfortunately, they were only able to come up with one tree saving, which I appreciate saving that one for purposes of providing some shade. Because it was in between, I'm going to make a motion for approval and finding consistency with the comprehensive plan with the conditions listed under the development review and recommendation in the staff report.
All right, the seconder is Commissioner Uribe. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, we'll move on to item D4, and it's my understanding that D4 has been withdrawn, so as a result of that, no action will be taken today on D4. We will move forward to E5, and we'll open the public hearing on this item, and Mr. Jim Resta, the Chief Planner from our Planning Division, will frame this particular item. With that, Mr. Resta, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, Commissioners. So the first small-scale case we have is 2502-071 and LUP 2412-2955. This is in District 3. The applicant has asked to continue this item to June 3rd, and that's so they have some time to work out the conditions and some conversations that they may have had with the District Commissioner.
Mayor, agree.
All right. Let me just check with staff. Does June 3rd work in the afternoon for us?
It can. I think that's the last date that the application could reasonably be considered.
Okay. All right. With that, let me just check and see if the applicant on this item is present. That's good. She's indicating that's good for them. With that, I'm going to close the public hearing. Well, let me just see. Do we have any members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We have no speakers for this item. Oh, wait, hold on. We have one speaker for this item, Mayor.
All right.
Kevin Dickey.
And if you don't mind giving us your name and address just for the record.
Kevin Dickey, 2006 Henderson Drive. So a lot of us who live on the street recognize that parcel needs to be developed, sitting vacant. It was an old gas station, et cetera. However, under its current form, the density we all feel is ridiculously too high. There's been another townhouse project right down on Bumby, Hourglass Villas. It's 13 units. It's only barely half an acre smaller than this one. And they want at least 26 at the current iteration. And along with all the requests for waivers and variances for setbacks, et cetera, we just feel it would be out of place for our neighborhood. We already deal with an inordinate amount of street parking tolerated over the years and accept, but 26 more townhomes, 58 more cars. The same developer apparently has approval to build a 300-unit apartment building almost catty corner, maybe 150, 200 yards away. So that's a huge number of influx of folks and cars probably driving down our street, Bumby, et cetera. So our request would be that they relook at their plan. You all encourage them maybe to reduce the density and try to focus more on entering and exiting onto Bumby rather than throwing a lot of unknown traffic onto our residential street. And that's our request.
All right. Thank you, sir, for your presence today. We'll go back to the applicant and see if the applicant wants to make any comments. She's saying no comments today. With that, then we'll close the public hearing portion. We'll go to the district commissioner, Commissioner Uribe, for a potential motion.
Kevin, I want to thank you for coming out today. I did not know we were going to get continued until this morning, but my assistant Renata is going to talk to you before you leave, okay? Thank you. With that, I want a motion for continuance to the June 3rd, excuse me, yeah?
Yes.
June 3rd meeting, okay, yes, at 2 p.m.
Second, Gomez?
All right, and let me just double check with staff. I know we moved several things. June 3rd still going to work for that, for this
It'll be our
item?
37th hearing, I think.
It may be a long day, Mayor, but June 3rd can work.
All right, so if we have other items, let's not try to move it to June 3rd. We'll have to move it to some other period of time. All right, with that, Commissioner Uribe, potential motion?
I did, and it was seconded.
To June the 3rd?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Gomez-Cadero was the seconder. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, we'll move to the next item on our agenda, and this item is E6. I'll open the public hearing on this item. It's my understanding this item has been requested to be continued as well. We'll go to our planner, Mr. Resta, to frame this item. With that, you recognize.
Thank you again, Mayor. There we go. So this is small-scale case 2502-072 and the concurrent rezoning case 2502-072. This item has also been requested to be continued to June 3rd.
All right, so we're kind of stacking June the 3rd up here.
Mayor, if I can make at least some remarks as to why June 3rd is an important date. What Jim and certainly the previous case have discussed, those applications were requests to amend the county's current comprehensive plan, future land use map, and zoning designation for those properties to another designation that is specific under the current plan framework. June 3rd is Vision 2050. So post June 3rd, these applications could no longer be considered in the form that they're being brought forward. So we can't reasonably push them past June 3rd, given that June 3rd Vision 2050 deadline and date.
All right. All right, is the applicant on this item present? You want to make any comments?
Good afternoon. For the record, McGregor Love, 215 North Eola Drive. I just wanted to briefly say, first, because 2 weeks ago, Mayor, you looked at me and I explained that we were trying to coordinate several meetings and discussions about this, and you asked whether that was enough time, and I very confidently said yes, and here I am asking a continuance. I thought I owed you and the commission an explanation. In that work and looking at everything, and looking at what some of the public's concerns are with the property and kind of the unique aspects of it, we thought it made sense to produce, in connection with a community meeting, some sort of concept plan to show how development of this site might work. Now, this is not a PUD, so it's not like an LUP, but it's a concept plan that'll show kind of feasibly what the layout of the property will look like, and our team is actually finalizing that today. So that's what's delayed our effort to really get a community meeting set prior to this meeting, and really the part of the reason why we're seeking a continuance to June 3rd. But I thought I owed you that explanation. I'm here to answer any questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. If you'll just stand by for a moment. Do we have members of the public present who should be heard on this item?
We do have one speaker, Mayor. Unclear if he signed up for the wrong item, since this shares an address with the previous request, but Sean Krogman? Yep. We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
Okay. Then we'll close the public hearing at this time. We'll go to the district commissioner, Commissioner Moore,
Yes,
for
move
potential.
the recommended action for the continuance to June 3rd.
Second, you reading?
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. We'll move now to item F7. We'll open this item for public hearing, and Mr. Resta, you recognize.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm bringing back to you today the regular cycle amendments. These were you first saw these for transmittal public hearing on February 11th. For the adoption public hearing on May 6th, and we are back today to adopt the ordinance for all three of these items. The first is 2024-2-B-CP-1. This is also known as the Kilgore Road Rural Residential Enclave in District 1. And again, the LPA recommendation for March 20th is to adopt, and the action that this board took on May 6th was to adopt the amendment. So today's requested action is to adopt the ordinance.
All right, thank you. With that, do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing portion, and we'll go to the district commissioner, Commissioner Wilson, for a potential motion.
Move for the recommended action.
Second, you reading?
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, we'll move to the next item on our agenda, and this is item F8. We'll open the public hearing on this item, and Mr. Rester, you recognize.
So while that's loading, this is item F8, Amendment 2024-2-B-CP-2, also known as the Lake Pickett Study Area Text to Map Amendments in District 5. And again, the LPA recommendation from March 20th was to adopt, the action that this board took on May 6th was to adopt the amendment, and the requested action today is to adopt the ordinance. And that's it for this item.
All right. With that, do we have any members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing portion. We'll go to the district commissioner, Commissioner Martinez-Simrad.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and adopt ordinance for Amendment 2024-2-B-CP-2.
Second, Gomez.
All right, Commissioner Scott, we'll give it to you on this one. As the seconder, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, thank you. We're going to move to the next item. We're up to item F9. I'll open the public hearing on this item, and Mr. Russell, you're recognized.
Thank you again, Mayor. This is the last of the three items, Amendment 2024-2-B-CP-3. This is also known as the rural boundary and rural area. This is countywide. And again, the LPA recommendation from March 20th is to adopt the action taken by this board on May 6th was to adopt the amendment. Today's requested action is to adopt the ordinance for this amendment.
All right, are there members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
And then we'll close the public hearing. I'll entertain a motion.
Motion for approval.
Motion by Commissioner Gomez-Cordero, second by Commissioner Scott. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to go to the next item on our agenda, and this is item G10. G10. We'll open the public hearing on this item, and Mr. Thelmuller, I understand you're going to frame this item.
Thank you, Mayor. This item is case LUPA 24-11-278. This is a land use plan amendment to the existing Grand Cypress Resort PD plan development. The request is to rezone a 10.02 acre piece of property to be added to the existing Grand Cypress Resort for an overall PD acreage of 1,606 acres. Property is going from RCE to PD as mentioned, and the request also includes an update to the overall plan development PD development program from 1,668 resort rental units, 1,505 hotel rooms, 207 multifamily units, 100,000 square feet of retail entertainment uses to 6,378 resort rental units, 1,505 hotel rooms, 207 multifamily units, and 500,000 square feet of retail commercial entertainment uses. Here we have the overall PD on the future land use map. Has a mixture of PD future land use, rural future land use, indicating that that portion of the PD is a wetland conservation area. Some medium density residential mixed in there, and some commercial down there on the south, including the subject property being rezoned and added in. As mentioned, existing PD is currently zoned PD. Area in the south outlined in red is currently zoned RCE. And as mentioned, request is to rezone a PD, become part of the whole. Here we have an aerial map showing the old golf course in the process of redevelopment into resort uses there in the north, existing resort uses there in the south, and the subject property which is currently undeveloped. Proposed development program is to allow for future expansions of those resort uses spread throughout the PD. Here we have the overall land use plan that goes along with that PD zoning, showing the outline of the property, access, as well as the highly negotiated development standards and entitlements. This item was continued from the previous board hearing, and with all that, the staff recommendation is to make a finding consistency with comprehensive plan and approve the land use plan amendment to the Grand Cypress Resort PD, subject to the conditions of approval listed under the Planning and Zoning Commission recommendation in the staff report. And with that, staff and the applicant are available for questions.
All right, thank you, sir. Is the applicant on this item present or rep? Please come forward.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. David Evans, Evans Engineering, 719 Irma Avenue, Orlando, 32803, here on behalf of the applicant. Here 2 weeks ago and answered some questions, and certainly here to answer any additional questions you may have, and certainly concur with staff report. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. If you'll stand by. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing. We'll go to the district commissioner, Commissioner Wilson, for a motion.
So I want to start by thanking this board. I did tune in later on, and I really appreciate that you all were inspecting this with what I believe is the lens that I use for these types of applications. But I think that, I mean, it was obviously all our days are really busy. Nick, can you pull up the map again that has the dotted red, just so we can highlight? I want to make sure that they are all comfortable. So if you can see at the bottom of this rendering, that little square in red, that is the portion we're talking about today. So I think it was a little bit tricky because we were looking at this overall big, huge PD, which is the Grand Cypress Resort. And just to confirm, Nick, there are no wetland impacts, correct?
No, there are no wetland impacts.
So, but those were all the right questions. You all really made me feel very proud. So thank you so much. And with that, I'd like to make a motion for approval.
Second.
All right. Commissioner Uribe is the seconder on the motion. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right. Thank you, sir. All right, we're going to go to, I think, the final items of today. We're going to open these for a public hearing. Item G11 and H12 will be open together. And as we open the public hearing, I'm going to ask Mr. Thalmuller to frame this item.
Thank you, Mayor. As you mentioned, we will be opening items G11 and H12 together. G11 is the plan development rezoning for this case. H11 is the associated conservation area impact permit. I will begin the presentation highlighting the PD portion of the request. Tim Hull from our Environmental Protection Division is going to be presenting the impact permit slides, and then we will have a combined motion here at the end that I will make as well. So to get started, this item is case LUP 22-01002. This is a request to rezone 227 gross acres located north of 417, east and kind of south of International Drive. We'll see a more detailed location on the aerial map here in a moment. From A2, that's Farmland Rural District, to PD Plan Development District, with a proposed development program of 653,400 square feet of tourist commercial uses, 1,291 hotel rooms, and 4,814 multifamily residential dwelling units. Request also includes 4 waivers from code for some reduced internal setbacks and increased maximum allowable height. Here we have the future land use map, the subject property, and you can see on the land use map the property has 2 designations: activity center mixed use and activity center residential. Both of those designations indicate the property is located within the iDrive Activity Center area designated in the comprehensive plan for tourist commercial type uses and tourist commercial or supportive residential housing densities. The only designations or the only zoning designation permitted consistent with those future land use designations is plan development. Hence the request, in order to develop the property, you must rezone the property to PD within the allowance of the future land use designations. As previously mentioned, the property does not currently have consistent land use. It has that A2 zoning as well as the surrounding area. And the request is to rezone the property to PD as shown here. Here we have an aerial map. You will notice the property is undeveloped. To the north and to the west, we see tourist, commercial, and residential type development. Surrounding the subject property immediately, the property is located within the Shingle Creek area, and you can see a number of environmental and wetland areas surrounding the property. Here we have the proposed plan development land use plan, identifying the location, the outline of the property, proposed access, which you'll note is explicitly on the north end of the property, along the proposed Westwood Boulevard extension would be the sole access right there. Thank you for the pointer. Also in the land use plan includes the proposed development standards and proposed entitlement program. The staff recommendation for the plan development rezoning is to make a finding of inconsistency with the comprehensive plan and recommend denial of the Toscana Plan Development to Land Use Plan, data received March 6, 2025. And with that, I'll turn things over to Mr. Holt.
Thank you, Nick. I'll be presenting the Toscana PD Conservation Area Impact Permit application, number CAI 2305022 for Shingle Creek Co-owners, LLC. Here's a zoomed out aerial photo with the project site shown in red, and the green areas are surrounding wetlands, and then surface waters are shown in blue relative to the project. And as you can see, there's obvious large areas of undeveloped wetlands and some uplands in the Shingle Creek Basin directly surrounding and adjacent to the project area on all sides. The closest existing development is to the north of the property along International Drive. Here's an aerial photo of the development site with the wetlands overlaid in green. There are 56.69 acres of wetlands, which comprise approximately 25% of the site. And there are approximately 170.85 acres of uplands. Here is a flood zone map showing the project boundary in yellow and the 100-year flood zone floodplain in blue. So as you can see, most of the project is within the 100-year floodplain. Here are some existing conditions. These photos are representative of some of the wetlands on site. The wetland types include predominantly mixed forested systems, including hydric pine flatwoods and cypress, which consist of appropriate healthy vegetation of moderately high functionality and quality. And there are 3 eagle nests. This is a map showing the 3 eagle nest trees in proximity of the project. 2 of them, which are shown in blue, were active for the current year nesting season based on Audubon Eagle Watch data. And 1 nest in red, which is closest to the development project, appears to have been inactive this nesting season based on drone reconnaissance conducted by the applicant team and Audubon Eagle Watch data. The current development footprint is outside the statutory 660-foot buffer of the closest nest tree shown in red. Now I'll step through briefly an application review timeline for the project. On April 25th, 2023, EPD issued Conservation Area Determination, or CAD, number CAD 22010. It has a little over 56 acres of wetlands, including dominantly Class 1 wetlands and just 0.08 acres of Class 3 wetlands, as well as 170 plus acres of uplands. May 1st of 23, EPD received the CAI, or Conservation Area Impact Permit application, which was prior to the effective date of the updated wetland code, which went into effect June 1st of 2024. Therefore, it's being reviewed under the prior version of Article 10, which was adopted in 1987. EPD has issued 7 requests for additional information letters, and we've also held 2 in-person meetings with the applicant's agent, as well as attended a virtual meeting with the applicant team and Orange County Planning Division staff. December 18th of 2024, the CAI permit application was presented as a discussion item to the Development Review Committee, or DRC. There's no requested action on these discussion items. It's just to hear the DRC reflect on the application. Prior to that discussion, the applicant had not reduced or eliminated any of the proposed wetland impacts. The DRC determined that, as presented at the time, the project did not constitute an overriding public benefit, was not a reasonable use of land, and adequate minimization or elimination of wetland impacts had not been demonstrated. All three of those things are standard review criteria in the code. The applicant subsequently revised the site design several times and expanded the development footprint further south and utilized additional uplands to accomplish their development program. So now I'll step through some of the plans that we received over time. This is the plan that was submitted with the original application. As you can see, there was some extensive wetland impact shown in red right along the future Westwood Boulevard extension. This plan proposed 56.34 acres of direct wetland impacts, 6+ acres of secondary wetland impacts, and on-site preservation of 13+ acres. The next plan that indicated some change was with the fourth RAI, or request for additional information, response. That plan showed 59.28 acres of direct wetland impact, which was a slight increase. But you can see in green along the future Westwood Boulevard, they actually implemented some preservation, but the net change overall was a slight increase of impacts. 33+ acres of secondary impact, and then no on-site preservation. The next change was with the fifth RAI response. This went down. They reduced it from 59 to 36.31 acres of direct impact with 24+ acres of secondary, and then on-site preservation of 20.38 acres. This was also when they expanded the project footprint to the south, as you can see, the expanded footprint there. And then the final plan, this is the current plan. It came along with the 6th RAI response, and currently they're proposing 22.444 acres of direct wetland impact and 28 acres of secondary impact with on-site preservation shown in green of 34.249 acres. The blue shading is compensating storage areas, and again, the red on all these graphics is typically the proposed impacts. Here is the current site plan. The applicant is proposing commercial, hotel, and multifamily development, as Nick covered. There are still a number of discrepancies and inconsistencies among the various figures and plans provided by the applicant. So notwithstanding compliance with code, there are a number of plan cleanups, is what we typically refer to these as. These include, there are wetland areas identified for preservation on the impact plan that are designated for impact on this site plan that I'm showing here. There's also areas where secondary wetland impacts should be identified, but they're not depicted on the impact plan. And this site plan and the impact plan do not show the same areas of secondary wetland impact. There are 2 wildlife crossings shown on the impact plan. However, only one is shown here on this site plan, and it's in a slightly different location than on the impact plan. And finally, this plan shows 2 buildings proposed near one of the wetlands, but not in the wetlands. However, the impact plan in that same area only shows 1 building. So those are plan cleanups that we typically work through with applicants through the process. Here is their mitigation plan. The applicant's proposing 32.249 acres of wetland preservation within the project boundary, shown in the bright green color. That's the on-site preservation. And then the pink color, the light pink, is 115 acres of wetland preservation outside the project boundary, but obviously controlled by the applicant. The total preservation area would equal 150.02 acres. So now I'll step through the actual code criteria for the impacts, and I'm not going to read all these words, but just the highlighted language. The first is in section 15.362.5 of Article 10. It requires that they minimize or eliminate impacts to the greatest of their ability. And then the second code criterion is in 15.419.1a, which requires that there be no other feasible or practical alternatives exist that will permit a reasonable use of the land or where there is an overriding public benefit. So first, I'll step through what the applicants, their assessment as to minimization and elimination of impacts. They noted that the impacts have been reduced to 22.44 acres, most of which is for the 2 entrance roads and associated stormwater infrastructure, providing access into the development. The site plan has been reconfigured to place the compensating storage areas, within the uplands to reduce wetland impacts. Other impacts are to the edges of wetlands that fall within the boundary of the site. The applicant's willing to work with EPD staff along with other county divisions to identify where impacts can be further minimized adjacent to the entry roads and through alternative road alignments. The mitigation plan is unique, ecologically beneficial, and will offset the proposed loss of wetland function. It ensures future development and expansion will not occur and serves the goals of the county, including preserving the Shingle Creek watershed and creating more conservation lands within the county. And finally, they said this area is a targeted sector within the urban service area of Orange County's Vision 2050, and is proposed as a target for new and intensified development. Preserving this land now will prevent future development in this area. Staff's assessment of their minimization and elimination efforts, we acknowledge they have reduced their impacts from their original submittal. However, they've not fully explored additional ways they could further reduce them. Those include constructing an elevated and/or bridged roadway into the development to access the uplands, constructing a conveyance to route the stormwater for the entry roads to ponds located in uplands, reducing the overall development program to allow the floodplain compensating area and other stormwater ponds to be excavated solely in uplands to further minimize impacts to wetlands. No upland buffers are proposed adjacent to offsite wetlands, which results in the adverse secondary impacts that they are assessing and providing mitigation for. Only the required minimum 25-foot upland buffers are proposed adjacent to remaining on-site wetlands. And lastly, recent scientific data indicates the area is ecologically sensitive and 100-foot buffers are warranted. So Comp Plan Policy C1.4.9 requires a minimum 25-foot upland buffer unless scientific data indicates that a larger or smaller buffer should be utilized. And so now I'll briefly step through just a couple slides on the environmental sensitivity data that we're referring to, suggesting 100-foot buffers should be required. Shingle Creek Basin is the headwaters of the Florida Everglades, and Shingle Creek is part of the Lake Okeechobee Basin Management Action Plan. Shingle Creek is listed by the state as an impaired water body for macrophytes. It contributes 60% of the water entering Lake Toho. The State Wildlife Action Plan indicates the basin contains rare, vulnerable, imperiled, or critically imperiled upland habitats that include mesic hammock, xeric hammock, scrub, and scrubby flatwoods. Approximately 64 wildlife species of concern occur in the watershed, including 3 listed as federally endangered and 21 listed as either federally threatened or state threatened. According to Florida's SWAP, that State Wildlife Action Plan, 53 of these have been identified as species of greatest conservation need. Additionally, there are 14 birds of conservation concern known to occur within the watershed. There's also at least 3 rare or imperiled bat species present. The Florida bonneted bat, which is federally endangered and confirmed in the basin. The tricolored bat, which is proposed to be federally endangered. And Rafinesky's big-eared bat, which is a Florida species of greatest conservation need. Black bear sightings in the basin are commonly reported to FWC, and it likely serves as notable foraging range for this species in the county. As I showed earlier, there are 3 recorded bald eagle nest trees in the vicinity of the development. The red cockaded woodpecker, which is federally threatened, likely utilizes the pine flatwood habitats in the lower part of the basin in Orange County as it spreads out and forages in areas from the Disney Wilderness Preserve to the south. Vulnerable plants in the basin include numerous listed, commonly exploited, and endemic species, including, and I'll just read a couple of these, netted pawpaw, butterfly orchid, southern pine lily, hooded pitcher plant, and the giant air plant. Here's a summary of more of the code standards. This one is about overriding public benefit. So they made the case that their project has overriding public benefit. And I won't read all of these bullets in detail. I'll just summarize them for you. The main themes they stated are they believe the project will be an economic driver. It will support tourism, create jobs, provide necessary housing in the area, and provide large-scale ecological preservation. EPD informed the applicant that the proposed use of the site as a private development is not typically considered to provide an overriding public benefit. Here is some alternative site designs just spelled out in a narrative here for you that they submitted. They submitted this during the review process. These plans were never actually submitted as part of our analysis over time. It was just provided to us supplementary, and they said alternative one was considered, and they may be going into detail on this for you, but 160 acres of wetland impact was considered first, and for various reasons they trimmed that down to alternative two, 123 plus acres of wetland impact. And then finally, alternative three was 81 acres of wetland impact. And that was actually the amount of impact that is approved in the South Florida Water Management District's conceptual permit. And so now we're down to 59 acres. I'm sorry, that was their first submittal to us, and now we're down to 22 plus acres of wetland impact. And they state that that plan is the most practical alternative and reasonable use of the development area, because the most reasonable areas of wetlands have been proposed for impact with a less intense development plan that is balanced with an overall mitigation plan that seeks to fulfill South Florida Water Management District preservation goals for Shingle Creek. So here's staff's assessments regarding overriding public benefit and feasible or practical alternatives. The applicant's proposing 22.44 acres out of 56.69 acres of on-site wetlands, which represents approximately 40% of their total wetlands on site, with an additional 28 acres of secondary wetland impacts to Class 1 wetlands. The development's not a type typically considered an overriding public benefit. Those would be schools, power generation plants, sewage treatment plants, hospitals, public transportation projects. There appear to be additional practical alternatives to the proposed Class 1 impacts. None of those three alternative site plans were proposed under the current CAI. The wetlands proposed for impact serve a significant and productive environmental function, as I stepped through on the natural resources slides. The potential land use has the potential to degrade the quality of Shingle Creek and the surrounding wetlands. And lastly, the protection, preservation, and continuing viability of the regionally significant Class 1 wetland systems is the prime objective in the code of the basis for review of the proposed alterations and removal of these areas. These next few slides, I'm not going to step through them in detail because they are in your staff report. There's approximately 11 comp plan policies that staff either does not think they are consistent with, or we would need more information to make a determination of consistency. So they're all here in the slides for you if you want to discuss any of them in more detail and what staff's position is. And they're also in your staff report for you. And then there are also in your staff report some additional standards that were not the main ones that I covered in my presentation. But there are additional standards or items in the code for consideration when reviewing a project like this. And so we put them into the table as well, and I'm happy to step through any of those if you'd like to talk about them some more. Regarding public feedback, EPD has received over 1,000 written objections to the project, with additional objections received leading up to this hearing. I think we're around 1,050 approximately at this time. I should let you know just some notable objectors include the Sierra Club, the Orange Audubon Society, and Audubon of Florida. The themes that the objections cite include this development threatens the heart of our wetlands and the headwaters of the Florida Everglades. The area is ecologically vital and should be among the most protected due to its significance in water filtration, flood mitigation, and wildlife habitat. The surrounding area is already experiencing flooding, with mitigation efforts putting a financial burden on taxpayers. The development will eliminate an emergency water pumping location, which will cause floodwaters to backflow into vulnerable areas, exacerbating an already pressing issue for residents. Any development within the Shingle Creek Basin will cause irreversible damage to our community and environment and long-term consequences to the fragile ecosystem. And finally, protecting this land is an environmental issue and a public safety necessity. Again, those were from all of the objectors. And so wrapping up here, some considerations for you. The project is in the Shingle Creek Basin, which has numerous unique natural resources and contains important regionally significant ecosystems that provide habitat for wildlife. The wetlands within and in the vicinity of the development area are Class 1 and are hydrologically connected to Shingle Creek and adjacent to the Shingle Creek Management Area owned by the Water Management District. The wetlands and uplands are significant and productive in the maintenance and preservation of viable populations of plant and animal species. The applicant has reduced proposed wetland impacts from the original submittal. However, the project still appears to be inconsistent with many policies and standards in the comp plan and the code. And lastly, EPD's received over 1,000 written objections to the proposed development with concerns including loss of ecologically sensitive wildlife habitat, reduced water filtration, and increased flooding. Our finding is pursuant to Orange County Code, Chapter 15, Article 10. EPD has evaluated the proposed CAI permit application and the required documents and has made a finding the request is inconsistent with sections 15.362.5, 15.419, and several policies in the Orange County Comprehensive Plan. And lastly, our action requested is acceptance of the findings and recommendation of the Environmental Protection Division staff and denial of the Conservation Area Impact Permit CAI 2305022 for Shingle Creek Co-owners LLC. And this is in District 1. And with that, I'm going to hand it back over to Nick Dalmuller to wrap up.
Mayor and Commissioners, just as a recap of what is in your staff reports, as previously mentioned, the rezoning was presented to both the Development Review Committee and Planning and Zoning Commission, where it received a recommendation of denial from both entities. In the staff report, if you'll look through the planning analysis, it does identify several policies, goals, objectives within the comprehensive plan, as summarized here in the screen, that the DRC and the PMs. As with any request, any proposal for development, it is going to be consistent with some portions of the plan and some inconsistent with others. Also summarized in the staff report, this request is consistent, as I mentioned, with some objectives, goals, and policies, particularly the consistency with that future land use designation. One thing I will point out is that certainly with an activity center, land use designation and a certain amount of upland area on the property, some amount of development certainly can be considered inappropriate. However, weighed against the policies and the language and the goals in the comprehensive plan, staff has determined that the inconsistencies of this specific development program and project as presented is inconsistent. And here's just a quick summary of the policies as they relate to the Conservation Area Impact Permit. One additional point I will cite is that this request is proposing wetland impacts, which would add area to their upland developable area. One additional policy that's not highlighted is the definition of density and intensity within the comprehensive plan, which says you can only generate that development of density and intensity for that development program based on your upland developable area, or if you have an impact permit, you can use that area to generate your density and intensity as well. I will point out that this request, or the rezoning request, the proposed development program, access, and proposed concept plan are all reliant on that impact permit. So again, dual motion, make finding inconsistency with the comprehensive plan, deny the Toscana Plan Development Land Use Plan, and accept the findings and recommendation of EPD staff and deny the Conservation Area Impact Permit. This item is in District 1, and with that, staff and the applicant are available for questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Thalman. With that, we're going to have the applicant and or the applicant's team come forward. Just for your edification, we will be providing 25 minutes maximum allowed for the applicant and or his team. And I'm told that there may be a group of related property owners who may want to speak, and if there is such a group present, you'll be given a maximum of 10 minutes by which to speak, and then we'll open it up for public comment. And any members of the public present who wish to be heard, depending upon how many, you'll probably be given 2 minutes each to speak. Okay, and so with that, we'll start with the applicant. Keep in mind 25 minutes all total for your presentation.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Dan O'Keefe. I'm with the law firm of Schutz & Bowen, 300 South Orange Avenue, Orlando, Florida. I'm here with the applicant team, and we're here to address the application for the PD LUP on the 227 acres, as well as the conservation area impact. As you are aware, this is a quasi-judicial hearing, and the board is tasked with weighing the facts in the record to determine whether the application is consistent with the comp plan and policies. It's important to note this is not a hearing to determine what the future land use of this property should be. That was determined long ago by Orange County when they established one of the most intensive land uses for this area, an activity center. Part of the property is activity center mixed use, and part of the property is activity center residential. You received many emails which communicate a basic message that there should be no development at all in this area. However, the question before the board today is not whether there should be any development, but instead is, given the activity center mixed use and the activity center residential future land use classifications and the existing property rights of the owners, is this application consistent with the Orange County Comp Plan? This is a very complex project, and we have limited time to present. We cannot fully address all of the comp plan policies at issue. So I'm submitting a detailed legal memorandum which addresses specifically how the project does in fact comply with all the comp plan policies and the Orange County Code. The county staff reports, and let me just hand this to the clerk. There's one for the record, and here are 7 copies. The county staff report alleges that the application appears to be inconsistent with several comp plan policies. However, these stated conclusions fail to cite the specific basis, facts, or reason that the application is inconsistent. Conclusions without facts or reasons are nothing. They are not substantial competent evidence to support the denial of a request to use the property consistent with the activity center mixed use and activity center residential future land use. Regarding the requested waivers and some proposed conditions that I'm going to address, I would like to note for the record that the applicant is willing to eliminate these waivers if necessary in order to obtain VCC approval today. The applicant is also agreeable to the conditions on wetlands and stormwater which it previously proposed to staff. And I'm submitting a copy of those four conditions for the record. The applicant is entitled to a reasonable use of their property consistent with their future land use designation in this highest category of activity center as determined previously by the county. And now I'd like to turn it over to our planner, Dan DeLisi, from the applicant team. Thank you.
Okay, for the record, my name is Dan DeLisi. I'm a land use planner here on behalf of the applicant. I won't go into too much detail and repeat what staff has already gone through. I'll give a brief presentation. I'll talk about consistency with the comprehensive plan, my area of expertise, and then I will hand it over to Jennifer Stickler, who will talk about consistency with the comprehensive plan regarding stormwater and floodplains, and then John Miklos, who will sum it up with the CAI and consistency with the comprehensive plan on wetland impacts. I want us to understand where this property is and get the terminology, be consistent with the terminology. You can see the property is in yellow. the Shingle Creek Preserve is about half a mile approximately. It depends on the location of the property, but to the east of us, Shingle Creek itself is about 2 miles from the site. All of that area in blue is the Shingle Creek Basin. So when we talk about the Shingle Creek Basin, we're talking about a huge area that extends all the way north to State Road 408. It's a very large basin. We're just a speck in that basin. We're part of the Munger Plat, which is a privately owned area, again, west of Shingle Creek. As staff has noted, we are in the activity center mixed use and activity center residential. I'll note for you, those are among the most intense land use categories in your comprehensive plan. They require minimum densities, but between 12 and 30 units an acre of residential in each category, and then 60 hotel units per acre and an FAR of 3.0 in that activity center mixed use area, which you can see on the screen. There are implementing zoning categories in your, for your comprehensive plan categories. We're here because your requirement is, if you're in the activity center land use category, you have to implement it through a plan development. Notably, A2 is not an implementing zoning category for this future land use category. As I said before, we are in a privately owned area. It is the Munger Plat. There are over 2,000 acres within the Munger Plat, 1,200 individual lots. The whole intent and the genesis of this application was to try and consolidate all of those development rights to a compact area, leaving large contiguous areas of preserve for ownership by the public. Within that consolidated development area, we've tried to come up with a proposal that has been as environmentally sensitive as possible. We've listened to the county, we've listened to some of what you all want to see, low impact development namely, and we've committed to incorporating that into our plan. Low impact development, as you know, will add benefits to water quality and nutrient removal in the development area. We've also minimized wetland impacts through this process, as John Miklos will talk about. As staff mentioned, we've had 11 iterations of our submittals over the last 3.5 years this plan has been in place. We have been at the table. We will continue to be at the table in trying to work with staff to get a plan right, or to get a plan that you all are comfortable with. But we've always been at the table, and we want to continue to work with staff. This is the land use plan that you've seen. I will note, as staff pointed out, there is on-site preservation as well as a lot of lake area for floodplain compensation. This is not a site with wall-to-wall impacts. The staff report talked about areas of consistency and areas of inconsistency. Notably, they left out a few policies, namely the activity center mixed use policy of FLU 1.1.2D. I do want to make it clear that Chapter 163, 3177 guides how comprehensive plans are supposed to be written and interpreted. 163 requires that comprehensive plans shall guide future decisions in a consistent manner. So you can't apply policies inconsistently. Different application, you can't differently apply policies to different applications. Also, the plan shall implement and establish meaningful and predictable standards. So generalized policies that don't have a meaningful standard are not things that you can hold development to. I want to point out a couple policies that staff has said we are inconsistent with. Policy C1.2.15 talks about areas within the county that are susceptible to impacts associated with nutrient loading from specific activities, including lawn and turf fertilizer application, reclaimed water irrigation. There's nothing in the application that would lead you to believe we're inconsistent with this. The reality is we have an environmental resource permit from the Water Management District that did an analysis on whether we would meet state and federal water quality criteria. We do. We'd have to meet county criteria as well. But within the application itself, still, lawn and turf fertilizer application, reclaimed irrigation, if you believed we were inconsistent with this, you would have to believe that every project that comes before you may be inconsistent with this policy. I'm going to talk about schools for a moment. Again, at this stage of development, you don't know exactly what's going to be built, but what staff has asked us to do is provide building elevations and a lot of detail. And so we have done that, and the detail we have provided puts us into the multifamily high-rise category, which is a very, very low student generation rate. According to the school board's information, OCPS, the form of development we're actually proposing generates 0.013 students per unit, or a total of 63 students. That's their own information. With that, I'm going to hand this over to Jennifer to talk about stormwater.
Good afternoon, Jennifer Stickler with Kimley Horn, Civil Engineer, 200 South Orange Avenue. As Dan pointed out, consistency with the comprehensive plan in terms of the flooding discussion. We're here to show that, provide some information as it relates to the flooding discussion to show that consistency. It's important to note in this policy the discussion relies around requiring compensatory storage for encroachment into floodplains, restricting encroachment into floodways, and requiring habitable structures to be flood-proof. We are not within a floodway, so a large focus of this discussion is the floodplain portion and the compensatory storage and the requiring habitable structures to be flood-proof. Here's a graphic of the site. As I mentioned, we are not in a floodway. That floodway is the hatching that you see to the right of the site on the screen. And as pointed out, the site is within a floodplain. It's important to note that the floodplain in this area is dictated by volume that it provides for the floodplain. As well as so the FEMA study has already been done in this area. It establishes an elevation, a base flood elevation of 79. The estimated seasonal high in this area / wetland wetland conditions are about elevation 77.5. So we're talking about 1.5 feet of floodplain volume that is currently shown here. And this map is showing that of the site in the green areas, those are those existing wetlands that we are not touching. We are not impacting any portion of the floodplain here, of the existing floodplain. And it's important to note that the area that is in the red, which is provides or has a depth of about 0.75 to 1.5 feet of floodplain in those areas shown in red, accounts for about 12% of the site. Where we have about 0 to 1 foot of floodplain depth is about 32% of the site, with 56% of the site not providing floodplain storage today. And that is those areas that have 0 color on them, as shown in the green arrows. So how is floodplain mitigation achieved when you have it as a function of depth? That's where we'll walk through that. So this was actually a slide, a graphic from a BCC hearing that I'm sure you all are familiar with from April 8th, where the consultant outlined when you've got that dark blue area is that existing water table elevation, the light blue is that floodplain depth that I was discussing. In areas where you regrade and fill, that's that second slide, that second graphic in the middle, which would then cause the base flood elevation to rise. However, to mitigate for that, you provide that depth elsewhere on site to the maximal extent possible, which in our case is only 1.5 feet really across the whole site. This graphic here, it's important to note, so the dark blue lines, these are the basin lines as established in Orange County study. Majority of the site actually is in the top of the basin. That's the area in the middle. See if I can point to it. There we go, there. So that means that's the higher side of the basin. So the area to the east of the project site actually flows down and around as shown by those flow arrows. We are on the higher end of that basin. Nothing is flowing through us. It's also important to note nothing is pumping to us. On the west side of the site, the area that is furthest west, right here, is sheet flowing east, and then there's a canal area or a lower depressional area right about here. Thank you. Which is actually diverting that stormwater from the site itself and the portion to the west of that to the south. And in the area to the south, where we have called out in that yellow arrow, enhanced floodplain connectivity, based on the conceptual site plan that we provided, that's actually the area we're proposing to provide additional floodplain, where there is not floodplain volume provided there today, meaning that we will provide an additional 1.5 feet, up to 1.5 feet in this area, which would allow that some of those areas to the north that drain through there and continue through this canal to have that less unrestricted flow and enhanced floodplain connectivity than what's previously there today. The area in green, generally where that wildlife crossing, that's an area we've also committed to maintain the hydraulic flow between the floodplain in those areas. We will maintain that hydraulic connectivity for the floodplain as required by code and design. So here are those code requirements that demonstrate, again, that consistency that will be required to meet. This is the Orange County code criteria. I'm not going to read through here. So additional Orange County, something I've highlighted here, the Orange County Flood Administrator will review applications to determine whether proposed development will be reasonably safe from flooding. In addition, we're held to South Florida Water Management District criteria, which requires no net encroachment into the floodplain between the average wet season water table. And that encompasses that by the 100-year event, which will adversely affect the existing rights of others, will be allowed. In addition to the FEMA requirements that also require us to provide that we are reasonably safe from flooding for any development. This project can meet these stormwater criteria. It will meet the stormwater criteria. It's required to meet it, and we can do it. We've added some additional proposed stormwater conditions. This is what was passed out to you earlier. First condition, prior to approval of the first development plan or preliminary subdivision plan associated with this PD, a master drainage plan consistent with Orange County Code, as may be amended, may be submitted and approved as a separate E-plan. This is an additional ahead of the typical engineering and design process, which would occur after a development plan or PSP for Orange County's review of our stormwater regulations. We're proposing that we submit this prior to any preliminary subdivision plan or first development plan be approved. In addition, in working with Orange County's stormwater staff, we've also committed to providing a floodplain hydraulic stormwater model. The importance of that hydraulic stormwater model is Orange County requires a 1-to-1 compensation storage for floodplain mitigation. We're on top of that providing a hydraulic stormwater model, which would show that any offsite flows are not impacted by this development, and we're maintaining that hydraulic connectivity for this development. Finally, we understand that you guys are in the process of additional stormwater criteria, so we have committed to being held to that additional stormwater criteria as well. And I will pass it off to...
Good afternoon, John Miklos, Biotech Consulting, 3025 East South Street, Orlando, 32803. As Tim noted earlier, this is a CAI. I am putting a copy of the previous code prior to the change, June 1st, 24, into the record. Impact permitting in Orange County has always been complicated. The problem we have here is staff is looking for construction level design and plans for the crossings at this time. It's not possible. The data's not there. This is a problem all applicants trying to navigate CAIs at the zoning LUP stage experience. This project has gone through a lot of changes. Been permitting for 2 years, 7 RAIs, dozens of site plans, yet staff holds the position that we don't address avoidance and minimization, that the impacts aren't needed to provide a reasonable use of the property, and there's no overriding benefit. To be clear, Tim showed you that where in the code minimize and eliminate is. That's not really within the rule section of the code, the regulatory part. It's in the legislative findings. It's in 362 paren 5. I don't know how you guys regulate from a legislative finding, but you do. But if you're going to, you have to pay attention to that whole section because it talks about requiring consistency with the development rights of the property owner. This is not doing that with not allowing access to the property. On avoidance and minimization, though, if you look at this project, this is the original boundary. There's been some numbers floating around, but the original boundary, which was generated by South Florida and Orange County as part of the settlement of the prior litigation, had 137 acres of impact. That doesn't work. Everyone knows that. First time I talked to EPD, it didn't work. We revised the plan, chasing the uplands through the site, and this is the plan permitted by South Florida, 82 acres of impact. Staff, we knew didn't like it. We continued to revise the plan, went through a variety of iterations over the course of those 2 years. Got to the one on the right, which is about 38 acres, and then finally whittled it down to 22 acres where we are today. It's gone from the proposed boundary given to us at 137 acres of impacts down to 22 acres of impacts. To say it hasn't reduced impacts to the greatest extent practicable is not accurate. Remember, 20 acres of that impact is to get access to the site. 2 roads. We don't want 2 roads, we'd be happy with 1. Orange County Fire Marshal decrees we have to have 2. To have 2, we have to have a lot of impact. The remaining 2 points Tim talked about were reasonable use and overriding public benefit. They're both buried in the same part of the code, 15396, paren 3A, but it's an or, it's not an and. So if you can demonstrate reasonable use or you can demonstrate an overriding public benefit, you meet the criteria. To say that this site, where the lion's share of the impact is to get access to the most intense land use in the county, is not reasonable, it is difficult to swallow. I don't know what an applicant is supposed to do beyond that to get to that point where he can get to his own property that is, again, has the land use there. And again, we're being told we have to do 2 roads. You guys want to tell us we can do 1? We'll do 1 and we'll cut the impact right in half. Overriding benefit, look, that's not the premier basis for our justification. We believe that reasonable use is. But again, 115 acres of offsite areas in the Shingle Creek Basin going into conservation is very beneficial. It's part of the plan that Orange County and South Florida has been trying to implement for decades. We reviewed a number of permits that the county's implemented under the CAI process over the last 20 years, about close to 1,000 of them. I don't have time to go through them all, but I am putting several into the record that demonstrate significant levels of impact for a whole lot less beneficial use than access. And I'll add to, on the comp plan, we believe we're consistent with it. We follow the protocol. Some of the stuff Tim mentioned about the extra buffers, your comp plan says that that will be put into code. It was in the new wetland rule. We're not subject to that. He talks about all these different species and everything else, and I'm not going to say that they're not there or they couldn't be there, but the site's been evaluated by South Florida Water Management District, by Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, by the Army Corps of Engineers, by FDEP, and twice by U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and I've gotten next to no comments on these issues. Staff from Orange County has been on site at least a dozen times, and to my knowledge, not pointed out anything out of the ordinary. Last point, we talked about conditions. We offered this condition to staff to get us over the finish line. They declined. I'll turn it back to Dan.
We'll save the remaining time for rebuttal. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners.
All right, thank you. Just stand by. Do we have representative of any abutting property owners? Okay. And we'll look to Mr. Thalmuller.
Mayor, we're going to ask that the group of property owners who have provided a list of names and addresses for the record choose amongst themselves. They're going to have a bucket of 10 minutes, however they'd like to choose to use that 10 minutes amongst themselves.
Okay, so I see a number of persons standing up at this time, and we'll start with you if you don't mind giving us your name and your address just for the record.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, my name is Kim Sewell, and my address is 551 North Cattleman Road, Suite 100, Sarasota, Florida, and I'm here as the authorized representative of Shingle Creek Co-Owners, LLC. Mayor and Commissioners, my name is Kim Sewell, and as authorized representative for the 176 people that comprise the Shingle Creek Co-Owners, the owners of the 566 acres of land that is at issue today for the Toscana project. 35 of those owners live in the greater Orlando area. In 2007, 18 years ago, 69 of these owners sued the South Florida Water Management District in Orange County because those owners were unable to build on their property and unable to recoup their investment-backed expectations for those platted properties owned by many of these people for generations. The outcome of that lawsuit was the instruction by the court for the landowners to submit an application for development, and we have done just that. It has taken 10 years to assemble these properties, and finally we are here with a plan that we were instructed by the court to do, a plan that meets all requirements of the Orange County Comp Plan and Code of Ordinances. The owners of these properties did not just buy swampland. They did their due diligence in purchasing these properties because this land is in the highest density land use category in the county, and to this day that designation has never changed. They bought platted properties within a tourism corridor, International Drive, near Westwood Boulevard Extension, a roadway with platted right-of-way already on Orange County's long-range plan, and even at one point showed a road through the Munger Tract. This land was never meant to be agricultural. Mayor and Commissioners, your responsibility today is to vote on the facts based on the Orange County Comp Plan and Code as it exists today, and based on the law that gives private property strong protections. These 176 owners deserve your fair and unbiased vote based on the facts you have heard to approve this project that has a public benefit of hundreds of acres of donated property for preservation. You are called today to vote in favor of this project because under the rules of competent, substantial evidence and adherence to the comp plan that the law requires, these private properties should be rezoned. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Sewell. We'll move to the next speaker.
I'm Michael L. Manucci. I live in 4016 Meriwether Drive, Orlando, Florida. I purchased this land 18 years ago for investment, for retirement. I personally walked the land. It was high and dry. Even had clay underneath the soil, had pine trees growing. There was access to it. And when I bought the land, it even had the map of International Drive going all the way through it, right to the end of the street. And on the other side of that little fence, the cow pasture, you might as well call it, there's a public school and residence. And it's so developed now, I can't even find that entrance to get into my property. So somebody's built it out there. And I've been waiting 18 years. Maybe it's a bad investment. I think it's how it goes. But I see things being developed. They're putting dirt over cypress stumps and buildings and people clearing the land, and nobody has permits or nothing, but nobody's busting them. But I've been riding this for 18 years, and I'd like to see it come to an end. That's all I got to say, and I hope y'all, think about it.
All right, thank you, Mr. L. Manucci. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is David Peterson. My address is 9494 Bay Vista Estates Boulevard, Orlando, Florida, 32836. I live about 5 miles from the property. I've lived there for 25 years. I'd just like to make a few points. At one of the meetings, someone suggested that we should have never bought swampland. I'm just telling you, before I bought this land in 2009, I did due diligence. I checked the future landmark plan. It said high density, so it was clear the intention was that this property was going to be developed. I checked the plat. The plat showed several plots, roads going through the property. It was not swampland. It was right next to International Drive. It was clear the property was going to be developed. The land was not in any protected area, wetland area, or preservation area. We would not have purchased it had we known that we couldn't eventually or wouldn't eventually get developed. Over the years, I lived very close to it. I've taken my sons out there. They would ride their motorcycles around there a few times. And to me, the area we went to was basically a wasteland. It was just homeless people, ATVs, motorcycles. This is a chance to preserve the property, improve the land, and do something with it, and also protect everyone that invested in this land, our property rights. Thank you for listening.
All right, thank you, Mr. Peterson. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners.
I'm speaking on behalf, my name is Benny Paulino, 427 Marcelo Boulevard in Kissimmee, Florida. Speaking on behalf of my mother, Carmen Paulino, as well as a couple of my uncles, Pedro Rodriguez and Ramon Rodriguez. These are all individual property owners. And I'd like to read part of my mother's letter addressed to you all. Estimado alcalde Demings y comisionados, le escribo como propietaria de una parcela de 1.27 acres dentro de la propiedad de Shingle Creek para expresar mi firme apoyo a la propuesta de rezonificación y reurbanización de este terreno. Adquirí la propiedad el 6 de julio de 1989 mediante una compra privada con escritura de garantía. Desde el principio mi intención fue conservarla como una inversión a largo plazo para mi futuro. A lo largo de los años ha seguido pagando impuestos sobre la propiedad y ha mantenido la propiedad junto con varios familiares que también invirtieron en la zona. Actualmente estoy jubilado a los 72 años y vivo con la familia de mi hijo mayor. Considero esta propiedad una parte clave de mi plan de jubilación. La posible venta de este terreno me brindaría seguridad financiera y cubriría mis gastos diarios. Como muchos otros, invertí en este terreno con la esperanza de que algún día se desarrollará de una manera que beneficiaría tanto a los propietarios como a la comunidad en general. I would also like to add that having worked for promoting the Orange County and the City of Orlando for the past 7 years, I see that Orlando is leading the way with attracting business conferences and trade shows. We can also lead the way with supporting the Orange County Convention Center while advancing regional conservation goals. So that's my belief, and I thank you all for your time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Paulion. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Arlene Shaybell.
Afternoon.
As I took the train into Orlando, I passed by a large cemetery. I realized that many people have been living and dying in Orlando since my sister-in-law Susan sold us land in the Munger Tract. Instead of a 401k, we bought land and paid taxes for nearly 30 years. From the approximate 500 acres accumulated, hundreds of acres have been promised to the District of Water Management with hopes that a buyer would receive permits to build. We never anticipated that all of the land would be taken for environmental credits for future city projects. We hope that you will see that everything is possible to coexist with development and a protected environment. Thank you for your attention.
All right, thank you, Ms. Shaybell. Do we have other members of the public present who wish to be heard? Okay, you're not one of the owners, right? Just a member of the public? Okay. No more owners, right? Just want to double check. Okay. If there are no other owners, then we'll move to the general members of the public at this time.
Yes, Mayor, we have 16 speakers registered for this case. All right, folks, I'm going to...
All right, each one of you have a maximum of 2 minutes.
All right, I'll call your name in batches. When I do, please line up along the back wall in the order called. Please approach the podium one by one. When you do, please start with your name and address for the record. First speaker is going to be Sunshine Grund, followed by Matthew Grakolski, followed by Skylar Carpenter, and followed by Val Mobley.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Mayor. I wanted to start with thanking each and every one of you. You've been entrusted by our voters to represent us well. I voted for my mayor and my commissioner, who's Cordero. So thank you for being here and for representing us
Ma'am,
well.
can you do your name and address for the record?
Oh, I am so sorry. I am Sunshine Grund, and my address is 8577 Bradley's Landing Street. I live in Orlando, Florida. And many of you here would like to be here today, but they're busy, making our community run. Hopefully my husband will remember to pick the kids up, all those fun things. So back to talking about voters. Voters have overwhelmingly voted and instructed our leaders to protect and preserve our natural resources. I voted and continue to vote for such protections. Could talk about the benefits of regulating, and I'm sure some of the water, and some people may speak of that today, but I'm going to share in full transparency that I live in a development. You might have heard of it, Lake Nona. When our family outgrew our home downtown about a decade ago, we landed in what seemed like, I'm not kidding when I say, I can't live there, that's the country. Well, as we all know, it's changed and grown tremendously through the years. I share this because it would be hypocritical to say that all development is bad. Obviously, we appreciate those investing in our community. But please continue to take into consideration the impact and protect our natural resources and hold the line. We can't change what others have or haven't done and what wetlands have gone, but we can protect the wetlands that still remain. And I hope that you listen to our community that has been crystal clear about our hope to protect and preserve our natural resources for the benefit of those that live here, and yes, the tourists too. I know my time is limited, but I want to share a couple proverbs. Today's the 20th. I was in that book today. And it talked about how the good people live honest lives and are blessing to their children. I hope that our children can look back one day and know that the decisions that you made or didn't make and how it impacted them. But the ones I really wanted to share with you was 27 and 28. And it says, the Lord looks deep inside people and searches through their thoughts. And loyalty and truth keep those in power. They continue to rule if they are loyal. Please be loyal to your voters. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Grun. Next speaker, is it Matthew? Is he next up?
We're going to skip Matthew for now and come back to him later.
Okay.
Yes, hello, board, and hello, Mayor. My name is Skylar Carpenter. I'm address 1130 Josephine Street, New Smyrna Beach. I just wanted to take a brief moment today to discuss with you the importance of the Shingle Creek Basin. I understand, sorry. All right. I understand that this is an area that we have developed previously, and I understand that there are things that we perhaps should have done differently, but those choices have been made, and we cannot differ on them at this point, unfortunately. What we can do is save one of the largest remaining uncut and undestroyed areas of green space in the Shingle Creek Basin and the important land that it represents. This is not just wetland, as the biologist before me stated. There is xeric flatwood, there is other plant species that are necessary here. So to just count the wetland area as the only thing that's important is selling it short. I also would like to point out there are other things we can do to develop. I am not against development. I understand that's an important aspect of the Orlando Commissioner job is to create affordable housing. One of those things that we can do is remove some R1 zoning in the Orlando area. Create some larger multifamily housing and high density areas. That's an important aspect that we could investigate as well. What I'm asking really is I want you to understand that it's important that this land remain as it is, and that we should reflect the price that we pay when it's destroyed. It will always be cheapest to develop undeveloped land. What we should make it is not as cheap, or it should reflect the moral price that it's going to play. Thank you.
All right, next speaker, please.
Val Mobley, 226 West King Street, Orlando. So this land is a swamp. Swampland does have higher elevations in it. It's a mixed, it always is. I agree with the staff that this whole project needs to be denied because a swamp is a good thing. This water are the headwaters of the Everglades. The Everglades have been decimated enough over the centuries by development that flooded after it was developed. I'm sorry that this land was platted over 100 years ago and that people bought it. I'm sorry, but that doesn't mean that you need to build over 1,000 homes and hotels and, whatever else is in this project. I'm worried that the more concrete that we pour on this peninsula, the sooner we're going to be completely underwater. I agree with staff. Please vote no for this project. They put in a lot of time and effort over these many years now, looking at this, looking at all of the ins and outs. This is valuable land to be preserved, and I hope that you will preserve it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Mobley. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
All right, folks, next batch of speakers is going to start with Kayla Hoffman, followed by Richard Rampey, Liz Connor, Robert Rosa, and Marjorie Holt.
May I request that my elder goes before me, as is customary?
You can go in any order.
What's that?
Whoever wants to go first, it's okay to go.
Yeah, can Robert Rosa go first?
Yeah. Just remember your name and your address for the record, please.
My name is Kayla Hoffman. My community knows me as Obsidian Tiburon. I will not be giving my address under Sunshine Law. So I'm going to open up with a proverb from the Cree Nation. When the last tree has been cut down, the last fish caught, and the last river poisoned, only then will we realize that one cannot eat money. And that is a comment to everyone who was concerned about their financial investments in this and everything, because no matter how much anyone has invested in this, nothing can replace our earth. American Indian Movement stands firmly against the development of a sprawling project of hotels, commercial buildings, and apartments threatening Shingle Creek, one of the most sensitive ecosystems in Florida. And as Indigenous people, it is our duty to dedicate our lives to protect and steward the home we all live on. Anyone who has ever stood against the environment has been remembered as the villains in history. And you cannot think of a single time in history or even in made-up stories where the people harming the earth have ever been the good guys. This proposal has already been denied by the Development Review Committee and the Planning and Zoning Commission. And if you vote to develop Shingle Creek, your names will forever be remembered as the villains who were not strong enough to stand up to the development and the crisis of our state. We should all seek to treat the earth in the same manner that we would treat our own mothers. And if the earth isn't your mother, are you from Mars? Nothing unites the people in this state from all walks of life more than fighting for our wildlife and especially the Everglades. You're going to have everyone on your backs, from rednecks to hippies, fighting this. Tens and thousands of people rose up to fight to the golf courses and the hotels that were proposed to our state parks just last year in 2024. And we were lead organizers in that. And if that's any example of what people are going to do if you guys go through with this, it's not going to be beneficial for anyone. You're going to have people, thousands of people out there protesting day and night. And that is not a threat, that is a promise.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you, Mayor Demings, and a special thanks to Commissioner Wilson. I know I've been sending a lot of media your way, and you've been thorough in your analysis, and the county's responded, so thank you for your consideration of our concerns. And thank you in advance for attending the advisory board meeting 1 week from tonight. I have a PowerPoint, and My name is Richard Rampy, Rick Rampy, 8511 Sand Lake Shores Drive. My wife and I have lived there for over 30 years, 32 plus years. And I'm opposed to the development and any future development of residential or commercial developments in Shingle Creek. Shingle Creek is, as we've been saying, the headwaters of the Everglades, and therefore of great ecological value, the bears and the bats, et cetera, woodpeckers. In addition to its immense value to our environment, it also is a watershed where floodwaters from the surrounding districts flow, and I don't think that was emphasized as much in the presentation earlier. This includes Big Sand Lake, where we have lived, and that's where we receive tributary lakes and tributary areas of Dr. Phillips in the Sand Lake Basin. And future developments in Shingle Creek would leave this basin in a perilous condition. Those pictures show our property over the past 30 years. So the top picture is from 30 years ago, the mid one is from 15 years ago, and the bottom one was after Hurricane Ian, which was a couple of years ago. As you can see, we are in a very precarious situation already in Big Sand Lake. Basically, that red outline is Dr. Phillips, and Dr. Phillips is a basin. Big Sand Lake is basically the drain of the basin. And just like the basin, there's an overflow valve, which in the picture is shown there below the faucet. And basically, that's where our water runs into the C1 canal of the Valencia Water Control District, and it flows down into Shingle Creek, which makes its way down into Lake Okeechobee. So that is the situation that we're dealing with in the heart of Dr. Phillips. And I think it's important that we preserve Shingle Creek. And there have been 11 iterations within the past 3 years, and I think there's a reason for that. I think we need to leave the land undeveloped. It's a zoned farm rule, and I think that would be appropriate. And again, it's true, we're sorry for the property owners, but it is what it is. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Liz Connor. I live at 2744 South Tanner Road. I know my face looks familiar. No, it is not because I love driving into the city. It's because I love dry front yards, clean water, and not paying more in taxes to fix problems that we could prevent. I'm speaking out against this development, which would pave over one of the most ecologically important areas in the Shingle Creek Basin, which has been stated many times, which is, yes, the start of the Everglades. This is not just a swamp, it's nature's Brita filter, it's our flood insurance policy, and it's a wildlife habitat all rolled into one. The surrounding area, as you can see from the gentleman's PowerPoint before, already floods. We are spending so much money and taxpayer money on flooding. Why would we add to this? This doesn't make sense. It's like taking the batteries out of your smoke detector because it's too loud when it's indicating there's a fire. There's a reason for that. I know it's annoying, but there's a reason. Let's be clear, this is not just about the birds and the trees and the plants and the wildlife that lives there, even though that should be enough. It's about smart planning and public safety. Voters, as has already been stated, do not want this. We haven't wanted this, and we will not want this in the future. They said it themselves. It keeps coming back. It's been through multiple 11 iterations and revisions exactly. That means it's not a good idea, and that is something that will never be a good idea, no matter how much they seem to give us in mitigations. So I just ask you to kindly vote no on this. Again, we are also sorry to the property owners, but it doesn't make sense at this time. Thank you.
All right, next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Marjorie Holt, 8502 Elveron Avenue, Orlando, Florida. And I am a Planning and Zoning Commissioner appointed by Commissioner Dr. Kelly Martinez-Samrod for District 5. I'm here to reiterate the Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendation to make a finding of inconsistency with the comp plan and the advice of the EPD to deny the conservation area impact. The area which the plan is proposed is actually very special. It's a biodiversity hotspot worthy of protection and is home to many imperiled, endangered species. The EPD actually finds also that there's no overriding public benefit and that the proposal is not a reasonable use of land. And that is a regulatory authority. I have every right to say that and make use of that. And it's unfortunate for the folks out here to believe that an automatic rezoning would be granted because of a future land use designation. So, and also have the RAI, for which the 7th one, there was absolutely no response. It's about 4.5 pages of requests and clarifications needed. So with that, please deny. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Robert Rosa, Director of American Indian Movement, Florida. I'm here to speak on behalf of all the wildlife as well as the waters that go all the way down into the Everglades. And up here, there is a lower standard for water testing. The Miccosukee, however, have a higher standard that they, hold to themselves and to neighboring communities to uphold. Now, if development comes in, if you guys remember the last time we were here, we knew that there was a 30-yard from existing buildings in Shingle Creek, and in that 50 yards, there was contamination from not only garbage from the communities, there was also invasive plants, which were critical against the life there. So what this would bring is more of that. And it doesn't matter if you give it a 25-foot buffer. It doesn't matter, because all that contamination, all that pesticide that people are going to throw out is going to seep through there and seep through the water. And then go to the sugar cane where we already know what happens, and so forth and so on. There is inconsistency in all building on wetlands. Miami suffered it ages ago, and they knew they couldn't drain the swamp then. There was no joke. I got a bridge in Brooklyn for you, or I got some land in Florida, which was swampland that nobody could do nothing with. Here we are, and I'm sorry for the people who bought that land, that maybe they saw it in the dry season.
All right, thank you, Mr. Boza.
Please, vote against this.
All right, do we have any other members of the public present who wish to be heard?
We do, Mayor. Our next batch of speakers is going to start with Aram Lewis, followed by Larry Culleton, John Jennings, Eugene Staccardo, and Hillary Hedrick.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Aaron Lewis, representing Forward 420 North Orange Ave here in Orlando. Today, I rise in strong opposition to the Tuscana Plan development, not because I oppose growth, but because I believe in smart, sustainable growth that protects both our people and our planet. Let's talk about where this development is proposed. Shingle Creek, the northernmost headwater of the Everglades. This isn't just another piece of land, it's part of an internationally significant ecosystem. It provides natural flood protection, water filtration, and critical wildlife habitat. According to the U.S. EPA, wetlands like these in Shingle Creek can store up to 1.5 million gallons of floodwater per acre. With the Tuscana proposal still impacting 22 acres of wetlands, we're looking at a potential loss of over 30 million gallons in flood storage capacity. That's not theoretical. Flooding is already a real issue for our residents, and this project would make it worse. In 2021, Orange County flood risk studies showed that over 70% of flooding complaints came from areas where development had pushed into sensitive environmental zones. If we approve this project, we're setting ourselves up for more emergency response, more property damage, and more taxpayer expense. Now, I've heard of developers say that they've followed all the rules and that this commission is therefore obligated to approve this project. But let's be clear, following the rules is the floor, not the ceiling. This job of this commission is not to rubber stamp every compliance application. It's to use judgment and discretion to decide what's best for Orange County as a whole. Regulations establish a baseline. You have the authority, and I would argue the duty, to ask a deeper question. Even if this project meets procedural requirements, does it actually serve the long-term health, safety, and sustainability of our community? The answer here is no. So I ask, if your experts, your planning documents, and your constituents all say no, why are we still entertaining a yes? This is over 50 acres of wetlands to be impacted, all of that, right here in Central Florida with the last intact wetland system in Central Florida. The developer's revisions, while appreciated, are not enough. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor,
Good
members
afternoon.
of the Commission, and my Commissioner, Larry Colleton, 10648 Springbuck Trail, Cypress Springs, District 4. I stand in opposition to this proposed plan development. My wife and I chose to live in Orange County more than 40 years ago. 40 years ago, there was about 600,000 residents of Orange County, and now we're approaching 1.5 million. We've had development after development after development. At some point in time, we have to limit the growth. And I think that when you are talking about such a environmentally sensitive area as this, and vital as Shingle Creek is, there has to be no other answer but no. And I do sympathize with those who've purchased land and would like to see it develop, but this is an environmentally sensitive, important, vital area that really should not be touched, not by development, period. And so I ask this Board of County Commissioners to simply do your job, do it fairly and honestly and candidly. Just say no.
All right, thank you, Mr. Collington. Next speaker, please.
My name is John Jennings. I live at 8425 Sand Lake Shores Court. I've been a resident of Big Sand Lake for 37 years. I've been 29 years served for the advisory board for Orange County. That's 5 commissioners for Big Sand Lake. And the biggest thing that I'm not very proud of, I've had a real estate broker's license for 25 years. Okay, so I understand what developers do, and that understanding makes me speak against this project. Okay, after what I've seen with Big Sand Lake, we have 5,000 acres that got developed in the last 30 years. We've got too much water flowing into the lake. It needs to go into Shingle Creek, and Shingle Creek can't take any more water. Okay. You know, when you're a developer and you're real estate, you're basically, for the most part, trying to get money. I don't see very many buying land and making it for birds and trees and plants. First they try and change the zoning to get a higher density so they can make more money. Then when they maximize that, change that zoning, they maximize the density. Okay, and then they do that. They hire somebody who does some modeling and does some engineering for it so they can minimize the retention and detention that for the water, okay? And we've done this for decades now, and we can't take all this water. We can't keep doing this. We got to find a better solution. So for that reason, I basically am speaking against this development because Shingle Creek can't take the water. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Waiting for my map come up. My name is Eugene Staccardo, 331 Roswell Avenue. There's a great introduction by the previous speaker. He's complaining about the wetlands and impervious features, and he's upland of this property. Shingle Creek is 82 square miles basin. It's mostly impervious, as he's pointing out, due to the development. The area in Tuscany would be built in its catchment basin. Water flows from the vast majority of 82 miles, as described previously, to collect in the bottom of it. This is the bottom, the catchment basin. The soil map that's up on the map, on the view, is area Orange County in question. Notice the neighborhood of Terra Vista north of 417. 417 is by that blue line, and that's Terra Vista. It flooded during Ian. This area was raised. Its soil type, as you probably can't see, is 42. The characteristics is good, as described by the soil conservation book and online. Good for wetland plants, severe ponding. 41, which is where Toscana is, which is where the majority of the property under question, is the same type, severe ponding and good for wetland plants. In fact, all the soils within the building area is fair to good for wetland plants, plus additional features of severe ponding to severe wetness. If approved, we will have the same type of issues and placing residents in danger of the existing communities of Orange and Osceola County due to the reduction of already impacted wetlands, inadequate and further destruction of the catchment basin. We, the citizens of Orange County, will be responsible for the compensation of this flooding. I urge you, please do not approve, no matter what the cost. The benefits do not outweigh the costs. Vote no. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll move to the next speaker.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Hillary Hedrick, and I live at 11734 Winborn Court. And I am very much in opposition to this project, and I'd kind of like to talk about the distance that we're talking about of this basin, because I heard it said that this project was like 2 miles from the start of the Shingle Creek. So I am down there twice a week. And from this point here, well, you can't see, but it's like the power line runs. So where the creek starts on that number 3 on the edge and runs down, yeah, up a little, kind of down a little. Yeah, right there. So straight across to where it goes over and picks up on the north power line run, that's 0.91 miles. So that's less than a mile. And then you're talking less than half a mile to where this projected development would start. So from the development to the Orangewood neighborhood in the upper north, east corner of that is like 3/4 of a mile. So we're not talking about large distances here. And when you're talking about removing metric tons of earth, oh, thank you. When you're talking about where's the, you know what, this is probably a bad idea. So this is like 0.91 miles. This is like a mile. So then like this right here, because I tried to push down here on Sunday, that's like a mile and like half a mile in here. So the entire basin is maybe 2 miles. So if you get rid of all this land, the water is definitely going to start staging somewhere, and it's going to start pushing probably east. So all of these neighborhoods, like this Hunters Creek neighborhood here, and then Orangewood up here would most absolutely be at risk for flooding. And not for nothing, folks, but right here is the JW Marriott, which is a massive, massive hotel. It dominates the skyline. This would dominate this residential skyline right here. I mean, you're talking about people like sitting outside on their patio staring up at a 200-foot hotel, and like really nobody wants a giant hotel in a residential area. It doesn't make sense. And I would just, really hesitate to go against the recommendation of staff and of the public. So, thank you.
All right, thank you. Do we have other speakers?
We have one last batch of speakers, Mayor, which is going to start with Julie Walters, followed by Ramon Pereira Bonilla, followed by Rick Baird, and Matthew Graholski.
Good afternoon. My name is Julie Walters. My residence is 5521 Deepdale Drive, Orlando, Florida, right in the Orangewood area that she was just talking about. Our community would be directly impacted by the proposed development in Shingle Creek Conservation Area. I strongly oppose this project because that threatens our homes, our environment. Shingle Creek is not just a local wetlands, it is the headwater of the Florida Everglades. Paving over this land would disrupt natural water flow, increase runoff, and significantly raise the risk of flooding in our neighborhoods, especially during hurricanes and heavy rains. And as we all know, the weather is only getting worse. It's not getting better. This area also supports a variety of wildlife that would be displaced or lost entirely if this development moves forward. Once it's gone, we cannot get it back. Please protect our homes, our natural resources, and the Everglades. Say no to this development. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Walters. Next speaker.
Hi, Commissioners. It's good to see you all. Hello, Mayor. Ramon Pereira Bonilla, 1647 East Colonial Drive. I'm here on behalf of Sunrise Movement Orlando, a youth-led climate resiliency org fighting for a more walkable, sustainable, and affordable Orlando. Commissioners, I want to start with a personal story. We mentioned Terra Vista and Hunters Creek. I went to Freedom High School, which is owned in that area. A lot of my friends grew up in Hunters Creek, and when Ian happened, I saw countless pictures and videos of my friends' houses being destroyed, being flooded, them having to take kayaks, paddle boards, and canoes to get groceries. This development would not make that better. It would make that worse, by far. Is that what we want for our county? Is that what we want for the people who went out of the way to buy land down there, not thinking that it would flood? And have built communities and houses around there. Look, I'll be honest, my heart breaks for the people who bought this property, truly. It's a damn shame, and they should seek recompensation somehow for being duped. That does not mean that they should be able to build this land and make the lives of people who are living there worse, destroying the community and the environment. I also want to be very clear, Sunrise Movement, Orlando, and myself, we're all for development. We think we need a lot more of it here in Orlando. But we don't think that it should be taking place in our sacred wildlands and the places where it need to be protected and kept safe. We think we need more urban infill. We need affordable housing. And this is the exact opposite of that, frankly. This is high-rise, expensive buildings that do not address the needs of Orange County residents. So I don't want to hear that we need development to address issues, because this is not the type of development that we need to actually address those issues. I urge you all to vote with your conscience, to vote with common sense, to go past just the basic regulations, and to vote no on this development. Thank you.
All right, next speaker.
Mayor and Commissioners, thank you very much for allowing me to be here. My name is Rick Beard. I live at 5426 Tribune Drive, Orlando, Florida, 32812. I want to thank EPD staff. They've done a great job of identifying the significance and environmental importance of this portion of Shingle Creek floodplain. During Hurricane Ian in 2017, I was a certified floodplain manager in Osceola County, and I saw firsthand the devastation to Good Samaritan Nursing Home, assisted living facility on Shingle Creek, subdivisions, boat ramps, parks were all inundated for months at a time after Hurricane Ian. And I can assure you that all of those areas, those subdivisions, the Good Sam were built according to the floodplain standards at the time. And I understand now the current floodplain maps are from 2009. I understand they're being worked on to improve those too. But I can assure you that more fill into the Shingle Creek floodplain in this area will cause more devastation downstream in Shingle Creek. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Beard. Next speaker.
Hello, Commission. My name is Matthew Grholski, 1701 Lee Road, Winter Park, Florida. And today I am just always thinking about how developers today are saying that one environmental hippie actually might have the power to influence this entire county commission board. But we're not talking too much about the real influence at play behind our county elections: developer money. As we've seen previously, votes have been influenced by that developer money. Unfortunately, they're trying to influence this one again. As this commission knows how much of a big YIMBY I am, I'd love to hear more about multifamily housing in our urban core and in a non-environmentally sensitive area. Unfortunately today, though, that is not what you're seeing. In fact, I actually want to highlight an article published by the Orlando Sentinel with the headline, "A Developer Wants to Remove Wetlands in Orange County. Will it make Osceola flood?" The answer in that article, yeah, it will. Adding hotels, retail, and housing could be a great thing, especially here in Orlando in our urban core, but in the wetlands, no, absolutely not. I've sat here for so many hours before this commission yapping about smart growth and how important it is. And I don't think this is it. This is dumb, attempted, congested. We'll make Orlando look like Venice, but gross growth. That's what this is. So today I'm asking for you to stand once again with staff and the constituents that have repeatedly said that this is a bad proposal at every single stop possible, and to minimize the developer cash that is going into our county commission, because what's really influencing our county commission is not one environmental hippie, it's millions of dollars of developer money. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Do we have other speakers?
Mayor, that was our last registered speaker for this item. I will point out that I have been informed that one more property owner did show up and would ask if it were okay to fill out the time. There was a lot of property owners.
How much time do they have left?
2 minutes.
All right. We'll hear from that property owner.
Good afternoon, Commission. My name is Dan Shabell. I'm one of the property owners. I reside at 587 Ridgewood Terrace in Mount Laurel, New Jersey, but one of the property owners. There was some discussion previously about our lack of due diligence. Any suggestion to the contrary is baseless. We did a substantial amount of due diligence. We did not buy unusable swampland. We bought property close to Disney and SeaWorld that you designated for very intense development and showed future plans for access. Unlike most other areas in Orange County, this land has a minimum density. When we read that it is clear that it is not agricultural land, but land in the path of development. I've been doing development for 20 years, and there are two things that every layman thinks that they are an expert in. It's traffic and stormwater management. And I've heard a lot of people up here give what might be considered expert opinions on water flow, et cetera. This is a zoning matter, and this land has been designated for intense, high-density use. And to deny us that after accumulating these properties for 30 years, we've waited 30 years. There were many obstacles that had to be overcome. We found a very credible buyer who is renowned throughout, was a developer for Camden Markets in London. We didn't just bring somebody to buy this property who wasn't going to do a development with smart growth and plan it out and really do what they have to do to improve the stormwater management. So I would respectfully suggest that you or recommend that you approve this application. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chabelle. And how much time does the applicant have left?
2 minutes and 43 seconds.
All right, we'll hear from the applicant. Final comments from rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Commissioners, I'll make this brief. A couple items that we heard about were flooding and how this is going to make flooding worse. But we have to look at the science and the data and the evidence that's been presented by Kimley Horn, our engineers, and that shows that this actually improves the flooding situation. It provides more comp storage post-development than it does pre-development. We heard about Shingle Creek, which is between 1.8 and 2 miles away from the subject property. And again, it goes back to flooding. We heard about wetland impacts, with staff basically telling us, we don't want to give you a permit for access to your property, even if it's needed for the reasonable use of your property. We heard, in connection with that, we heard about what is your overriding public benefit. But the Orange County Code actually doesn't require overriding public benefit, although there is overriding public benefit here. What it says is impacts to Class 1 wetlands will be permitted as necessary for the reasonable use of the property, or if there is an overriding public benefit. Finally, the overwhelming consensus of the emails and the 16 speakers that we heard today was that we want no development in this area. And they haven't done the job, which is the board's job, to weigh the property rights of the ownership in this activity center, high-density area as designated by the county, and look and can say, is this a reasonable use of the property, and is it consistent with the comp plan policies? We're not asking for a new comp plan today. With that, I thank you for your time and attention, and we respectfully request that you approve the application before you. We're here to answer any questions that the mayor or the commissioners might have.
All right, thank you, Mr. O'Keefe. With that, we're going to close the public hearing at this time, and we'll go to the district commissioner, Commissioner Wilson, for a potential motion.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I would like to make a motion of a finding of inconsistency with the comprehensive plan, and I would recommend denial of the Toscana Plan Development Land Use Plan dated, received today. Do I do this as a separate motion, right? So this is my first motion. Okay, so that was my first motion, was a denial, basically based on staff's report, P&Z's denial, and the analysis from ED.
Second, Sunrod.
All right, we do have a motion and a second. Commissioner Moore, I recognize that you got, just push your button.
I had a question.
Okay. Good.
Okay. Well, my question would be to staff, obviously nobody likes this development, but my concern is if we're going to be at all culpable for Byrd Harris action and what our exposure is, because that wasn't discussed at all. I mean, nobody likes this development, but these people have a lot of money and they put it into it. And so given the history, do we have any exposure at all, Ms. Holmes?
Yeah. Ultimately, the decision about whether we're culpable is a judicial one based on a claim that's brought by the applicant and or the property owner. Someone was standing to bring that claim. What you do have before you is staff analysis on the application and a recommendation of denial for both the land use plan and your staff expert opinions on why they believe the denial is supported by their analysis.
So does that help us when we get into litigation? Because we're going to, so.
It is the record you would be going into litigation with to defend the decision, any decision made by the board.
So that's considered competent, substantial
Your
evidence?
experts are giving you the support in the information provided to you for their recommendation.
And I'm going to ask you a question. Can I get another question for you too? So is there anything here that you think that this board can approve, or we're just against anything altogether?
Well, I think staff's report really details what they were looking for, and so I'm relying very heavily on their analysis and that they have been working through this with the applicant for the last several years. So I relied on following their analysis, the levels of expertise that they had, and that's from various divisions. I will say that one of the, I believe, competent and substantial pieces of evidence that we didn't even delve into today, but is very germane to the other concerns that we have, was the school capacity report. And I'm not sure if you got a chance to see that, but I wanted to give Deputy County Administrator John Weiss a moment to just explain a little bit about why it looks like it's an expired report, but what the analysis means.
Commissioner, I appreciate the question on school capacity and that table. Again, you made reference to the fact that it is a bit dated given how long the application's been in the system, but it certainly reflects not just overcrowded schools, but a significant number of students being generated that would go into those overcrowded schools. And so there is a policy in the county's comprehensive plan that's quoted in the staff report that allows school overcrowding to be a consideration in the board's decisions related to land use. And I know Mr. DeLisi made reference to a disagreement on the applicability of the OCPS application of the high-rise rates. However, I will also remind the board that Section 23-121 of Orange County Code specifically limits the application of high-rise rates to projects of 7 stories or more, a minimum of 70 units per acre, and an attached parking garage. And the definition specifically references downtown Orlando as the source for alternative studies. And so at least certainly while the 7 stories may be achievable based upon the requested waivers, it does not meet the 70 units per acre requirement, and therefore the data, especially the student generation rates from that OCPS data, are accurate from OCPS as it would be applied under the county's codes and regulations to this project. I also want to just make reference to a statement that Mr. Thalmuller made early on. And there's obviously some undertones in the board's interpretation and applications of your policies. It's your comprehensive plan. And so when the board makes a recommendation for approval, especially on comp plan amendments and rezonings, this board, you are making a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan as to the entirety of the plan as it applies to a particular request. There are oftentimes policies that are subject to some debate or discussion. Certainly staff will do an analysis on certain policies, and the board disagrees from time to time with staff's analysis and interpretation of those policies. But for projects that the board approves, you make a finding of consistency. For the projects that the board disapproves or denies, you make a finding of inconsistency. So it's the board's interpretation of your policies and consistent application of that interpretation is ultimately what this board is charged with in reviewing cases like this versus other cases. So I just, again, wanted to clarify, perhaps for the record, some of the statements that might have been made earlier by staff with respect to, again, there oftentimes may be debate about whether a project is consistent or inconsistent. Certainly at the staff level, that may be true, but it is this board's charge to make that finding with respect to your determinations.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Holmes, I'm going to ask you a question also. I believe all members of the board may have received some correspondence from a Kathy L. Sass with Moore, Bowman, and Reese, PA, in the case that she's a legal assistant there. And attached to this document was a motion to recuse, and you may be familiar with what I'm referencing here because it is, as I read it, suggesting that a couple of our board members recused themselves from participating in a vote, Commissioner Martinez Simrad and Commissioner Nicole Wilson. Can you speak to any legal issues related to this document that we all should have received?
Certainly. You all should have received a copy. I believe it was dated the 15th. The county attorney's office received a copy of it as well. Myself and the county attorney, Mr. Newton, did speak with Commissioner Wilson and Commissioner Semrad to advise them of the law consistent with the voting requirements, the obligations as elected officials to vote on matters before them, but also the option to abstain afforded consistent with Section 286.012. So being advised of those, that provision in law, we explained to them what is a requirement, what is a voting conflict, what could be a ground for them to consider recusing themselves, and ultimately the official decision is theirs.
And may I at least explain this if the public has not, because we've been really trying to make sure that we're staying on track here, and this is a complex issue. Could I?
If the explanation is a legal explanation, we should have the county attorney's office opine on the legal. Even though I realize you're an attorney, but in terms of advice to the board, it must come from the county attorney's office.
So we have discussed, like I said, what is the definition of a legal voting conflict consistent with that section of law. That section of law does contain a clause in it that if a commissioner, an elected official, believes that they could not be fair and impartial, they could recuse themselves, and we discussed what would rise to the level of that, what the machinations of having to fill out that paperwork, declare a voting conflict. So we have given them advice on what the law states based on the issues that were raised in the motion to recuse. And like I said, ultimately the decision is theirs to make. today.
Okay. And so we'll see how that shakes out. I'm going to continue Commissioner Michael Scott, then Commissioner Gomez Cordero, then Commissioner Simrad.
My question is for staff, Nick, and if you can give your answer in the clear and concise end of the day version. So when we had our briefing, you referenced the engagements back and forth with them to try to get to something that was palatable for county staff and the community and also the applicant. If you could just kind of summarize that engagement, was there, I guess, because they spoke about going back and forth, so was it an unwillingness on the applicant's part to want to like make additional revisions to the project? Can you just kind of talk us through that?
Sure. So as far as the review cycles, that's the way our development review process is structured. An applicant submits a request, our technical staff conducts a review, issues revision comments, the applicant makes revisions, discusses them with staff, and then we go around in this process until we've come to an agreement where staff are making a determination that the request is consistent with all of the goals, objectives, policies in the comprehensive plan and the requirements in our various land development codes. Through this process, the applicant, I think we pointed out in the staff report, we pointed out in the briefings and in previous discussions, started with a much bigger ask. They were proposing a more significant development program. They were proposing more significant wetland impacts. They were proposing a larger area to rezone. And through the process, which again is how the plan development, which is a negotiated zoning district process works, the applicant did make adjustments based on staff's requests, coordination with EPD and the wetland impacts, and they did in fact reduce from the original proposal. However, as listed in the staff report, they were unable to adjust their request to something that staff was able to determine is consistent with and compatible with the comprehensive plan. So yes, adjustments were made. Staff's position is the request as currently presented, it does not pass the bar of being consistent with the comprehensive plan and is in fact inconsistent with the overall comprehensive plan as outlined in the staff report.
You say unable or unwilling?
I cannot speak for the applicant team.
Oh, but they were given, hey, this isn't, kind of go back to the drawing board of sorts, at least from staff, to kind of, work on the plan and represent. Am I correct?
I'm not certain it's possible to answer that question in its entirety. There is certainly some scenario of some world, of some proposal, of some portion of this property that staff could possibly have determined is consistent. However, the applicant team did not present such a request to us through the PD negotiation. The applicant team did not propose a development program, entitlement, development standards that we could determine were so I can only speak to the question of what has been presented and the determination staff made on that proposal.
Thank you. Ms. Holmes, I understand what you said earlier. I'm just going to kind of translate for my language. So you met with both commissioners, or you briefed them as it relates to conflicts, what constitutes conflict, and kind of their duty and rights as an elected. I guess my question is, I'm trying to understand, does a conflict even really exist? Because in my mind, right, when you talk about conflict of interest and recusal, it's like, let's say staff recommends approval and then the commissioner deviates from that and recommends denial. Given that staff recommended denial, wouldn't it kind of suffice to say that there was no conflict because they were just making the recommended action upon the staff and not necessarily putting their unbiased views on the applicant, if you get what I'm saying?
Yes, I do. So let me be very clear that a voting conflict is different. than a decision to recuse yourself because you cannot guarantee that you can participate in the proceedings in an impartial or a manner that would not prejudice the applicant. So this is not a request to declare a legal conflict because you're going to gain some special or private gain as a result of the approval of this application. This was a motion to recuse them based on allegations that they should evaluate their ability to be fair and impartial. And just to be clear, there's a few places to look for guidance on this provision in case law, and it's pretty clear that an elected official is allowed to have their opinions, their philosophical beliefs, their opinions on matters of policy. It's why they were elected. And so the cure for that is the vote of the people, should it be offensive. The matters that we discussed in advising them of what the law is were related to Section 286.012 of Florida law that says they should examine the issues in the motion to recuse, and if they determined that they could not participate in a quasi-judicial proceeding in a manner that would ensure fair and impartial proceedings and not prejudice the applicant, then they should recuse themselves. They have the right to recuse themselves consistent with the law. And the reason that that provision needs to be in the law is because as an elected official, you are required to vote on every matter, unless you have a voting conflict or unless you feel like you cannot be impartial and it rises to that level that you want to recuse yourself.
And by prejudicial, you mean advancing an issue that is unfavorable to an applicant on any given issue, right?
I didn't say that.
Well, that's what I'm asking. You said unduly prejudiced in an issue.
I'll just read it.
Yeah, please.
So if the official decision, ruling, or act occurs in the context of a quasi-judicial proceeding, a member may abstain from voting on such matter if the abstention is to assure a fair proceeding free from potential bias or prejudice.
Okay. Mayor, I don't have any other questions at this time. Thank you.
Commissioner Gomez-Cordero, then Commissioner Martinez-Simrad, then finally Commissioner Uribe. Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't know who to make this question to, but it's just, maybe a suggestion, something maybe to the council or to John. But my question is, in order to, to benefit the property owners, can we include this, or can this be included like a green place program, with the funds that we have, or no? I mean, I'm not saying they're selling or anything, I'm just saying, like, since it was a,
So with respect to the Green Place program, it has always been, and for at least for the foreseeable future, would continue to be a willing seller program. I would obviously look to EPD staff to determine whether or not this property was previously identified or would otherwise qualify for the criteria. My guess is that it would. However, ultimately at the end of the day, it's the program, they would have to be a willing seller, and then there would have to be a fair value negotiated to provide for that. So I don't think we're there, either in terms of while a willing seller letter may have been sent to these property owners, it is up to them to decide whether or not to act on that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Martinez-Simrad.
Thank you, Mayor. So I would just like to be perfectly clear. I have no conflict of interest in this matter, and I also have the ability to be very fair in this hearing. And for the public to know, the information that's in the memo pertaining to requesting myself and Commissioner Wilson to recuse ourselves deals with District 5 has a staff member who once worked in District 1 and who also signed a petition in 2023 before I ran for office, or was working for the county, and she was not currently working for the county, to protect the basin. That's the information that is provided within the request. So to So I just want to say thank you to legal because I appreciated your feedback yesterday and your guidance for me to be able to sort through whether or not I could be fair and if I had a conflict, and I am very comfortable that I do not. So thank you. With this development, we've got our staff, the DRC, voted unanimous for denial. We also have our appointed board members for the P&Z who voted unanimous for denial. We have over 1,000 people who live in Orange County who have submitted information asking us to deny. We have the most notable environmental agencies and organizations providing information as to why we should deny. And what we have in terms of the organization of the owners is what I would kind of describe as like a domino effect, because if you map where these letters came from for support, which is approximately 57, you'll see that the overwhelming majority are not actually from Orange County, Florida. Yet the majority of the people who are asking us to deny are our constituents. So I think it's important to reference that the domino that you see is with the owners is if we approve one, then it sets the precedent for what comes next. And soon we find ourselves in a predicament where the headwaters of the Everglades at the northernmost point is infilled. What could possibly be the implication or consequence of that? And we got to learn from our mistakes, because the reason property insurance is going up is not a mystery. We have developed in places that it didn't belong, and the water doesn't know boundaries. It goes where it needs to go. This issue is not just about environmental sensitive lands. This issue is about public safety. We heard earlier from our Orange County lobbyist team that they think that perhaps the discussion around property tax and ad valorem tax and sales tax is a result because they cannot solve the property insurance crisis where people's homes are being lost to flooding. So we know what happens if we fill in the headwaters of the Everglades. Doesn't take rocket science. So this is about public safety. This is about representing our constituents, of which have very loudly articulated in the ballot box that they want us to protect our waters, that they want us to protect our natural resources, and that they have demanded and taken it so far as to do voter constitutional mandated reform to do our jobs. So today, what I'm doing, the only thing I'm guilty of doing today is my job, which is I was elected to represent the people, and the people are my Northern Star. And as always, I will advocate for the people and the rights of environmental protection. So thank you so much to everybody for coming out. But this is an issue in this region that we really have to address as a board. But filling it in and flooding ourselves out and flooding Osceola out and impacting the property insurance crisis more is nothing that I have the political will to participate in. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Uribe.
I just actually, if I can, and I don't know if it's John. So I was reading also the documents that were provided to us, and the one thing that I just want to ask, and this would be legal more or procedurally, they're saying that this is, I kept hearing Orange County comp plan compliance, right? And then I'm also looking at, we're getting all of these done before June 2nd, and then I know we have our Vision 2050, and we had a case very similar in Commissioner Samrod's district last week, where we're having people come in front of us and saying we're basically taking away their entitlements. And this is something I'm always asking about with Vision 2050, because I say, how do you walk back from that? Can you just share some light on this? Because I understand, I was briefed by staff. Everyone's denied it, 100%, the boards, the staff, DRC, got it. I'm just asking a more legal, procedural question here, just to protect us, because I don't want to see, are we actually violating something by denying this today? Just if you could help discuss that, because I mean, you've got all these legal documents in front of us that are claiming entitlements, and I'm just trying to understand if you can.
So, Commissioner, at least I'll attempt to start and then may look to Georgiana to supplement the conversation. Obviously, the memorandum that you're making reference to was provided to the board today by Dan O'Keefe on behalf of his client. And so obviously from an applicant's perspective, they have an opinion about the nature of their project and application. And what they believe is an application, certainly you've heard it from them today, that their project is otherwise consistent with the comprehensive plan and meets the requirements to be approved by this board. What you see in the staff report is a different position regarding how staff has reviewed this project against the currently adopted comprehensive plan. And so this project has not been reviewed, and certainly none of the application, facets of this application were considered against anything that may be related to Vision 2050. So I don't want to presume or discuss any policy evaluation that may be in that particular context, because we're certainly not there. Again, the staff's analysis and review of this application was against the current adopted comprehensive plan. Well, Commissioner, to your question about, apologize for jumping back, but relative to consistency with any number of policies, I'll let the staff report speak for itself in terms of how many policies, but as I kind of made the remark earlier, it's up to the board to ultimately make a finding and determination regarding consistency, not staff, not the applicant. It's up to the board. Georgiana, I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
We rely on your expertise.
Okay.
I don't have much to add. I was tracking John's question. I maybe didn't entirely understand your question because I was trying to figure out how it fits in with Vision 2050, and that's not applicable to this application.
I'm not, this is something I continually bring up during Vision 2050. That's my point. Because they're essentially saying we're not giving them their entitlements with a comp plan. And so I am just trying to make sure legally, because I understand every step along the way, this has been denied. So I'm not going against what has been recommended. I'm just asking a more legal pointed question when I look at this and what's it telling us.
So with respect to this particular application, and I think this point has been clear, or we've attempted to make it clear perhaps, and I think certainly the applicant spoke to the history of some of these parcels, and I'll just sort of put in quotes the broad definition or scope of entitlements. And so back in 1991, when the board adopted its comprehensive plan, and ultimately the board assigned an activity center mixed use and an activity center residential designation to these properties. But they did not change the zoning. Ultimately, so for a project to come in, and that's what this application is it's not a comp plan amendment. It's a request to rezone the property in order to bring the zoning into consistency with the underlying future land use designation. And so that is the application in and of itself. And so the standards of review between a comp plan amendment and a zoning are very different. And so this had more of a technical review. We're obviously evaluating the rezoning with respect to not just the codes and regulations, which I think staff has done as part of the DRC review, but there's also policies that both stand alone and get implemented through additional regulations within the comprehensive plan. And so what staff has done in its staff report, both at the DRC level as well as what sort of at the planning and policy level, is provided its opinion relative to consistency with the entirety of the comprehensive plan. Again, I think the staff report speaks to some policies that the project may be consistent with, other policies that the project may be inconsistent with, and it falls to the board. But it's not a comp plan amendment. It was given a very intense future land use designation of ACR and ACMU, but it was not conveyed the complete set of entitlements and rights to build because it wasn't rezoned back in that period of time as well. So they've got to go through the process they are now, which is request to rezoning. That rezoning has to be consistent with the underlying future land use map as well as the entirety of the comprehensive plan.
Okay. All right.
All right, I'm going to call the question. We have a motion by Commissioner Wilson, a second by Commissioner.
I need to clarify it though, because I kind of collapsed them in my own urgency to blurt it out. So if I could restate the motion so that I've got these two, because they need to be separate motions. I'd like to make a motion to.
Do they have to be?
They just need to be clear. The way she read the slide, she kind of combined the first bullet with the second bullet. It wasn't entirely clear, and I
All
wanted
right,
it to
so
be
it
very
can be
clear.
one motion.
It can be one motion
Yeah.
if she wants to make one motion that encompasses both bullets. I
Mayor,
just wanted it to be
Mayor,
clear.
if I may, just, you open both agreements at the same time. Commissioner, all you have to do is just say the recommended action. I don't know that you need to do anything else.
That's fine. That isn't what occurred. I'm asking for.
I would like to move for the action requested on the screen.
Okay, there we go. All right. So,
The motion belongs to the body.
just to clarify, Commissioner Wilson's motion, that is a motion, and the seconder on the motion was Commissioner Simrad. Okay, as long as both of you understand and the entire commission understands, that's what we're voting on at this time. Okay, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, and that was the final item of today. I do want to say to the audience, thank you for your presence, thank you for your patience, and we stand adjourned.